Chapter 35:14. Following the nine-headed blood dragon's order, the prelude to a full-scale planar war was about to begin. At this moment, Yi Xian would never have thought that the things he had done in the core of the root of all evil would cause such serious consequences in the end. It was like the flapping of a butterfly's wings. It was unintentional, but it caused a catastrophic tsunami on the other side of the ocean. The root of all evil, as its name suggested, had become the true source of this turmoil. However, this war was supposed to come sooner or later. It was only because of the nine-headed blood dragon's order that the Blood Dragon clan moved and pushed the process forward. Therefore it was brought forward. The Blood Dragon clan was the strongest clan among the top 10 clans in the Federation of the Second Universe. Among the top 10 clans there were several clans that were strategic allies. Once the Blood Dragon clan moved, these clans would definitely not stand idly by. A planar war was about to begin. In fact, the impact of Yi Xian's 12 drops of evil venom was not limited to this. There were only 6 chains on which he had chosen to drip the all-evil origin liquid, and 2 of them had already activated. The nine-headed blood flood dragon was so angry that it wanted to track down the true culprit, who had cut off its bloodline inheritance, that it had triggered a planar war in space that was about to begin. As for the blood-colored Qilin, it had just split off a strand of its divine beast primordial spirit and followed the chain down. In addition, 4 existences at the end of the chains were also affected. 2 of them chose to remain silent. Although they were roaring in their respective resting places, they did not do anything in the end. As for the other 2 terrifying existences, one was the supreme primordial demon crocodile from the primordial war. It was also arrogant and unruly. Like the scarlet unicorn, it chose to separate a strand of its demon crocodile primordial spirit and followed the chain down. The other one was also in the second universe. It was the ancestor of the Green Rock clan, which was ranked second among the top 10 clans in the Federation of the Second Universe. It was an azure rock. This azure sky rock was similar to the nine-headed blood WIRM, and they were both born during the later period of the primordial era. In fact, when they were born, the incomparable battle of the primordial era had practically come to an end. However, they were still injured. Although they were powerful beings of the primordial era, they were severely injured in the end. As for the source of their bloodline, the Blood Sea Devil Dragon and the Kuan Pang, who were at the level of the Supreme Master of the primordial era, both died in that battle. Obviously, the Azure Sky Rock and the Nine-Headed Blood Dragon were the powerful forces of the same camp back then. Now that they were both ambushed at the same time, it was impossible for the 2 clans to let this matter go so easily. In the Second Universe's Federation, the top 3 races represented the entire Second Universe's Federation. Now, 2 of the top 3 races had already vowed to send troops to the First Universe. On the surface, they were waging war with the Celestials' legacy race, but they were secretly attacking the source of all evil and uncovering the true mastermind. Therefore, this battle was unavoidable. However, this kind of monstrous planar war couldn't start immediately. Preparing for it required time. The chaos of the war hadn't appeared yet. However, in the depths of the core hinterland of the First Universe's source of all evil, the consequences of Yi Xian's actions were immediately apparent. Clang! Clang! The sound of the chains grew louder and louder, and there were even loud rumbling noises. The entire starlight cauldron started to shake. A monstrous aura of slaughter wreaked havoc in this area of the void. Evil thoughts filled the sky. Yi Xian had already activated his full speed and rushed toward the edge of the core hinterland of the source of all evil. He wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. He didn't even dare to use the mechanical demon bug because it would be too big of a target. Yi Xian was worried that it would attract attention. Although he didn't know what was happening in the starlight cauldron behind him, he could roughly guess that the existences at the end of the 6 chains were enraged. The immortal and imperishable bead was no ordinary item. Even a supreme primordial would have to shed a layer of skin if he was suddenly ambushed. After all, it was originally condensed from the resentment and obsession of countless powerful primordial beings who had fallen in that incomparable battle. Moreover, even if the existences at the end of the 6 chains were truly almighty primordial beings or supreme primordial beings, they were far from what they were in the past and were in a state where they had yet to recover from their injuries. Judging from the current situation, some of those fellows must have suffered greatly because of Yi Xian's ambush. Otherwise, why would they be so enraged? In fact, although Yixian was frightened, he was still in a very good mood. After all, this kind of opportunity wouldn't come twice in this world. In fact, even in the primordial era, there were probably only one or two people who could ambush several almighty primordial beings and supreme primordial beings at the same time. Come on. Even thinking about it, Yixian felt that it was incomparably exciting. To be able to make the top existences of the enemy camp so miserable and unintentionally suffer such a huge loss, this kind of feeling was really too satisfying. However, even though it was satisfying, he still felt a sense of crisis. As he rushed towards the edge of the core hinterland of the root of all evil, Yixian didn't have any greedy thoughts along the way. Even though he still saw too many powerful remains of primordial beings along the way, the layer of blood-green protection on the surface of his body was still there. The thin film still existed, but Yixian didn't make a move. Time was of the essence. As long as he stayed in this core hinterland, there was a chance that he would become the target of the anger of the almighty primordial beings and even the supreme primordial beings. Although Yixian had the perfect vibration of the spiritual power secret technique, he didn't think that it would be effective in the face of terrifying existences above the almighty primordial beings. It was effective. The means of the headless infant corpse was indeed a powerful guarantee that made him feel more at ease, but in fact, before Yixian reached the edge of the core hinterland, the layer of blood-green film covering his body had completely disappeared, and the burning sensation on his left chest had also disappeared. This definitely didn't mean that the crisis had been resolved. On the contrary, it meant that the crisis had become more and more intense. The headless infant corpse definitely didn't want to expose itself, so it was completely dormant. Not to mention the outside world. Even Yixian himself couldn't sense its existence. This made the hair on his back stand on end, and his speed instantly soared by a large margin. Whether it was the power of the cultivation method, the power of the physical body, the power of the divine sense, the spiritual power of the demon, or the power of the electronic consciousness, as long as it was a power that could be used in his body, Yixian activated all of them. To the extreme. His entire body instantly turned into an arrow light that couldn't be seen by the naked eye, and even the divine sense couldn't keep up with his speed. He streaked across the void, and in the blink of an eye, he was thousands of miles away. Chapter 35:15. Yixian slowed down as soon as he passed the edge of the core hinterland of the root of all evil, and entered the buffer zone of the central region. He knew that a supreme being had descended from the cauldron. Even if it was only a consciousness, there was no chance for him to escape from the root of all evil. He had to leave the outer region of the star sector. If he maintained this extreme speed, he would be like a bright light in the dark night and would directly attract the attention of the other party. He did not think that the Supreme Being's consciousness would only search for the core hinterland of the root of all evil. Although that was the most important area, the Supreme Being would definitely not let go of the buffer zone of the central region and the outer region of the star sector. Even the cosmic void outside of the star sector of the root of all evil would be searched. At a time like this, the best thing to do was to lie low and conceal his aura as much as possible so that he could harmonize with his surroundings. At the very least, he would not stand out. Soon Yixian came to a complete stop after leaving the buffer zone of the central region and the core hinterland of the root of all evil. He performed a perfect vibration of his spiritual power secret technique. However, he did not conceal his aura and body, as that would arouse suspicion. Instead, he transformed his body into an inconspicuous black beetle with average strength. At the same time, he tried his best to harmonize his aura with the void around him, as if he had always been here and had not moved for a long time. In fact, all the black beetles in the void around him did the same. They were inert life forms to begin with. After doing all of this, Yixian's heart was still uneasy. However, he knew that he'd already done it perfectly. As for whether or not he could deceive the consciousness of the several supreme experts that had already descended into the cauldron, he could only resign himself to fate. Of course, he still had a certain amount of confidence because if he could not deceive it, he believed that he would not be in danger of dying. In a true life and death situation, the headless corpse would definitely not ignore it. Whoosh! Boom! Roar! Screech! The chains rattled and the giant cauldron rumbled, accompanied by the roar of a unicorn and a demon crocodile. A large part of the void in the core hinterland of the root of all evil was shaking. Then two huge figures, both tens of thousands of feet tall, rushed into the sky from the giant cauldron. The aura of the supreme beings from the primordial era swept across the world. Over the endless years, the remains of the primordial era creatures were spat out from the giant cauldron like garbage or waste and abandoned in the void. Their remains, at this moment, collapsed and turned into ashes. The supreme consciousness of the crimson unicorn and the demon crocodile finally descended and rushed out of the giant cauldron. They were at the top of the star sector's core hinterland of the primordial supremes. Within a radius of 10,000 miles around them, everything was under their control. With a single thought, flowers bloomed and wilted, stars were born and stars were fallen. That wasn't a problem. However, the power would quickly weaken when they were 10,000 kilometers away. In the core hinterland of the root of all evil, the space around the giant cauldron, where the remains of the primordial era creatures were located, was millions of kilometers away. Therefore, even though the supreme consciousness of the crimson unicorn and the demon crocodile still covered the vast void in the core hinterland of the root of all evil, their pressure was weakened when they reached the edge, where countless descendants of the powerful creatures were lurking and unwilling to leave. Their pressure was greatly weakened. Even so, all the powerful beings at the core of the root of all evil, be they Cosmos State, Star-Lord or beyond, chose to lay low instead of resisting when the two powerful consciousnesses were running rampant, as if they were looking for something. They wouldn't react too strongly even if the two consciousnesses brushed past them. They would at most wriggle uneasily. This allowed them to keep their lives because the consciousnesses that swept past their bodies quickly left, not stopping, nor did they have the time to stop. They were currently searching for the most suspicious existences. When the Blood Kirin and the 9 Hell Demon Crocodile's consciousness entered the cauldron and saw everything, they immediately knew what had happened. Obviously, someone had snuck in and stolen the cauldron's harvest this year. At the same time, they had poisoned the cauldron with unknown and mysterious poison before leaving, so they wouldn't be able to escape. They were lucky. Although they were infuriated and wanted to destroy the entire space zone, that was obviously impossible. There would be more evil origin fluid next year. But the unknown culprit would probably escape soon. At this time, the blood-colored Qilin and the 9U demon crocodile did not even care about unleashing a massacre to vent their anger. Their only thought at this moment was to take advantage of the fact that the other party might not have escaped far away to find the detestable mastermind behind this. However, while they didn't have time to kill, some beings were determined to get themselves killed. For example, the Black Beetle Queen. At that moment, the Black Beetle Mother Empress had just finished pleasuring all 5 of the mechanical bugs and was still unsatisfied. It originally wanted to take a breather before fighting another round with these 5 tough and durable fellows for 5 million rounds. It was also at this moment that the Crimson Unicorn's consciousness swept over with a disdainful attitude. It didn't hold back at all as it directly descended from above the Black Beetle Mother Empress's lair. Screech! This was a blatant provocation and contempt. The Black Beetle Mother Empress was immediately enraged. Its true form rose from its lair and appeared above the void, roaring ferociously. Although the Black Beetle was an inert life form, it was extremely irritable and even manic during its estrus period. In such a state, the Black Beetle Mother Empress's mind was only filled with that kind of thing, and all other senses were weakened to the extreme by its physiological desires, including its sense of danger. That was why it was so furious at this moment. After all, it had been living here for tens of millions of years. Ever since it had grown into a Star-Lord, its neighbors in the void, even those more powerful than it, would give it some face and not disturb it during its estrus period, which occurred once every 100 years. After all, everyone knew that the Black Beetle Mother Empress was basically crazy at this stage. Even though stronger than it wouldn't be interested in provoking it. It wasn't disgusting enough. But today there was a fellow who didn't give it face. Just as it was about to start its second round and fight another 5 million rounds with the 5 tough and durable fellows, this fellow took the initiative to provoke it. How could it not be angry? Unfortunately, it only had time to let out a single roar before its entire body collapsed under the pressure of the Crimson Unicorn's terrifying consciousness, turning it into ashes. Chapter 35:16. Roar. Screech. A unicorn's roar and a demon crocodile's roar resounded through the sky, shaking the wider void of the root of all evil's buffer zone. A scarlet unicorn and a nine-hell demon crocodile were both 10,000 feet tall. Although they were energy consciousnesses, their pressure was incomparably strong. As the void shook, countless black beetles in the buffer zone of the central domain trembled. The one Yixian had transformed into was the same. It nestled at the edge of a group of black beetles. On the surface it didn't look strange, but at this moment his heart was twitching. He really didn't expect to provoke two supreme masters this time. Although it was only a strand of their consciousness that had descended upon this star field, the source of all evil, they were clearly two primordial supremes. Yixian vaguely remembered that in the inherited image of the fallen sky bow and other bloodline abilities, he had seen this scarlet unicorn in the enemy camp in the scene of the great battle of the primordial era. At that time it was fighting the golden dragon. As for the nine-hell demon crocodile, he didn't notice it. But judging from the momentum of the two primordial supremes' consciousnesses descending at the same time, the nine-hell demon crocodile was clearly not weaker than the scarlet unicorn. In other words, these two terrifying existences were evenly matched with the golden dragon. Even if it was just a consciousnesses descending from their seriously injured bodies, it was enough to frighten people. They could definitely destroy the entire star domain with just a thought. Just as Yixian was trembling, a powerful consciousnesses so terrifying that they almost made his mind collapse swept over his body. Fortunately, at this moment the corpse lantern tattoo on his chest burned slightly, so this consciousnesses didn't see anything and just swept over him. At this moment Yixian realized how naive he was. If it wasn't for the headless infant corpse watching over him and helping him cover up at the crucial moment, he would have been pulled out just now. The so-called perfect vibration of the secret spiritual technique might be more powerful in the future when Yixian became stronger, but with his current cultivation, it was simply a joke to try to deceive the consciousnesses of the primordial supremes. Roar! Screech! Just as Yixian was secretly rejoicing, the crimson unicorn and the nine-hell demon crocodile roared again. They had just searched the core hinterland of the root of all evil to no avail, and had left the cauldron out of anger. But they did not expect to find nothing in the buffer zone of the central region. That's right. Has that detestable mastermind really left? How could his speed be so fast? The crimson unicorn and the nine-gloom demon crocodile roared, and their energy consciousness went far away. In an instant, they traversed millions of miles of the void from the buffer zone of the central region to the periphery of the root of all evil and began the same search. The central region was temporarily safe, but Yixian did not dare to move. Like the countless other black beetles, he was still trembling. As for the corpse lamp tattoo on his left chest, it had already returned to normal when the consciousness swept past it. Obviously, unless the consciousness swept past Yixian's body again, it would not make a move. In other words, Yixian's psychic secret technique was perfect. Although he could not avoid the close detection of the supreme primordial's consciousness, he could still cover it up in this environment. This made him feel slightly better about his collapsed confidence. Roar! Screech! Although the periphery of the root of all evil was wider, in the face of the two supreme primordials' consciousnesses, in fact after a sweep it was thoroughly explored. The result was no doubt that there was still no discovery. Therefore, the crimson unicorn and the nine-gloom demon crocodile's roars and screeches soon came from the periphery. This time they were even more furious, and their voices had already spread to the buffer zone of the central region. Yixian felt a strong sense of rage from these two angry roars. This made him even more worried. These two guys did not hesitate to come in person with a wisp of their consciousnesses, and chase them all the way from the core hinterland of the root of all evil to the buffer zone of the central region. In the end, they even searched the wider periphery. This showed how strong their anger was in their hearts. But in the end they found nothing. There was no doubt that under such circumstances, these two supreme primordials' consciousnesses would only be satisfied and give up after venting their anger. But even if they gave up, they would definitely go back the way they came. In this way, the countless black beetles in the buffer zone of the central region would most likely be killed. There was nothing in the periphery, only endless void cracks. When these two guys turned around and returned to the great furnace, the first thing they encountered was the countless black beetles in the buffer zone of the central region. In the face of such weak existences, they were even less than ants to them. They would be annihilated with a casual roar. At that time the black beetle that Yixian had transformed into was the only one left standing in the air. It was clearly a bright light in the dark night, and it was difficult not to be eye-catching even if it didn't want to. Realizing this, Yixian was instantly dumbfounded. His heart was burning with anxiety, but he didn't dare to move at all. If that was the case, it would be equivalent to courting death. Before these two fellows could vent their anger, he would be exposed. At this time, in the periphery of the root of all evil, two similar roars came, but they were clearly far away, and seemed to be rushing towards the vast void of the first universe outside the root of all evil. Yixian was startled, and his expression immediately became strange. These two fellows were obviously unwilling to give up. After searching the entire source of all evil star field to no avail, they actually chased out of this star field. They wanted to go to the vaster void of the first universe to have a look. Perhaps the mastermind behind the escape was in a nearby star field. Who knew? At this thought, Yixian immediately prayed in his heart. At this time, he really hoped that a large fleet of the Tianji race would just happen to pass by outside the root of all evil. If that was really the case, when these two guys saw that there were no clues in the void of the first universe, and their last hope was destroyed, they would definitely vent their anger on the spot and directly destroy that fleet. In this way, when they returned, the probability of destroying this group of black beetles in the buffer zone, which were even less than ants, would basically be reduced to less than half. Of course, this kind of thing was generally not very likely. How could there be such a coincidence? Wanting a fleet and one would come immediately? But in reality, things in this world were just so coincidental. Perhaps it was all fated. Chapter 35:17. There were more than 100 fortresses and fortresses in the fleet. However, not all of them were from the Heavenly Legacy clan. There were only a dozen small fortresses of the Heavenly Legacy clan. The rest of the fortresses and fortresses were all summoned by the slave fleets of the nearby space zones. The target of the fleet was the source of all evil star field. As for the purpose, it was to enter this star field and assist the young patriarch of the Heaven's Legacy race, Di Xiaofeng, and the others. The Tian's Legacy race fleet led by Emperor Xiaofeng had been in the root of all evil star field for almost 10 days. But there was still no news. The Tian's Legacy race headquarters were worried about this matter, so they issued orders to the patrolling Tian's Legacy race fleet in the nearby star field. He ordered them to gather a fleet of slaves from the nearby star fields and enter the all-evil star field to investigate the situation. If necessary, they were to immediately come to the rescue and accept the command of the young Master D. At that moment, the fleet had just arrived. They hadn't even entered the periphery of the root of all evil when two terrifying beasts that were almost 10,000 meters long rushed out of the space zone. No, they were just the consciousness of two ferocious beasts. Even so, the terrifying pressure emitted by the other party was still not something that this fleet could withstand. The entire fleet of more than 100 fortresses and fortresses were immediately bound and imprisoned in the void, unable to move. Ask for help. Ask for help from the Heavenly Legacy City immediately. Oh my god, they're far stronger than Star Lords. What's going on in there? Activate the emergency communication system. We have to send the information back. Whatever the cost, hurry. In the dozen small fortresses of the Heavenly Legacy clan that were leading the fleet, a dozen members of the Heavenly Legacy clan shrieked and took all kinds of countermeasures. In the face of two such powerful existences, they did not even think that they would have a chance to escape this calamity. Their only wish was to transmit this scene and everything that was about to happen to the headquarters of the Tianji clan, the Tianji city, through the emergency communication system of the stronghold. Unfortunately, that was obviously impossible, because they weren't facing a supreme being beyond the Star Lord state, but two horrifying consciousnesses of the primordial lords. Boom! Boom! Chi-la-la! A huge explosion resounded in an instant, and the entire void in front of them was illuminated. More than 100 fortresses and fortresses of various sizes exploded at the same time, turning into huge fireballs. Electric sparks covered the sky and earth. In just an instant, the entire fleet was destroyed. Not a single person was left alive, and not a single message was sent out. Immediately afterward, two earth-shattering roars and a vicious howl rang out. Roar! Screech! As soon as the two consciousnesses of the Scarlet Unicorn and the 9 Phantom Demon Crocodile rushed out of the outskirts of the root of all evil star field, they immediately swept through the vast star field hundreds of thousands of miles away. Other than the fleet in front of them, there was not a single living thing. This made them dejected and enraged. In the end, they finally took action, completely annihilating this celestial legacy race fleet to vent the unquenchable fury in their chests. For the powerful fleet of the celestial legacy race, their mission was over before it even began. While roaring, the consciousnesses of the Scarlet Unicorn and the 9 Phantom Demon Crocodile hovered above the fleet, which had already turned into an ocean of flames. Then they unwillingly turned around and returned to the root of all evil star field, crossing the outskirts and arriving at the buffer zone of the central domain again. In this instant, Yi Xian's heart, which was already in his throat, tensed up once again. He didn't know what was happening in the void around the source of all evil. The buffer zone was too vast. Even if a huge fleet exploded in an instant, the commotion wouldn't be transmitted over. Only the most horrifying beings of the primordial era, such as the Scarlet Unicorn and the 9 Phantom Demon Crocodile, could cross the entire outskirts and arrive at the buffer zone of the central domain in the blink of an eye. After destroying an entire fleet of the Celestial Legacy race in fury, the surging fury in the hearts of the Scarlet Unicorn and the 9 Phantom Demon Crocodile seemed to have been somewhat appeased. At this moment, the consciousnesses of the 2 supreme beings of the primordial era didn't seem to have crossed the central domain as they did before. They weren't as irritable as they were in the buffer zone. After all, the facts couldn't be changed. Such powerful beings of the primordial era wouldn't be blinded by fury so easily. They didn't attack again. Not only were the countless black beetles in the vast space zone spared, but even the Cosmos State, Star-Lords, and space beasts beyond the Star-Lord level at the edge of the root of all evil's core were spared, too. There was a reason for their existence. Both the Scarlet Unicorn and the 9 Phantom Demon Crocodile were well aware of that. If it weren't for the existence of these star beasts, the reputation of the source of all evil would be greatly reduced. At that time, the number of masters from the various great forces entering this star field would obviously increase. This was not a good thing for the great furnace in the core hinterland that they had relied on for countless years. It was safe to say that the space beasts in the buffer zone and the edge of the central domain were actually allowed to exist. They were like watchdogs. Since they had already vented their fury outside of the root of all evil, there was no need to vent their anger on their watchdogs. Because of this, the Bloodchelan and the 9 Gloom Demon Crocodile instantly crossed the outer region and the buffer zone of the central region after returning to the source of all evil star region. After entering the core region, they directly returned to the cauldron in the deepest part of the region. In the end, it let out a few angry roars and roars unwillingly, and then it fell silent, and there was no more movement. After all, the Scarlet Unicorn and the 9 Phantom Demon Crocodile were just 2 consciousnesses. They couldn't stay there for a long time. Besides, their real bodies were in a terrible condition. Since they had failed to find out who was behind all this, there was no point in staying there any longer. The deepest area of the core hinterland soon fell completely silent. Not only was the sound of the chains no longer audible, even the rumbling of the giant cauldron shaking gradually disappeared. The entire area was quiet. The source of the turmoil had changed. Therefore, it was over for the time being. As far as Yi Xian was concerned, he definitely escaped a great calamity this time. Chapter 35:18. Yi Xian was finally able to deactivate the perfect mental shock technique, but the tattoo of the lantern on his left chest was still intact. He was relieved as the crisis was truly over. The densely packed black beetles were still trembling in the void. For them, the arrival of 2 supreme ancients' consciousnesses was absolutely unprecedented. They might not be able to recover from the fear in their hearts in a short period of time. The same was true for the Cosmos State, Star-Lords, and even the space beasts beyond the Star-Lord state at the edge of the core of the origin of all evil. Yi Xian was hesitating. He was considering whether he should leave immediately or enter the core of the origin of all evil again. As a matter of fact, he wouldn't be able to reap any benefits if he entered the core of the origin of all evil again. Although there were still a large number of corpses of ancient creatures that were extremely tempting to him in the depths of the core region, the headless corpse had once again fallen into silence. With Yi Xian's cultivation, he couldn't even get close to those corpses. The pressure was too terrifying, and there was a danger of his body splitting apart. Besides, he had already collected some of the remains in the Shenong cauldron. They were all of the best primordial creatures. Of course, that was for all the remains in the void. However, in general, The remains of the primordial creatures in the depths of the core of the source of all evil were already dispensable to the current Yi Xian. There was no need for him to take the risk and mess with this matter. However, there was still a reason why he had to enter the core of the origin of all evil again, which was the core leadership of the Heavenly Legacy clan, including Emperor Xiaofeng. The 5 of them had been captured by the horrifying Black Beetle Queen, and there was no chance for them to escape. Yi Xian had given up on them because even if there was a chance to escape, Yi Xian wouldn't have been able to do anything. He was completely helpless against a Star Lord. He didn't dare approach it. However, the Star Lord Black Beetle Queen had clearly perished. Yi Xian hadn't seen it with his own eyes, but he had clearly heard the Black Beetle Queen's furious roar. However, it fell silent after one roar. Then, all the black beetles in the central region's buffer zone started to tremble in fear. And there was even a kind of biological wave with a strong sense of sadness spreading out. It was clearly a sign that the Black Beetle Queen had perished. Since the old monster had taken the lead and been slapped to death, Yi Xian had to enter his lair to take a look. If the 5 fellows from Young Emperor Peak hadn't been tormented to death, Yi Xian could only send them off to the west and give them another stab. Otherwise, once Emperor Xiaofeng and the others were able to catch their breaths and return the sun, once they left the star region, the source of all evil, it would be truly troublesome for Yi Xian. With that in mind, Yi Xian didn't hesitate any longer. He immediately waved his hand and summoned the mechanical bug that he had stored in his undying world. Yi Xian only realized that Chanas had woken up when he stepped into the mechanical bug's abdomen. However, since Yi Xian had completely sealed the mechanical bug and stored it in his undying world, not only was he unable to leave, but he couldn't even peek at the situation outside. He was extremely anxious. He was like an ant on a pot, pacing around in circles. Ayaya Sha. Lord Sha, you're finally back. What happened before? I couldn't even go out to take a look. I couldn't even see what was going on outside. I thought I was swallowed by the Black Beetle Queen. That scared me to death. Seeing Yi Xian step into the abdomen, Shanasi immediately went up to him. His face was filled with excitement from surviving a calamity. He pulled Yi Xian's arm and said, "Let's go. This place is too evil. We shouldn't have come in." Yi Xian knew that he was referring to the remains of the powerful ancient creatures that he saw in the depths of the core. Just like that, he was shocked to such an extent. If he were to personally witness everything that happened after that, Yi Xian really suspected that this fellow wouldn't be scared to death. However, he had stored the mechanical bug in his body because he didn't want Chanas to know too many secrets. Naturally, he wouldn't tell him everything this time. However, he couldn't hide anything from him, so Yi Xian could only tell him the truth. Something happened just now. The Black Beetle Queen was fighting with some Star Lord astral beasts. The scene was so terrifying that I had to leave the core area. Hearing this, the expression on Chanasi's face eased up. From Yi Xian's tone, it seemed that he was planning to leave. But who would have thought that the latter's words would take a roundabout turn, and his expression would change drastically in an instant. His heart was in his throat, but now the movement inside has stopped. I guess the battle is over. We can finally go in and see the situation. Finally, Yi Xian revealed what he had been looking forward to for a long time. Desperate, Chana stopped trying to persuade him. He simply sat down with his arms crossed and started drawing circles on the ground. He had already made up his mind. As soon as he left the root of all evil star field, he would immediately find an excuse to leave. No matter what, he couldn't stay with this guy anymore. It was too dangerous. He was simply courting death. Yi Xian ignored him. He immediately activated the mechanical bug and crossed the line into the core area of the root of all evil, heading straight for the Black Beetle Queen's nest. The Black Beetle Queen's nest was actually a huge planet with a hollow interior. Of course, this planet had long since died and no longer emitted heat. Occasionally, one could see some planets in the Death Star field, but they were all in the same situation. Their insides were hollowed out, and some powerful space beasts had built their nests. There were not many void rifts around the star nest's location. There were still void cracks in the core area, but they were much fewer than in the periphery. Also, they were all fixed in the void and wouldn't move slowly. At this time, inside the Black Beetle Queen's nest, 5 mechanical bugs were lying in a row on the ground like dead dogs, unable to move at all. The entire nest had only been inhabited by the Queen Black Beetle. Now that it had fallen, other than the 5 mechanical battle insects, there was no other black beetle to be seen. Although the black beetle queen hadn't done much damage to the 5 mech bugs, at most some of their alloy limbs had been deformed. This was because the black beetle queen's strength was too great. When it laid on their bodies, it was as if it was tossing a mountain. Even their alloy limbs couldn't take it and were crushed. It was bent a little. Chapter 35:19. As the mechanical demon bug entered the black beetle queen's star nest, a series of 5 system notifications rang out in Yixian's mind. Congratulations, host. Discovered that you can devour intelligent life form. Emperor Xiaofeng. Mechanical life form. Evolution level. Medium. Do you wish to devour it immediately? Congratulations, host. Discovered that you can devour intelligent life form. After experiencing such inhumane torture, these 5 fellows' electronic consciousnesses had actually weakened to such an extent. On the surface, the 5 mechanical battle bugs did not seem to have suffered any damage at all. However, the moment Yixian appeared, the system had already determined that their condition was so weak that they could be devoured. Hence they were devoured. This was naturally a good thing. Yixian would not hold back at all. He immediately leaped forward, and the energy wings on the mechanical demon bug's back flapped. In an instant, all 5 mechanical battle bugs' heads were chopped off and rolled on the ground. Could not be helped. Their bodies were too big, and Yixian could not devour them whole. He could only chop off their heads and then devour the rest of the mechanical demon bug's head. This was because after the Tianji race activated their mechanical fusion ability, the main body of their electronic consciousnesses was within the mechanical demon bug's head. Seeing this scene, Chanas, who was in the mechanical demon bug's abdomen, fell to the ground again. It was as if he had lost his soul. He muttered to himself, and his face was pale with fright. This time he had really poked the heavens. Sir Sha clearly did not even want to let go of the young patriarch of the Tianji race. Now he had completely boarded the pirate ship. Once something happened, even if Sir Sha did not survive, he would not end up well either. At this thought, Chana shook his head and laughed bitterly. He had completely given up. Yixian did not care about all this. He directly restored the mechanical battle bug's size to 50,000 meters in diameter inside the Black Beetle Queen's star nest. Then he swallowed all 5 heads in one gulp. After a round of refinement, the familiar system notification rang out in his mind again. This time it was still 5 consecutive notifications. Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully devoured intelligent life form. Obtained 1 mechanical intelligence core. Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully devoured intelligent life form. Obtained mechanical intelligence core. As the 5 system notifications rang out, 5 more crystals appeared in Yixian's body. In addition to the 3 crystals he had obtained previously and the one from Sha Baofeng, Yixian now possessed a total of 9 mechanical intelligence cores. Each mechanical intelligence core represented the life of a Tianji clan member, just like the soul of a human cultivator. In other words, Yixian now had 9 identities of the Heaven's Legacy race that he could use. This was because each mechanical intelligence core was unique and had different source codes, so the frequency of the electronic consciousness was different. To Yixian, this was definitely a great convenience because in the headquarters of the Tianji clan, the Tianji city, every Tianji clan member had a different level of authority. Even the young clan leader D couldn't have full authority. Clan leader De had his own considerations in this regard. Apart from himself, no one else could have full authority in Tianji city. That would be too dangerous. Yixian now had 9 Tianji clan core high-level electronic consciousnesses in his hands. When he entered Tianji city, he would be able to touch and control a portion of the different levels of authority in each area. It would be very convenient for him to do things. After doing all this, Yixian immediately stored the remains of the 5 mechanical battle bugs into his body and handed them to the devouring system to strengthen the power of the super death light bomb. Including the remains of the devil battleship that he had obtained from devouring Sha Baofeng, the materials for the super death light bomb now amounted to 9 fortresses of various sizes. 2 of them were even large fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters. If the kinetic energy compartments, antimatter light energy generators, space oscillators, and other components were used, the bomb would be destroyed. Yixian didn't even dare to imagine how terrifying the power of the super death light bomb would be when all the components and equipment were put together. After doing all this, Yixian immediately left the Black Beetle Queen's star nest. The mechanical battle bug appeared at the edge of the root of all evil's core hinterland, and then entered the central region's buffer zone. After completing the system title exploration mission this time, Yixian's system title had jumped to Interstellar Raider. He now had the ability to imprint the coordinates of 2 different locations in the universe at the same time. In the first universe, Yixian had already imprinted the coordinates of the Demonkin starfield's black hole. He decided to imprint the coordinates of the second location in the root of all evil's star field. This was because not only was this place very close to the Tianji clan's headquarters, Tianji City, it was only a few days' journey away. Furthermore, there was the existence of the heaven-defying refining system like the Great Furnace. Yixian was still thinking about coming here every other year to collect the fruits of the Great Furnace. However, it wasn't wise to leave the coordinates of this location in the core hinterland. If he jumped here, it was very likely that his aura would be locked onto by some powerful existence. Thus, he decided to imprint the coordinates of the second location in the first universe in the central region of the root of all evil's star field. This way it would be safer. Not long after, he found a rather remote area in the central region's buffer zone. Not only were there very few void rifts in the surroundings, there weren't even many black beetles to be seen. When Yixian gave the system the order to begin imprinting the coordinates of the second universe, the system's notification sound quickly rang out in his mind, guiding Yixian through the steps of imprinting the coordinates step by step. A strand of primordial spirit that had been processed through various methods was quickly refined into a special imprint by Yixian. Then this primordial spirit imprint was shot out of his body in an extremely mysterious and complicated manner, connecting and merging with the void rift in front of him until it completely fused with it in the end. Although this was the 4th time, Yixian still couldn't get used to the pain of forcibly separating a tiny strand of his own primordial spirit. This was simply indescribable with words. After this strand of primordial spirit was separated, Yixian didn't immediately adjust his breathing to recover and repair his mind. Instead, he forcefully endured the various discomforts of his injured primordial spirit and forced himself to focus. Again and again, he used different and complicated methods to continuously condense this strand of primordial spirit. This process took the time of a meal. In the end, Yixian paid close attention to the entire process, from connecting the void to matching the primordial spirit imprint, and finally fusing it perfectly. In the end, he didn't dare to relax in the slightest from beginning to end, so much so that his entire person seemed to be on tenterhooks. Chapter 35-20. After rushing out of the outskirts of the source of all evil's star field, Yixian was immediately shocked by the scene in the distant void. The vast void was still burning with flames. The hundreds of fortresses were not small in scale. They were a huge fleet. After they were completely blown up, it would take a certain amount of time for the energy to burn. Damn! No wonder the 2 consciousnesses of the Supreme Ancients didn't start a massacre after returning. It turns out that there is already such a huge fleet outside acting as scapegoats. Seeing this spectacular scene in front of him, Yixian was stunned for a while before coming back to his senses and muttering to himself. Then, a warning sign appeared in his heart. Without hesitation, he immediately had the Wildstar Field Life Fortress deactivate the mechanical demon bug state and return to the demon battleship's appearance. Then he activated the concealment array. Fa quickly left this troublesome place. According to his guess, this fleet should have been sent by the Heaven's Legacy race to reinforce Emperor Xiaofeng and the others. Now they had lost contact with Emperor Xiaofeng and the others, and the reinforcements had been completely annihilated. The vast void was illuminated by flames, so this matter must have alarmed the Heaven's Legacy race. Base camp. Perhaps the reinforcements sent by the Tianji race were already on the way, and would arrive soon. The matter of the demon battleship and young emperor's encounter had not yet been leaked. If people saw the demon battleship appear in this star field, it might arouse the suspicion of some people. The best way to deal with this matter was to quickly retreat and pretend that they had never been to this star field. In this way, not only would Sha Baofeng's identity not be suspected, but the identities of young emperor and the others would also not be too troublesome in the future. After the reinforcements of the Tianji race entered the star field in search for no results, the 8 of them would be listed as missing, not dead. At that time, if necessary, Yixian could completely transform into young emperor's appearance and find a reasonable excuse to return to life. After leaving the root of all evil star field, the Devil battleship continued to head for the headquarters of the Heaven's Legacy race, the Heaven's Legacy City. However, it did not choose the main route to the Heaven's Legacy City, because that would lead to encountering the reinforcements of the Heaven's Legacy race, which would bring unnecessary trouble. Yixian deliberately deviated from the main Starry Sky route and let the demon battleship travel in a more remote part of the Starry Sky. Regarding this, the Demon Royal Guard Commander Chanas did not have any objections. He did not even say anything. The old man was still in shock. The reason he left the Demon Royal Star with Yixian was to come to Tianji City to get promoted and make a fortune, but now it seemed that this trip to Tianji City had turned into a horror trip. Even young emperor's young emperor in front of him was killed by him. In short, no matter what Lord Sha did now, he could only follow. The two were already grasshoppers on the same rope. Chanas had a sullen feeling of being lured into a den of thieves for no reason, but there was nothing he could do. One day later, the demon battleship stopped in a remote part of the Starry Sky. There were only 5 days' journey ahead from the Tianji race's base camp. Yixian did not plan to continue forward, because he needed to at least digest the harvest this time. This digestion was not referring to the shocking harvest he obtained from the great furnace in the core hinterland of the Tianji race, but the mechanical intelligence cores of young emperor and the other 8 core members of the Tianji race. The dark furnace lotion, all evil origin liquid, the 9-colored meat paste, and the remains of the 12 powerful ancient creatures were all resources that could be used in the future. Their levels were too high, so they could only be used at critical moments, such as when breaking through realms and tearing apart some shackles of the human body. They could only be used to heal the body's hidden ailments and injuries. However, the mechanical intelligence cores of the 8 core members of the Tianji race had to be digested as soon as possible, because the Tianji race's headquarters was right in front of them. These 8 mechanical intelligence cores contained the memories of the 8 core members of the Tianji race, as well as their understanding of the mechanical fusion ability. For Yixian, these were the things that he needed the most and were the most important at the moment. He chose an inconspicuous and barren planet in this remote star field, and then had the demon battleship shrink in size and enter a huge fissure on the planet's surface. After taking a detour for a while, he hid in the depths of the earth. Chanas did not ask much about Yixian's strange actions. He was now completely disheartened. In any case, following this madman, he could encounter all kinds of strange things, so he would just muddle along. If there was a chance, he would clean himself up and leave him far away, never to return. If he provoked, the most important part of the 8 mechanical intelligence cores was the electronic consciousness of young emperor and the other 8 core members of the Tianji race. This part took up 2/3 of the crystal intelligence cores, and the other 1/3 was the electronic life memories of the 8 people. To put it bluntly, it was actually data and pieces of information which could be said to be extremely long and complicated. What Yixian had to do now was to memorize all the data and information in these 8 mechanical intelligence cores, carefully browsing and even sorting them out. This would be useful for him when he entered the Tianji race's base camp, Tianji City. There would be great benefits for him. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will not be defeated in 100 battles. After all, these were all the life memories of the 8 life consciousnesses, and the amount of data and information was completely unimaginable. Fortunately, Yixian had the help of the Devouring system, which helped him sort out the data and then browse through them one by one. As a result, in a short period of time, Yixian had already gone through all of the data in his memory and engraved it in his heart. Moreover, all of this was stored in a separate database of data that the Devouring system had separated out. If there was a case where he forgot something, or if there was a particular matter that needed to be carefully investigated, Yixian could at any time search through this database of data and information. Apart from these life memories, what Yixian gained the most was the understanding of the various mechanical abilities of the Tianji race contained in these 8 mechanical intelligence cores. Basically, they were all electronic abilities, and Yixian studied them one by one. Then, he focused on young emperor and the other 7's understanding of the Tianji race's ultimate secret technique, which was the fusion ability of machines. The Starfield Life Fortress was truly formidable. As the only life fortress in the world, its abilities in many aspects even surpassed that of the Heaven's Legacy race. Otherwise, when young Master Linghu had brought the Starfield Life Fortress into the world, he wouldn't have been so shocked by the various large factions. He had the Yuan Yuan in his hands. Chapter 35-21. The reason why Yi Xian was studying Emperor Xiaofeng and the rest of the Tianji clan's upper echelons was because he wanted to see what kind of creativity they had when it came to this ability. This would serve as a reference for S.W. Wild Star Fortress. The so-called inspiration was actually creative thinking and inspiration. Everyone was different. Yi Xian was now able to study the inspiration of the 8 Tianji clan's upper echelons. This was a rare opportunity. The Tianji clan was different from any other life form. They didn't have flesh, soul, or soul. They didn't even have spiritual energy. All they had was a strand of electronic consciousness. They couldn't even be considered a life form born from heaven and earth. They could only be born from intelligent robots. Once they gained self-awareness, they could be considered to have awakened and become members of the Tianji clan. As for intelligent robots, they weren't born naturally. They were created by themselves. Therefore, the Tianji clan couldn't be considered a life form of this world. It was also because of this that they could cultivate and absorb energy from the planet's core. They could also use various methods to strengthen their electronic consciousness. In addition, they could also use all kinds of rare minerals, heavenly materials, earthly treasures, and other precious metals to build a body for themselves. Moreover, in the process of becoming stronger step by step, they would constantly countless times carry out new changes to this body. However, all of this could not change the most fundamental fact, and that was their foundation. The most fundamental source of their existence was ultimately just a stream of electronic data. Therefore, no matter how powerful the Tianji clan was, they could only rely on modern technology to manifest their strength. Or they could create a body for themselves. No matter how human-like this body was, it could only be a robot body that was infinitely close to a body of flesh and blood. Or it could be a battleship, a fortress, or something like that. In short, if they were only left with a string of data that represented their existence, then they would not be able to survive unless they were stored in an intelligent computer system. And wasn't the so-called intelligent computer system a kind of technological device? At the end of the day, this race was really pitiful. Their existence without technological equipment would become a joke. At the same time, the power they could use and control also required technological devices. Unlike human cultivators, they were unable to absorb the spirit chi of heaven and earth to cultivate their cultivation techniques or temper their bodies to walk the path of body refinement. They weren't like other races in the universe who had so-called bloodlines and could obtain inheritances, secret arts, abilities, and power from their bloodlines. They couldn't even compare to the superbrain, which was a species between life and non-life. The Tianji clan had too many weaknesses. Therefore, their advantage was infinitely magnified in the only field they excelled in, which was the field of mechanical construction and control. This was because they couldn't study other fields. All their thoughts were focused on this field. It could be said that in this domain, there were countless races in the entire universe, but there was no race that could compare to them. They could be said to have a unique advantage. Therefore, even though Di Xiaofeng and the other core members of the Tianji clan were like Sha Baofeng, and were direct subordinates of clan leader Di, they were only given a part of the true essence of the mechanical fusion ability. However, to Yi Xian they had different levels of understanding and were only a part of it. However, the mechanical fusion ability was still an eye-opener for him. It could be said to be a real brainstorm. After carefully studying the insights and memories of young Emperor Di, and the others on the level of mechanical fusion, Yi Xian was enlightened and his entire body was enlightened. He sent all the information to the central database of S.W. Starfield Life Fortress and gave the order to deduce it immediately. Everything unfolded silently. 2 hours later, Yi Xian finally received a response. A familiar system notification sounded in his mind, telling him that the Life Fortress had undergone a qualitative transformation, and its ability had greatly increased. It asked Yi Xian if he wanted to demonstrate it immediately. A qualitative transformation. A substantial increase in ability. Just these two keywords were enough to make Yi Xian extremely excited. He couldn't wait and immediately gave a definite answer, wanting to see it immediately. Immediately, the life fortress, which had transformed into the demon battleship, shook slightly. Yixian and Chana's both felt the ground under their feet begin to move. The originally vast top-floor command cabin and dome also changed, gradually shrinking. At the same time, they could no longer pass through the one-way transparent cabin. They could directly see the scene outside the ship with their naked eyes. They could only use the holographic 3D screen in the shrunken cabin to achieve this. In the holographic 3D screen, the entire shape of the demon battleship could be seen clearly. Then the transformation began. Rumble. Ka-cha-cha. A faint roar, accompanied by the continuous grinding sound of machinery, sounded at the same time. The demon battleship first transformed into the appearance of a mechanical demon bug, and then it transformed into the different forms of mechanical battle insects created by the fusion of Sha Baofeng, Emperor Xiaofeng, and the other Tianji clansmen. In the end, it even combined the appearance of these 10 different battle insects and demon bugs, taking advantage of their advantages and transforming them into an extremely strange insect-like mechanical monster. All of this was within Yixian's expectations, including the giant skull that looked like a claw of the netherworld. Yixian had come into contact with all of this before, or the life fortress had transformed before. But this time the life fortress's transformation speed was much, much faster. This was clearly due to Emperor Xiaofeng and the others' comprehension of mechanical fusion. But this was not the end. The so-called qualitative transformation clearly did not just mean that the life fortress's transformation speed had increased. Then the style of the life fortress suddenly changed. The grinding sounds of machinery suddenly rang out, and the life fortress's external form suddenly turned into a 9-hell demon crocodile, then a blood unicorn, a void tortoise, a golden divine dragon, and even a desolate ancient yaksha with a pair of giant wings on its back. In short, the Devouring Systems database recorded this. Chapter 35-22. Looking at the holographic 3D screen in front of them, Yixian and Chana's were both dumbfounded. Their mouths were wide open, and their faces were filled with astonishment. This was truly a stroke of genius. They had never thought that a small fortress could have so many transformations. Apart from the mechanical battle bug, it could also transform into the golden divine dragon, desolate ancient yaksha, and other forms. It was practically every life form they had ever seen or heard of. It had demonstrated all the transformations of life forms just now. In the end, it had directly transformed into an alloy battle god that was more than 50,000 meters tall, holding a giant shield and a spear that was more than 100,000 meters long in its hands. This completely subverted the Tianji race's mechanical fusion ability. There was nothing impossible, only unexpected. It was no wonder that the devouring system in Yixian's body had evaluated it as a life form that had undergone a qualitative transformation. Wasn't this a qualitative transformation? The significance of this transformation was tantamount to opening a door that had never existed before for the life fortress. It broadened the scope of its existence. It was no longer just a battleship. It could even be a battle beast, or a giant humanoid mecha. For example, right now, Yixian and Chana's were in the inner space of the alloy battle god's chest. All of the alloy battle god's movements were under Yixian's control. In a sense, wasn't it like Yixian wearing a giant humanoid mecha and charging onto the battlefield to fight? Was that so? In the vast universe there was no such thing as a life form. Every life form had its own reason for existence, and also had its own strengths. For example, the Zerg race in the universe. Their powerful vitality and terrifying jumping ability, when they exploded, were their unique advantages. As for other species, the reason why they were in their current form and not other forms was also for their own reasons. Existence was reason. That was what it meant. In different environments and situations you might need to strengthen differently. Yixian, on the other hand, had a life stronghold that could change its shape at will. When he needed it, he could do whatever he wanted. It was perfect to the extreme. However, compared to other life forms, such as the Zergs, Yixian was more inclined toward the final form of the alloy battle god that the life fortress had transformed into. He immediately ordered the life fortress to maintain its current form, and not continue transforming. This was because Yixian wanted to properly study the alloy battle god's form. He was even vaguely looking forward to the moment when he could transform the life fortress into this form, and control it to charge onto the battlefield to fight the enemy. This was just a random thought. At this moment, Yi Xian would never have imagined that this wish of his would actually come true. Of Ye's order. And under Yi of the Life Fortress. Yi Xian excitedly began to study all of the alloy battle god's combat techniques, as well as the various abilities represented by its internal structure. The alloy battle god's body was over 50,000 meters long. This was the current limit. If they wanted to make the alloy battle god even larger, they would need the micromolecules of the Zerg that made up the life fortress to multiply again. Of course, 50,000 meters was the upper limit. As for the decrease, it reached 500 meters, which was a bit smaller than the mechanical devil bug from before. This was also because the life fortress had just reached its lower limit after digesting the insights of young Emperor and the other Tianji race higher-ups regarding the fusion of machines. Similarly, if it transformed into the mechanical devil bug form, it could also reach 500 meters. This was completely different from the previous limit of 1,000 meters. If young Emperor was still here and saw this scene, who knew how shocked he would be? Although 500 meters was the lower limit of the body size, as a human it was really too shocking. Think about it. Among the standard warships of the various large and small countries in the territory of the Immortal Dynasty in the human technological camp, the smallest planetary warship was only 1,000 meters long. If it was compared to the alloy battle god vertically, it would only be twice the size of the alloy battle god. As for the upper limit of 50,000 meters, that was even more shocking. Everyone was used to the sight of a 50,000-meter-wide interstellar fortress, hovering in the void of the universe. However, if there was a humanoid alloy war god standing next to this interstellar fortress that was as tall as it, or even slightly taller, everyone's eyes would definitely fall to the ground in shock. 50,000 meters, that was 50 kilometers. This kind of height made people speechless. With one large stride or leap, it was at least several hundred kilometers. It was absolutely terrifying. And this was just the basic performance. In addition, in terms of defense and attack, the alloy battle god also stunned Yi Xian. First of all, the energy shield of the Universal Fortress's defense system would normally appear as a pair of light beams behind the alloy battle god. Of course, this pair of light beams also had a shocking cutting ability. When combined, it could protect the body, and when split, it could cut through the sturdy hull of the Universal Fortress. In addition, this kind of defense system's energy shield could also appear in any area of the alloy battle god at any time. For example, if the head was attacked in an instant, a partial defensive light shield would appear on the alloy battle god's head. The same energy shield could also appear on the chest, back, front, and even the forelimbs and other parts of the body. As for attack power, in addition to blocking attacks, the giant alloy battle god's left hand could also be used as a heavy shield to smash down fiercely. The alloy spear in the right hand was even more indestructible. It could be used as a close-range weapon, and it could also be thrown like a spear. At that time, with the alloy battle god's powerful force pushing it forward, in addition to the inertial acceleration of the spear after it was shot out, it would definitely be a killing move. It could directly pierce through a universal fortress with a diameter of more than 100,000 meters. This was just the alloy battle god's spear and shield. In fact, if Yi Xian needed it, the alloy battle god's shield and spear could even be in the form of energy, such as antimatter light energy. This form of the battle god's shield could cancel out all attacks. The penetration and lethality of this form of the battle god's spear increased exponentially. It could be called a killing machine. In addition, the alloy battle god's knees and elbows also had sharp attack structures. At the same time, it could also activate the ship's cannons and fire antimatter energy death ray cannons. Including the shoulders and the back. Everything was fine. Chapter 35-23. After understanding everything about the alloy war god, Yi Xian was even more satisfied. He could not put it down and immediately grinned. Even the two-handed shield and spear have two forms? The super alloy form and the antimatter light energy form. There's no need to try the former. Use the super alloy form in a regular battle. This can also confuse the enemy. The second antimatter light energy form is a trump card. At the critical moment, the form of the spear and shield can suddenly change. It will definitely have a miraculous effect. I just don't know how strong the penetration of the antimatter light energy form of the battle spear is. At this point, Yi Xian licked his lips, and an eager expression appeared on his face. He turned his head and looked at a huge abandoned planet in the distant void. Then, before Chanas could recover, Yi Xian had already issued an order to the alloy war god. The next moment, the alloy war god's right hand suddenly shook, and the thick spear that was more than 100,000 meters long quickly shrank and disappeared in the blink of an eye. In its place was a battle spear of the same length but completely black. This battle spear was not a physical object, but a condensation of antimatter light energy. Could not be touched at all. Otherwise, anything that touched it would be destroyed. The reason why the alloy war god could hold it unscathed was that its palm and other parts were originally the energy vent of the antimatter light energy generator. It was made of a special material. Rumble! Whoosh! With a deafening roar, the alloy war god abruptly came to a halt, and its figure instantly shot up hundreds of kilometers into space. At the same time, it raised its right hand, gripping the antimatter energy spear, and threw it with all its might without hesitation. At this moment the void was torn apart, and there was an ear-piercing sound. A black light pierced through the sky, and in the blink of an eye, it had already reached the huge abandoned planet in the distant void. With a roar and explosion, it pierced through without any suspense and finally disappeared into the void of the universe at the end of the line of sight. In space. Gurgle gurgle. It was just a throw of the spear, but a hole with a diameter of 100 meters appeared in the center of the huge abandoned planet. Looking from this side of the void, one could see the void on the other side of the planet. This scene was too shocking. Chanasi was stunned. His mouth was wide open, but he didn't say anything. His throat kept moving as he swallowed his saliva. Even though Yi Xian had already guessed that this might be the outcome, seeing it with his own eyes gave him a different feeling. He was equally shocked. Heavens, Sha. Lord Sha, how did you do it? Was this really the devil battle horn? My goodness, you almost scared this old man to death. After staring blankly for a long time, Chanas finally came back to his senses. Looking at the huge abandoned star with a hole in it, he stammered, obviously still unable to break free from the great shock in his heart. Such a huge star, even if it's 100,000 meters in diameter, it's still not that big of a star. Even the battleship's death ray cannon from the empty fortress would definitely not be able to pierce a hole in it. This is simply illogical. Yi Xian patted Chanas on the shoulder with a sympathetic look. Don't worry, you'll get used to it slowly. The reason why he brought Chanas out of the Demon Emperor planet was partly because he didn't want to leave this hidden danger there. Secondly, he also considered that after entering the Tianji city, he might need help in some aspects, so he brought one with him just in case. It was indeed hard on this old man along the way. However, this place was only a 5-day interstellar voyage away from the Tianji city. Once they reached the Tianji city, regardless of whether he was of use to Yi Xian, he wouldn't bring him with him when he left. To him, this should be considered a release. As for whether there would be a situation where the matter would be exposed after they left, and whether Chanas would be implicated if it really happened, this was not a problem that Yi Xian had to consider. Immediately, Yi Xian issued another order to Life Fortress to deactivate the Alloy War God form and return to the Demon Battlecruiser form. Then he stepped on the interstellar main route to the Tianji city and sped towards the Tianji race's headquarters at full speed. Tianji City. As the headquarters of the Tianji race, the overlord of the first universe, naturally couldn't be an isolated city. In fact, it was a collective name for a cluster of buildings in the starry sky. Tianji City was located in the central region of the first universe. The starry sky that its territory covered was extremely vast. In a broad sense, Tianji City was divided into the outer region, the inner region, and the core region. The outer region was made up of a large number of planets. These planets looked no different from the planets that the human race lived on. There were many cities on the surface of the planets, but they were all majestic steel cities. Living on these planets were either a large number of intelligent robots or some of the first universe's slave races. The Tianji race had a unique ability in the area of mechanical research and development. These planets that housed a large number of intelligent robots and slave races of the Tianji race were actually star-grade industrial manufacturing bodies. A large number of intelligent robots, battleships, and other mechanical equipment were built on these planets. There were tens of thousands of such industrial planets. These tens of thousands of industrial planets surrounded the inner region of Tianji City, forming the outer region of the industrial ring. As for the inner region, It was formed by more than 10,000 star fortresses that were built into fixed space fortresses scattered throughout the void. If the outer region was the industrial ring, then the inner region was the defensive ring. Right in the center of the inner defensive ring was a gigantic mechanical city, the size of a continent. This was Tianji City. Normally, Tianji City looked like a flat continent made of the strongest cosmic alloy. It was vast, but it could be transformed. If necessary, this flat void alloy continent could be transformed into a supercosmic fortress with a diameter of 1 million meters. A sphere with a diameter of 1 million meters was equivalent to 1,000 kilometers, and the space inside was even more so because of the space-folding technology. It was tens of thousands of kilometers wide. Even the human race didn't have many cities like this, and all of them were located inside the stars and couldn't be moved. In a sense, the headquarters of the Tianji race could appear anywhere, including the second and third universes. Compared to the largest majestic cities of the human race, Tianji City's greatest advantage was its ability to transform. It could be a floating alloy continent in the void, or it could be a terrifying cosmic fortress with a diameter of 1,000 kilometers. It could perform interstellar travel, perform wormhole jumps, defend, and attack. It was because of this that Tianji City had an unparalleled reputation in the three universes. Chapter 35-24. 5 days later, the demon battlecruiser arrived at Tianji City. Although Yi Xian had already seen the magnificence of Tianji City through the memories of Baofeng Xia, young emperor, and the others at this moment, he was still deeply shocked when he saw the massive buildings formed by countless planets that were made into the strongest alloy star fortresses. The Demon Royal Guard commander was even more stunned. He had never been to Tianji City before, and had only heard about it. Therefore, he was equally shocked by everything in front of him. The human race's population was much larger, but they were spread across countless star sectors and administrative planets in the third universe. Basically, it was impossible for a large number of administrative planets to cluster together in a small star sector. This was because whether it was the human race, the other races of the Federation in the second universe, or even the demon race and other slave races in the first universe, almost all of them were life forms. Life forms had requirements for the climate and environment of the planet they lived on. For example, an atmosphere was one of the most basic requirements. Without an atmosphere, it was impossible to block out all kinds of harmful cosmic rays. In the vast universe, although there were countless stars, which was how the term scattered like the stars in the sky came about, most of them were mineral stars and abandoned planets. Although there were many planets with atmospheres that were suitable for life forms to inhabit, they were basically scattered. This directly caused the human race and all the other races of the Federation in the second universe to be scattered. Of course, the current starry sky network was extremely developed. Even if they were separated by a star sector, there was no problem in terms of communication. However, Tianji City was different. In this small star sector, all the planets were used. There were more than 10,000 planets in the periphery and more than 10,000 planets in the inner circle. Among these 30,000 planets, the ones that had atmospheres and were suitable for life forms to live on were left for the slave races. The other planets that didn't have atmospheres and weren't suitable for life forms to live on all had cities. They were built into star-level industrial bases or defensive fortresses, and all the people moving around on them were intelligent robots. As far as Yi Xian could see, all of the stars in his line of sight were actually steel and majestic cities. Not a single one of them was bare and unused, and this was only the periphery of Heaven's secret city. Such a strange phenomenon could only be seen in the Tianji City star sector in all the three dimensions of the universe. As soon as the demon battlecruiser arrived at the edge of the star sector of Tianji City, a fleet of 10 small fortresses with a diameter of 50,000 meters immediately came to greet them. There were all kinds of fortresses and fortresses everywhere. After all, this was the headquarters of the Tianji race. The race's warship manufacturing center was also here. Warships and fortresses were sailing everywhere in the starry sky. Every planet's star docks were filled with fortresses and fortresses. Yi glanced around and saw at least tens of thousands of fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters. This number was simply terrifying. Once they were all sent to the star battlefield, a star sector would be destroyed in a second. Yi Xian immediately used Xia Baofeng's electronic consciousness to connect with the command ship of this patrol fleet. Xia Baofeng was a core member of the Tianji race and a direct descendant of Patriarch Di. Although his status wasn't as high as Emperor Xiaofeng and the others, he was definitely an important figure in Tianji City. There were many such patrol fleets in the entire star sector. Although each patrol fleet had 10 small fortresses, in fact, only the command ship had a real Tianji race member. The other 9 fortresses were filled with intelligent robots. There weren't many real Tianji race members. Up until now, it was said that there were only a few million of them. Some of them had to be sent out, while the rest in the headquarters had to be spread out to almost 30,000 star fortresses and industrial bases. Therefore, it was rare to see real Tianji race members gathered together. Basically, the Tianji race members who had missions would work with a bunch of intelligent robots without self-awareness. Of course, this was also a kind of tempering for them because the Heaven's Legacy race was born from these sentient robots. The reason why the Heaven's Legacy race was able to create so many sentient robots and create so many sentient robots in so many different domains and regions was because they were led by a true real Tianji race member was leading them. In addition to carrying out their own work and completing missions, there was another purpose. They hoped that this kind of guidance would lead to the birth of more intelligent robots. As a core member of the Tianji race, Xia Baofeng didn't dare to run rampant in the core region of the 3 major regions. At the very least, he could do it in this peripheral industrial area. However, on one hand, Yixian had returned. He wasn't in Xia Baofeng's exclusive fortress, but on the Devil battleship. On the other hand, he saw that the atmosphere in this peripheral area was different from the scene he saw in the memories of Xia Baofeng, Emperor Xiaofeng, and the others. There seemed to be a lot of fortresses, large and small, gathered at the edge of the peripheral area, as if you were planning to go to war. This was different from normal situations and it was somewhat abnormal. Therefore, he took the initiative to contact the patrol fleet's command ship. While revealing his identity, he also asked for a few words of information. After confirming Yixian's identity, the other 9 small fortresses of the patrol fleet immediately retreated. Only the command ship with a Tianji race member in charge stayed behind to explain the reason for this gathering phenomenon to Yixian. The information he obtained shocked Yixian. They were actually preparing for war. This was thousands of fortresses and fortresses of various sizes. As for the 3,000-meter-long stellar-level battleships, there was a black mass of at least hundreds of thousands of them parked in the void further away. Such a scale of preparation was clearly the rhythm of a plane-level decisive battle. Yixian had never seen this before, so he was naturally shocked. He originally thought that the Tianji race was going to war with the human race of the Third Universe, or at least with the entire Wanluo Federation. However, the reality surprised Yixian. The Tianji race's preparation for war this time had nothing to do with the human race of the Third Universe. Even the Wanluo Federation didn't participate. It was completely a private action of the races of the Second Universe Federation. That's right, just a few days ago, led by the Blood Wyrm race, the Cyan Rock race, and several other powerful races that ranked in the top 10 of the Federation of the Second Universe, almost half of the races of the Second Universe Federation issued a joint statement at the same time, declaring that they would attack the First Universe at all costs. Chapter 35-25. This time, more than half of the Federation races in the Second Universe had publicly declared that they would all participate in the war. Among the top 10 races in the Second Universe Federation, other races such as the Blood Dragon race, the Green Rock race, the Battle Lion race, the Inji race, the Barbarian Bull race, the Golden Eagle race, the Colorful Python race, the Greedy Wolf race, and the Tree Spirit race had all declared their stance. Originally, the human race of the Third Universe and the headquarters of the Myriad Luo Federation thought that the 9 supreme beings of the top 10 races of the Second Universe were just joking. After all, this kind of war announcement was simply unreasonable and too strange. It was more like a prank. But soon, from the vast star field of the Second Universe, news of the various races preparing for war and gathering a large number of fleets at the edge of the wormhole that led to the First Universe plane came from the Second Universe. At this point, the headquarters of the Myriad Luo Federation panicked and realized the seriousness of the situation. This was clearly a sign that the races of the Second Universe Federation had lost control and no longer listened to the Federation's control. The headquarters of the Federation immediately made an official request, requesting the races of the First Universe Federation, especially the 9 leading races of the top 10 races except the Dark Turtle race, to give an explanation for this declaration of war. At the very least, an internal communication was necessary to explain a reason, right? However, in the face of the request from the headquarters of the Federation, the races of the Second Universe Federation were unprecedentedly tough. They directly declared that this was a large-scale war between the First and Second Universes, and had nothing to do with the Myriad Luo Federation, or the humans of the Third Universe. They hoped that they would not participate. Otherwise, it would affect the internal unity of the Federation. At this point, the headquarters of the Myriad Luo Federation and the humans of the Third Universe realized that something big had happened. The races of the Second Universe Federation would definitely not start such a war for no reason. It should be known that for many years, the entire Myriad Luo Federation had only fought to a draw with the overlord of the First Universe, the Tianji race. There were countless battles, big and small, and basically there were victories and losses on both sides. The entire Myriad Luo Federation included the humans of the Third Universe and the races of the Second Universe. It could be said that the overall combat power of the human race in the Third Universe was slightly stronger than that of all the races in the Second Universe. Now, the various races of the Second Universe were clamoring to face the overlord of the First Universe, the Tianji race, alone. Either they were crazy, or there was some hidden factor that forced them to fight. Because in such a war, the chances of the races of the Second Universe Federation winning was less than 20%. Basically, it would result in a crushing defeat. Obviously, the former possibility was almost non-existent. It could be explained if one race had a brain malfunction, but the entire Second Universe Federation had a brain malfunction. That was definitely not scientific. In other words, the truth was already very clear. The various races of the Second Universe Federation had their own reasons and difficulties, but as for what their reasons and difficulties were, no one in the outside world knew except for themselves. After confirming that the various races of the Federation of the Second Universe were not joking, the headquarters of the Myriad Luo Federation and the two camps of the human clan sent out a large number of scouts to the Second Universe and the First Universe. It was to find out the reason why the various races of the Second Universe Federation were determined to fight to the death. On the other hand, it was to prepare for a rainy day. In the First Universe, it was to spy on the Tianji race's reaction to this unexpected event, and their various countermeasures. In any case, the various races of the Second Universe were part of the Myriad Luo Federation. Their combat power was equivalent to 40% of the total combat power of the entire Myriad Luo Federation. If the various races of the Second Universe Federation suffered a crushing defeat in this battle and suffered too great a loss, the strength of the entire Myriad Luo Federation would be greatly damaged. For the Federation and the two camps of the human clan in the Third Universe, this was not a good thing. Could even be a disaster. This was because the overlord of the First Universe, the Tianji race, had been waiting for this opportunity to separate the various races of the Second Universe Federation from the human clan and defeat them one by one. This time, the various races of the Second Universe Federation were clearly offering up the opportunity that they had been dreaming of. How could the Tianji race not grasp this opportunity? There was no doubt that as long as the various races of the Second Universe Federation were defeated, the Tianji race would definitely go all out and target the two camps of the human clan in the Third Universe. In this way, the entire Myriad Luo Federation would be completely annihilated because of this battle. In the end, it was not impossible for the Tianji race to dominate the three universes. This matter was too important. Therefore, even if the Myriad Luo Federation was extremely dissatisfied, even if the two camps of the human clan were furious, they felt as if they were being shamelessly dragged into this mess by the various races of the Second Universe Federation. But for the sake of the overall situation, the human clan in the Third Universe was forced to helplessly prepare for war. After all, they were allies on the same front. The human clan and the headquarters of the Federation could not just watch as the various races of the Second Universe Federation were annihilated by the Tianji race. When it came to the critical moment that would decide the overall situation of the war, the armies of the two camps of the human clan would definitely enter the battlefield through the wormhole and helplessly participate in this war. They could only hope to maintain the balance of strength between the enemy and themselves. It could be said that the three universes had become hostile because of the sudden brainwashing of the various races of the Second Universe. An all-out war between the three universes had never been so close before. This was because both the various races of the Second Universe Federation and the two camps of the human clan in the Third Universe had already started. They had begun to gather their forces near the wormhole of the universe. The overlord of the First Universe, the Tianji race, was the same. During the few days that Yi Xian was rushing to Tianji City, all the races of the Federation in the First Universe, including the Demon Clan, had received the Tianji Race's Level 1 battle preparation order. Countless slave races were preparing for war with all their might. However, for Yi Xian, although this was not good news, it was not enough to make him burn with anxiety. After all, once this kind of planar universe war broke out, it would take hundreds or thousands of years. It was not something that could end in a day or two. Even the scales of the war, which camp would eventually tilt towards, could not be seen in a short period of time. If it was a full-scale war, it would take at least 100 years before there would be a sign of it. It could be said that it was really too early to be anxious about this. However, in fact, when Yi Xian learned of this news, he was indeed anxious at the first moment. The reason was very simple. Patriarch De of the Tianji race had already said that the tens of millions of void soldiers captured from the black hole of life in the demon domain not long ago would be sent by the Tianji race in the first fleet camp on the battlefield. Moreover, the only mission of these void soldiers was very simple. Chapter 35-26. In the face of the challenge from the Federation of the Second Universe, the Heavenly Legacy race, as the overlord of the First Universe, was the only opponent of the Myriad Net Federation for many years. Being able to deal with both the human race of the Third Universe and the superpowers of the Second Universe Federation of the human race of the Second Universe, they naturally couldn't keep a low profile. The Heavenly Legacy City didn't make any sort of declaration of war. It was meaningless. They simply began to prepare for war at the first moment, using their actions to prove everything. Without a doubt, in this kind of planar war, the Heavenly Legacy race would definitely be the core force of the First Universe, but they might not necessarily be the main force. This was because in the First Universe, there were still countless slave races including the Demon race. The Heavenly Legacy race didn't have many clansmen. The true Heavenly Legacy race only numbered in the millions. It was impossible to place all of them on the front lines. The main force of this war, at least the vast majority of the war of attrition, still had to rely on the fleets of the many slave races of the First Universe. Of course, the AI robot squadron under the Heavenly Legacy race was also one of the main forces. The Heavenly Legacy race was mysterious. The forces dispatched from the Heavenly Legacy race's main camp to participate in the war, such as a massive fleet of tens of thousands of warships, might only have one true Heavenly Legacy race clansman. However, the terrifying combat strength of this fleet was real and couldn't be ignored. A single Heavenly Legacy race clansman with an electronic consciousness could control countless AI robots at the same time. Battleships or even entire fleets were all controlled by intelligent robots. That would be enough. Otherwise, how could the Heavenly Legacy race, which only had a few million true clansmen, dominate the entire First Universe? In the First Universe, there were more than a few hundred slave races in the First Universe. There was once a joke that circulated in the three universes. At the time, the Heaven's Legacy race had yet to dominate the First Universe. There was a time when a massive fleet of several thousand warships, fortresses was sent to attack a race that refused to submit. In the end, the Heavenly Legacy race's fleet won, and this race became a slave race of the Heavenly Legacy race. In the end, the patriarch of this race raised his head and sighed. He said that the Heavenly Legacy race had mobilized thousands of warships and tens of billions of clansmen to attack a small race. How could they not sweep it away? This was clearly self-reproaching and lamenting the unfairness of the world. As a result, the several thousand fortresses of the Heaven's Legacy race fleet opened all of their hatches. Countless sentient robots lined up and walked out, flooding the void. But there was only one true member of the Heaven's Legacy race. A single member of the Celestial Legacy race with an electronic consciousness was enough to lead an enormous fleet into battle. All orders would be transmitted to the entire fleet in the form of an electronic consciousness, and received by all the sentient robots. Not only was the command instantaneous and comprehensive, but there was also no deviation in the execution of the command. This was because they were all intelligent robots and did not have their own consciousness. They only had the consciousness to carry out orders. This was much more efficient than humans and other races, who followed the example of their superiors and passed down orders one by one. This was why the Heaven's Legacy race's fleet was so frightening. Of course, this was only referring to regular battles, and it didn't include the battle between the Supreme Primordial Age and the Heaven's Fate Clan's fleet that had occurred in the source of all evil. That was purely a special case. The two sides involved in this battle were simply not on the same level of strength. In short, for the Heaven's Legacy race, it was completely normal for an enormous fleet to only have one or two true members of the Heaven's Legacy race presiding over it. For example, this was the case this time. The vanguard fleet of the Heaven's Legacy race was enormous. There were 1,000 fortresses of various sizes and 100 fortresses of various sizes. In addition, there were over 10,000 star-level warships that were 3,000 meters long and star-level warships that were 1,000 meters long. Such a massive vanguard fleet was completely controlled by sentient robots. Countless sentient robots were sent to the battlefield, but there were only two members of the upper echelon of the Heaven's Legacy race who were in charge of commanding the flagship. These two positions were enthusiastically contested by the upper echelons of the Heaven's Legacy race. In their view, this was an excellent opportunity to perform a great service. Just that the various races of the Federation of the Second Universe had sent a fleet over, and they had even taken the initiative to invade. The battlefield was in the first universe, their own territory. They were afraid. Also, this time the vanguard fleet was carrying the tens of millions of void soldiers that had been captured not long ago. They would be deployed on the battlefield as cannon fodder to consume the enemy's strength. It was safe to say that the Heaven's Legacy race's fleet would definitely win the battle no matter how one looked at it. The various races of the Federation of the Second Universe were invading. He would be beaten to a pulp. If the young chief, Di Xiaofeng, were there, nobody would have been able to take away the command of the vanguard fleet. The other upper echelons of the Heaven's Legacy race would have been able to compete for the position of deputy commander at best. However, the young chief, Di Xiaofeng, was missing. It was said that a major accident had taken place in the root of all evil. The entire fleet that was sent to reinforce Di Xiaofeng was annihilated. They didn't even have the chance to send out a distress signal. It was definitely because of a great disaster. Otherwise, how could such a thing have happened? There were already rumors in the Heaven's Legacy city, claiming that there was a terrifying being beyond the Star-Lord state in the depths of the root of all evil, and that the young chief, Di Xiaofeng, had already perished and would never return. That was why the upper echelons of the younger generation of the Heaven's Legacy race were all fighting for the position of commander of the vanguard fleet, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. In their eyes, they were no longer fighting for the position of commander of the vanguard fleet. They were fighting for the position of commander of the vanguard fleet in the future. They were fighting for the future of the Heaven's Legacy race. Now that Di Xiaofeng had perished, the clan chief would definitely choose a new person from the younger generation to replace him. If the commander who led the vanguard fleet to the space battlefield performed well, he would undoubtedly have a better chance. Under such circumstances, even the senior members of the Heaven's Legacy race had secretly reached a consensus that they would no longer fight for the position of commander of the vanguard fleet, leaving the opportunity to the younger generation. In the end, due to the fierce competition, everyone wanted to be the first to obtain the position of commander of the vanguard fleet. The Heaven's Legacy race was in turmoil for a while. In order to prevent internal strife, the clan chief De stated that the position of commander and deputy commander of the vanguard fleet would no longer be decided by the clan. Instead, the younger generation of the clan would be allowed to compete with each other and launch a fair competition. Yixian's eyes glittered when he heard the news. Since it was a fair competition, it couldn't be better. Chapter 35-27. Although it was confirmed that the commander of the vanguard fleet would be chosen by the younger generation of the Tianji clan through a fair competition, there was still no conclusion as to how this competition would be held. Clan leader De had yet to make a final decision as to the rules of the competition. However, with the fleet about to depart, the rules of the competition would be announced very soon. If it was not today, it would be tomorrow. Yixian was already determined to win. He sneered to himself and did not ask any more questions. He immediately steered the demon battleship toward the core area of Tianji City. Along the way, they passed through the outer industrial zone and the inner defensive circle. Along the way, every star that Yixian saw in this vast star domain was forged into a majestic alloy city. There was almost no rocky land on the surface of the star. It was all cold alloy, as if the entire body of the star was made of metal. It was as if it was made of alloy. It was shocking. Soon, a continent appeared in front of them. A continent in the starry sky. In the boundless starry sky of the universe, The 3 known universes were already vast and boundless. In these 3 universes there weren't only stars in the universe. In some peculiar universes there were indeed strange continents. However, there was only one continent in the 3 universes that was entirely made of alloy. This was the real Tianji City in a narrow sense, the core headquarters of the Tianji clan. Tianji City did not look big on the surface. It was only 1,000 kilometers in radius, which was about 1,000,000 meters. However, it was divided into 2 layers. The outer layer was the surface of this alloy continent. The inner layer was the internal space, just like the underground area of the continent. Due to the use of space-folding technology, the underground area of this alloy continent was even wider. That was an important place. Other than clan leader Di and a few of his core subordinates, no one was allowed to enter. Among the 9 mechanical intelligence cores in Yixian's hands, only the young clan leader Di Xiaofeng had the authority to enter the core area of Tianji City. The other 8, including Sha Baofeng, were all direct subordinates of clan leader Di. However, because they were not core members, they were all only allowed to enter. They had the right to enter and exit the outer layer of Tianji City. The Heaven's Legacy race was different from other races. They would not have a high population density because they had very few people to begin with. The entire Heaven's Legacy race only had a few million people. A large number of clansmen were sent out. Among the clansmen stationed in Tianji City, some had to lead patrol fleets to patrol this vast star region. In addition, the industrial perimeter and inner defensive perimeter all required 1 or 2 members of the Heaven's Legacy race to stand guard. In addition, the inner area of the Tianji continent also needed some core higher-ups to guard some important places, as well as the higher-ups sent over by the first universe's slave races. Therefore, on the outer surface of the Tianji continent it was basically deserted. However, there were still groups of intelligent super robots. Now and then a patrol team would pass by. Sha Baofeng had a villa on the outskirts of the Tianji continent. It was his private territory. Other higher-ups of the Tianji tribe were not allowed to enter. Only Sha Baofeng's electronic consciousness could open it. After the Devil battleship arrived at the edge of the Tianji continent, it was no longer allowed to move forward. Yixian was aware of this. He immediately walked out of the Devil battleship with Chanas. He waved his hand and stored the Devil battleship into his undying world. Then he landed and walked towards his villa. Although this was an alloy space city, because the Tianji tribe had always yearned for the life of the human race, even their own appearance was very similar to that of the human race. Therefore, the surface of the Tianji city's outer land looked very similar to the environment that the human race lived in. The ground, buildings, and vegetation. Everything was there. Of course, they were all simulated with the super memory alloy and the super biological alloy. Even an inconspicuous tree was shockingly tough. Even the star-obliterating cannons of a planetary warship might not be able to destroy it. Along the way to Sha Baofeng's villa, they did not encounter other higher-ups of the Heaven's Legacy race. Instead, they encountered many patrol teams of super battle AI robots. However, they were able to detect the electronic consciousness of the Heaven's Legacy race members. Therefore, they did not stop Yixian and mistook him for Sha Baofeng. The exterior and interior of the villa were the same as ordinary villas in the human world. However, it was made of top-grade alloy and was extremely sturdy. It could withstand the bombardment of Star Destroyer cannons. After all, this was the core of the Tianji city on the Tianji continent. Yixian had Sha Baofeng's electronic consciousness. He was the owner of this villa. Therefore, he easily entered the villa. After a round of searching, Yixian took all the rare minerals, materials, and cultivation resources that Sha Baofeng had left behind in the villa. It was a great harvest. Although it was not a lot, the things that Sha Baofeng had left behind in his base were all top-grade treasures. Yixian almost couldn't hold it in. He wanted to directly change his electronic consciousness and rob the villa of young Emperor Feng and the others. However, in the end, he held himself back and didn't make a move. If that happened, he would undoubtedly be exposed immediately. Young Emperor Feng and the other 8 upper echelons of the Heavenly Legacy clan were currently missing people. If they appeared outside of Heavenly Legacy City, it would be possible for them to find an excuse to avoid it. If they suddenly appeared in the core of Heavenly Legacy City like this, it would definitely arouse suspicion, unless Yixian already planned to do something. Otherwise, he would not have acted in this way. While he was looting Sha Baofeng's villa, the commander of the demon royal guards, Chanas, had been watching from the side. He shook his head and sighed from time to time. In his opinion, Yi Xian was not robbing Sha Baofeng's villa. Instead, he was packing up his belongings and preparing to run away. After all, if he committed a big crime, he would be exposed one day. Therefore, when Yi Xian finished looting everything in the villa and pretended not to care, he told Chanas that he would be staying here for the time being, and that he would give him the authority to freely enter and leave the villa. The old thing didn't hesitate in the slightest and immediately shook his head like a rattle drum. There's no way. Wherever Lord Sha goes, this old man will go. If you want to leave me here as a scapegoat, that is absolutely impossible. Eh? Yi Xian turned his head in surprise and sized up Chanas. He did not expect this old man to be so shrewd. Did he see through something? Without waiting for him to mutter, Chanas, who was at the side, spoke again. You've just returned and you're already taking care of the women. This is clearly the rhythm of running away. Sir Sha, I didn't give you any trouble along the way. Didn't you say so? We are grasshoppers in the same boat. And now you want to put me down? Isn't it a little unkind of you to leave me behind? Packing up your belongings? Yi Xian was stunned and then speechless. After all this time, this old man was actually thinking this way. He was really speechless. Chapter 35-28. The information displayed on the holographic screen was the rules of the election for the commander and deputy commander of the Tianji race's vanguard fleet. It was very simple. All the higher-ups of the younger generation who were currently in Tianji City could participate. As for the content of the competition, it was a competition of mechanical fusion abilities. This also limited the final winner to only the direct subordinates of the clan leader, D. This was because only Di's direct subordinates would be allowed to participate. This was the so-called ultimate secret technique of the Tianji race. This was clearly the rhythm of the selection of the new young patriarch. Perhaps this matter would not be announced publicly before confirming that young Emperor Di had met with misfortune. However, everyone knew that Patriarch Di definitely had this intention and had brought forward the selection of the new young patriarch. This was because to the Tianji race, one's talent could be seen from the degree of comprehension of mechanical fusion abilities. Young Emperor Di's talent in this ultimate secret technique far surpassed the other higher-ups of the younger generation of the Tianji race. However, to Yi Xian this was good news. He did not care about the young patriarch of the Tianji race, but Yi Xian had to obtain the commander of the vanguard fleet. If it was a competition of other domains and electronic abilities, Yi Xian might not dare to boast. However, in terms of mechanical fusion abilities in the entire Tianji race, other than Patriarch De, who had created this ultimate ability, Yi Xian was not afraid of anyone else. This included the few elders in the race. Although Yi Xian had never seen them before, he still had a certain understanding of their mechanical fusion abilities through the memories of young Emperor Di and the others. In other words, if nothing unexpected happened, the commander of the Tianji race's vanguard fleet this time would be none other than Yi Xian. The problem of the Void Soldier Ladle race could be considered to have been solved. Yi Xian was now thinking about the rescue problem of the demon people's royal uncles. After the thousands of slave races in the first universe were conquered by the Tianji race, every race's patriarch or emperor had to send an elder they had the best relationship with to Tianji City as a hostage when they ascended the throne. Because of this, it was said that there was an independent area inside Tianji City called the Imperial Prison. Those who were imprisoned were all members of the royal family of each race. In order to get close to the Imperial Prison, one had to enter the Tianji continent. Among the 9 mechanical intelligence cores in Yi Xian's hands, only young Patriarch Di Xiaofeng's electronic consciousness had this authority. However, Xiaofeng could not show himself now. Otherwise, it would cause trouble for Yi Xian. Everything would be exposed before he could take over the entire Soldier Ladle race. This matter was clearly at a dead end. If young Emperor Di used his identity to rescue the past generations of demon emperors, then the rescue of the Bingdiao clan would encounter a change. If he didn't move and waited for the commander of the vanguard fleet to take over the entire Soldier Ladle clan, then Yi Xian would immediately head to the front lines and wouldn't have the time to rescue the past generations of demon emperors. Looks like I can only wait until I return to Tianji City from the battlefield before I think of a way to save those old guys. After thinking for a while, Yi Xian shook his head and sighed. This is clearly a long-term plan to hide behind the enemy. But the demon race is too strong. Unless I have no other choice, I don't want to give up. Sigh this matter. Sighing, Yixian had no choice but to confirm the general direction of the follow-up action. First, he would get the commander's hat of the Vanguard fleet and take over the soldier ladle race. Then he would return to Tianji City and rescue the demon race's royal uncles. At this time, the holographic 3D screen in the villa's living room flashed again. A middle-aged man with a square face and a dignified face appeared on the 3D screen. Yixian's heart skipped a beat. He quickly got up and bowed slightly. Patriarch. Bang! Just as he finished speaking, a loud sound came from the sofa beside him. Yixian turned around and saw the commander of the Demon Royal Guards, Chanas. He hurriedly got up from the ground and stood respectfully in front of the sofa. His body was trembling slightly. Greetings, Patriarch. To the thousands of slave races in the first universe, the Patriarch of the Tianji clan D was a god. He was a supreme existence. The entire first universe was his territory. In fact, there were only a few races in the first universe who had seen DE in person. Even Chanas had never thought that he would be able to see the Patriarch of the Tianji clan DE with his own eyes when he came to the Tianji city this time, even if it was through a holographic 3D screen. Therefore, he was caught off guard and panicked. This was like the ordinary people in the dynasty suddenly seeing the arrival of the immortal emperor. It was inevitable. At this moment, Yixian's heartstrings tightened. He was not particularly reassured about Chanas. He was afraid that this old man would suddenly say something that he should not say. Originally, Yixian was also thinking of ways to avoid this. However, De's appearance was too sudden. He was caught off guard. Fortunately, this was only an image of De's doppelganger. There should not be too big of a problem. The core of the Tianji clan's existence was actually an electronic consciousness. Therefore, in the huge Tianji city, Patriarch De could transform into thousands of doppelgangers at any time. As long as there was an electronic device, he could appear at any time. Even if it was an intelligent robot patrolling in the starry sky, one moment it was normal. The next moment it might become the carrier of De's electronic consciousness. Yixian had already known this through Sha Baofeng's memory. Therefore, in Tianji City he was very careful. No matter what he said or did, he had to pay attention at all times. Perhaps there was an electronic eye somewhere that had transformed into De's eyes and was spying on him. This terrifying ability to transform into thousands of doppelgangers was similar to the human clan's cultivation camp. Perhaps a certain super-old monster also had this ability. At the very least, the palace master of the 6th palace of the 10 ultimates, Tian Qianzi, was quite accomplished in this aspect. However, in comparison, in such a majestic mechanical city like Tianji City, even if a super-old monster of the human clan who was proficient in this aspect came, he would definitely be suppressed by DE. Here he had a natural advantage. The doppelganger that appeared in front of him was not DE's actual body. It was only an image of his doppelganger. Chapter 35-29. Yixian was actually very nervous. Although the image in front of him was only an image from the holographic screen, and this image wasn't DE himself but just an image of his clone, the identity of the other party was still there. The biggest boss of the first universe with his current cultivation strength, if he were to continue, at that time he was not even qualified to talk to the doppelganger image. How could he not be nervous? However, things were going more smoothly than he had expected. After all, this was Tianji City, and Yixian was now in Baofengsha's private villa. Except for Baofengsha's electronic consciousness, in the entire Tianji clan, only De and his doppelganger could come here at will. Even the super-old monsters in the clan did not have this authority. The fact that Yixian could come here was enough to explain the problem. Of course, this was also the result of De being too conceited about the existence of the Tianji clan. He did not expect that the electronic consciousness of the Tianji clan could be devoured. After all, he was a mechanical life created by the human technological pioneer Xingbo, and the devouring system was a posthumous work of Xingbo. It was understandable that it surpassed De's ideas in some aspects. With anxiety, Yixian reported in detail the details of the mechanical battle that had happened in the Heavenly War Star area that day. Of course, he reported from Baofengsha's point of view. All the memories and Baofengsha's own inferences and guesses were stored in Baofengsha's mechanical intelligence core. Yixian was just reading and narrating at the same time. Because he was directly reading Baofengsha's memory data, his narration habits, inferences, and guesses were completely consistent with Baofengsha's own style. Therefore, until he finished everything, it did not arouse the suspicion of Di's doppelganger image on the holographic three-dimensional screen. Hesitation. In his opinion, Yixian in front of him was Baofengsha. All his habits and temperament were the same as usual. In short, Yixian passed this test smoothly. As the clan leader of the Tianji clan, Di couldn't come to talk to him and ask questions every few days. Di had countless trusted subordinates of the younger generation like Sha Baofeng. The reason why he had sent a doppelganger to question Yixian was because he had personally experienced the great battle with young Master Linghu and possessed first-hand information. Otherwise, when Yixian came to Tianji City this time, he might not have the chance to see Di, even if it was just a holographic image of his doppelganger. In other words, after passing this hurdle, as long as nothing unexpected happened, Yixian would not have too much trouble in Tianji City. He would need to carefully deal with them. Of course, the upcoming Machinery Grand Tournament was an exception. He had to fight for this. Otherwise, with Sha Baofeng's character, if he gave up for no reason, he would attract suspicious gazes. You should have heard the news of Xiaofeng's accident. This is an opportunity for all the trusted subordinates of the younger generation. After Yixian reported everything in detail, Di's doppelganger did not make any comments. Obviously, he was also puzzled by the fact that young Master Linghu had also displayed the ultimate secret technique of the Tianji clan, the machinery fusion ability. For the time being, it was difficult for him to discern the truth. At this moment, Di's doppelganger continued. Whether or not Xiaofeng has encountered an accident, this scale selection is of great significance to all of you. You fought young Master Linghu. That guy is indeed extraordinary. Even now, I can't figure out the key points. With the Star Sky Black technology in his hands, that battle must have inspired you a lot. Perform well. If something has really happened to Xiaofeng, you should know what this scale selection means. I've given you the opportunity. Whether you can seize it or not is up to you. Thank you for your guidance, clan leader. Yixian secretly breathed a sigh of relief and lowered his head even more. Just as he was speaking, the holographic three-dimensional screen in front of him flashed and went silent. At this point, the commander of the Demon Royal Guards, Chanas, who had been trembling on the side but had never been looked at by Di's doppelganger, finally came back to his senses. With lingering fear, he glanced at the holographic three-dimensional screen that had disappeared beside him. Then, a look of surprise appeared on his face. He cupped his hands and walked over to Yixian. Sir Sha, congratulations. Clan leader clearly has the intention of cultivating you. No wonder you. Ha ha ha, so you've already expected it. As soon as these words came out, Yixian was so scared that he immediately trembled. This guy was too reckless saying such things in Tianji City. If Di's doppelganger had not left but remained dormant, just these two sentences alone would have ruined everything. Shut up. No one will take you for a mute if you don't speak. Yixian's heart trembled slightly. He immediately shouted softly, interrupting Chana's words. At the same time, he glanced at the holographic three-dimensional screen that had already gone silent. Chana's was stunned, and then his face turned completely pale. This guy was not a fool. Just now, because of the sudden turn of events, he was so happy that he forgot himself. At this moment, when he was reminded by Yixian's soft shout, he was so shocked that his back was full of cold sweat. The machinery competition will begin tomorrow. Before that, I have to go and get my base fortress back. When I went to the Devil Emperor planet to carry out the mission, I asked the base fortress at the periphery of the industrial circle to improve its performance. After all, it is my personal vehicle. It will be more convenient for me to use it in the competition this time. Turning his head and glancing at Chanas, Yixian directly walked out of the villa after he finished speaking. This was also why he was so meticulous. The Machinery Grand Competition was no small matter. Baofengsha's vehicle was a large fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters. With his personality, he would not abandon his own vehicle, and use the demon battle horn that he brought from the demon race as a temporary means of transportation. However, if that was the case, then there would be a new problem in front of Yixian. That was, although the Life Fortress Starfield could change its appearance at will, as long as Yixian obtained the various performance data of Baofengsha's vehicle, he could directly change its appearance. However, the scale was very difficult to change. Baofengsha's vehicle was a large fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters, while the Life Fortress Starfield was only a small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters. The difference was too big. If Yixian really brought Baofengsha's vehicle into the competition, he would definitely lose. Although he had the electronic consciousness of the Tianji race and had done some research on the integration of machines, how could he compare with the real-life Fortress Starfield? If he wanted to win, he had to use the Life Fortress Starfield to change into Baofengsha's vehicle. Chapter 3530. A short while later, Yixian and Chanaz arrived at the outer industrial circle. They saw Sha Baofeng's ship, Baofeng, in the star dock of a huge industrial star. Yixian had Sha Baofeng's electronic consciousness, so he entered this huge fortress without any hindrance. He immediately copied all the performance data of this huge fortress and entered it into the database of the Devouring system. Through the Devouring system, it was transmitted to the star dock, the Wild Fortress. However, even with these performance data, the Wild Star Dock could not directly transform into Baofeng's appearance. The size of the Wild Star Dock was a shortcoming. The Wild Star Dock had to increase its size from its current diameter of 50,000 meters to 100,000 meters. If it was in the past, this would definitely be impossible to accomplish in a single night. However, Yixian still had a Master Life Crystal. If he reluctantly used it, he could still accomplish this. Previously, when he won the system competition mission against Fairy Inxia, the prize that Yixian obtained from the exchange store was a Master Life Crystal. The reason why he wanted this Master Life Crystal was because it had a miraculous effect on the evil spirit slimes. This way, the fairy crystal that Yixian needed would definitely be of a higher quality. This was an important problem that had always been troubling him. One of them, the fairy crystal, came from a creature called the evil spirit slimes. It was the crystallization of the energy within the evil spirit slimes. This crystal was one of the natural life energies that the world bugs could absorb. The evil spirit slimes were an alien race in the first universe. They were very ugly, and their bodies secreted a dark green poisonous liquid. Even among the hundreds of slave races of the Tianji race in the first universe, this race was an extremely disliked existence. Yixian had discovered this by accident. The crystal in their bodies was one of the energies that the world bugs needed to grow. After the Master Life Crystal was used, the world bugs' evolution slimes grew crazily. Countless micromolecules erupted, and in the end, the Wild Star Dock grew into a small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters. After that, Yixian won 3 competitive quests from the system. His targets were the Unfettered One, the Fallen Demon Child, and the Witch Dust Lady. Among them, he didn't find any Master Life Crystals from the system exchange store of the Carefree Master and the Demon Dust Maiden, so he chose other treasures that were also extremely precious. However, Yixian found a second Master Life Crystal in the exchange shop of the Fallen Demon Son, and chose it immediately. And now this Mother Life Crystal had come in handy. Yixian immediately retrieved this Mother Life Crystal from his undying world, and threw it to the Devouring system. Ding! Congratulations to host for obtaining Mother Life Crystal. Quality: pure and flawless. Effect: Life Evolution Energy Crystal. Can rapidly and continuously increase the life level of evil spirit slimes. Do you want to use it now? The system notification sounded in his mind very quickly, following which a golden crystal the size of a baby's fist was directly absorbed by the Devouring system and injected into Yixian's undying world, the Wild Star Fort. Sha sha sha. Rumble. Soon low and continuous muffled sounds rang out from within Yixian's body, accompanied by a dense amount of weak rustling sounds. It gave off the feeling that countless silkworms were nibbling away at the mulberry leaves in a sea of mulberry leaves. The Wild Star Fort floating in his undying world was rapidly expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not only was its size expanding, the exterior of the battleship was also changing. Yixian quickly ordered the Devouring system in his body to connect to the AI of the Wild Star Fort. This time, the growth of the battleship was limited to a diameter of 50,000 meters. After reaching this standard, the growth of the battleship would immediately stop, and all the micromolecules that were multiplying after that would all be thrown into strengthening the battleship's performance and internal and external structure, striving for perfection. All of this unknowingly happened. In a short 10 minutes, the starfield stronghold within Yixian's body finally grew to a diameter of 100,000 meters. From then on, it stopped growing. However, the change in the life level of the evil spirit slime race caused by the energy of the second life crystal was still there. Continue. All of the subsequent energy was used to strengthen the interior of the Wild Star Fort. This way, it would inherit its greatest feature from before. On the surface, it looked like a huge fort with a diameter of 100,000 meters, but in reality, its performance was much better. In the end, everything ended after more than half an hour. The energy of the second prime life crystal was finally depleted, and the evolution of the vengeful slime group stopped. The massive increase in reproduction energy provided to the world worm spawn group stabilized, and the evolution of the Starfield Fortress came to an end. Complete. At this time, after devouring the mysterious energy of the two Mother of Life crystals, the evil spirit slime's life level had been raised to a very high level. On the backs of all the evil spirit slimes, there was an additional golden line that ran from head to tail, and it was a whole line. There were also specks of gold on both of their bodies. Even the mucus secreted by their bodies had turned into a faint golden color. Perhaps it was no longer appropriate to call them evil spirit slimes. It would be more appropriate to call them golden slimes. After everything was completed, Yixian gave the order to transform the Wild Star Fort into a perfect replica of the treasure maple. All of this happened very quickly, but no one knew about it. Everything was completed in his undying world. Following which, Yixian waved his hand and stored the treasure maple into his body. At this moment, if someone was in his undying world, they would definitely be shocked by this scene. The two identical forts were lined up side by side, floating in the air of Yixian's undying world. With a thought, the real treasure maple was searched by Yixian with Sha Baofeng's electronic consciousness. All of the important resources and materials were taken out and stored in the undying world. They didn't stay in the treasure maple. This was because Yixian had a feeling that as he shone in the Heavenly Fate Clan's mechanical grand competition, he might not be able to take this treasure maple away. D might be interested in it. Of course, what it was interested in was the fake treasure maple, which was the Starfield Life Stronghold. However, it was impossible for Yixian to hand over the Starfield ship. He could only use the real treasure maple ship to make up the numbers. Chapter 35-31. In this Heaven's Legacy Races Machinery Grand Tournament, although the gimmick on the surface was only the position of commander and vice commander of the Vanguard fleet, in truth, all the upper echelons of the Heaven's Legacy race were well aware that this was a secret early selection of the new young patriarch. The winner would very likely become the next Heaven's Legacy race. The young tribe leader. Of course, this had to wait until the news of the current young tribe leader Di Xiaofeng's death was confirmed. The grand competition of machinery was the ultimate secret technique of the Tianji clan. The machinery fusion ability. Patriarch Di only opened this ability to his direct subordinates. Therefore, it was destined that many of the younger generation of the Tianji clan would not be able to participate in this competition. Not all Tianji tribe members had the qualifications to become the tribe leader's trusted subordinates. This was closely related to talent. The mechanical grand tournament was a test of one's ability to fuse machines, and those who could obtain this sort of ultimate secret art from Patriarch De were only his trusted subordinates. Even amongst the younger generation of the Heaven's Legacy race, such existences were all upper echelons. Therefore, their mounts were small fortresses with diameters of at least 50,000 meters. Most of them were large fortresses with diameters of at least 100,000 meters. As such, the grand competition of machinery's venue could not be too small. It was a vast void with a radius of 100,000 miles. It was in the star sector outside the industrial area of Tianji City. The next morning, when Yixian rushed over with Chanas, this vast void with a radius of 100,000 miles was already filled with fortresses of various sizes. There were even some large and small fortresses. Other than the millions of Tianji tribe members watching the battle, there were also many intelligent robots that had the privilege of watching the battle. The members of the Heaven's Legacy race had developed their own consciousness from these sentient robots and gained intelligence. Thus, within the Heaven's Legacy race headquarters, all the members of the Heaven's Legacy race would consciously guide the countless sentient robots under their command. For example, when watching the upper echelons of the Heaven's Legacy race display their ability to fuse machines together, there was a chance that some of the AI robots would mutate and gain self-awareness. This meant that a new member of the Heaven's Legacy race had been born. In addition, there were also some fortresses that carried the hostages sent to Tianji City by the slaves of the Tianji clan. They were originally imprisoned in the Imperial Prison, in the depths of the inner city of Tianji City. However, Di obviously would not let go of this opportunity to show the power of the Tianji clan. He had personally ordered the Heaven's Legacy race's Imperial prison guards to escort them over so that they could witness the power of the Heaven's Legacy race's ultimate secret art. Patriarch Di had yet to appear, but there was no doubt that there were many of his clones in the countless battleships, fortresses. In this mechanical grand city, Di, as the ancestor of the Heavenly Legacy race, could be said to be everywhere. The grand tournament of mechs was about to begin. The rules were simple, so simple that there were no rules at all. Therefore, the candidates could enter the arena to challenge at any time. When they were defeated and withdrew, it meant that they had lost their qualifications. If you were strong enough, you could stand firmly in the center of this vast void with a radius of 100,000 miles from the beginning. You could accept everyone's continuous challenges and stand until the end, with everyone's attention on you. Yixian was not impulsive. Although he was confident that he could do this, it would be too eye-catching. This was Tianji City. Yixian was not afraid of other existences, but he could not help but be afraid of the patriarch of the Tianji clan, Di. Although Di was only an intelligent life form created by the human race's technological pioneer, Xing Bo, he had proven his ruthlessness by killing Xing Bo. Moreover, as a newly born mechanical intelligent life, Di was able to lead a large group of intelligent robots to gradually grow stronger and guide them step by step. From them, more mechanical intelligent life forms were born, and he successfully dominated a universe for hundreds of thousands of years. This in itself was already very impressive. This already showed how terrifying his methods were. Not to mention an extremely intelligent mechanical intelligent life form. Even a pig, after living for hundreds of thousands of years, could become a powerful figure in the pig world. Yixian knew that he could not defeat such an existence at the moment. Therefore, there was no need to attract too much attention. He had to win the machinery grand competition, but at most, he would be like a dark horse, appearing at the crucial moment and giving people the impression that he had won by luck. Otherwise, if the tree stood out from the forest and attracted Di's suspicion, it would be really troublesome. The battle quickly unfolded. The two core members of the younger generation of the Tianji clan fought each other in this void with a radius of 100,000 miles. From time to time, there would be rumbling sounds of thunder, and a large part of the void was disturbed. These two high-level members of the younger generation were not weak. Their mounts were large fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters. Moreover, because the competition was the ultimate secret technique of the Tianji clan, the machinery fusion technique, these two fellows directly began to fully integrate with their mounts as soon as they entered the arena. Both of the mechanical battle insects looked extraordinary. One turned into a mechanical knife puppet, similar to Sha Baofeng's original form, but more powerful, and walked the path of strengthening close combat. The other one turned into a starry sandworm. Its entire body was covered with dense barbs and soft tubes that looked like mouth parts. Each soft tube was actually a cannon muzzle. It walked the path of long-range combat strength enhancement. Although the mechanical battle insects transformed from the two fellows' machinery fusion technique were nothing new, at least Yixian did not find any highlight. As the battle unfolded, he gradually felt that he was rather inspired. The Tianji clan was indeed full of talents. When it came to the cultivation of the human race's cultivation methods, the cultivation of the demon's mental power, and the cultivation of the bloodline talents of the various races of the Second Universe Federation, the Tianji clan was nothing, and definitely was not outstanding. However, in the field of machinery and electronics, every member of the Tianji clan definitely had a unique talent. And the core members of the younger generation who were able to become the trusted aides of clan leader Di were naturally the best of the best. The degree of transformation of these two mechanical battle insects was not amazing, and Yixian even felt that they were a little too conservative and backward. However, as the battle unfolded, Yixian opened his eyes in terms of the battle skills of these two fellows after they had fully integrated with their mounts. Yixian did not miss any of this. He directly transmitted the images to the life fortress that had transformed into the Baofeng through the devouring system in his body. Chapter 35-32. In the previous battle, the two core members of the Tianji clan's younger generation had transformed into a mechanical blade mantis and a space sandworm after activating their mechanical fusion ability with their mounts. One was strengthened for close combat while the other was strengthened for long-range attacks. In the end, the one who emerged victorious was the one with the strengthened close combat. The blade mantis. It had to be said that among all the members of the Tianji clan who had comprehended mechanical fusion, there were quite a few who preferred the blade mantis. In Emperor Xiaofeng's impression, about 40% of them preferred the blade mantis. For example, Emperor Xiaofeng's own blade mantis was a blade mantis. Even Sha Baofeng, who had fought against the Life Fortress at the beginning of the battle, was the same. The blade mantis was a space bug with an advantage among all the bug forms. It belonged to the combat bug race, especially in close combat. Its pair of giant blade-like mantis arms were extremely eye-catching, so it was very popular. Although more than half of the upper echelons of the Heaven's Legacy race had fused with their mounts and transformed into mechanical war insects called blade mantis, each person's transformation was different in minute detail. No two blade mantis were exactly the same. These subtle changes had their own special effects and attack effects. For example, the blade mantis that had defeated the other sandbug in the first battle had a beehive-like mechanical jet port on its tail. It was densely packed with jet holes. These holes were packed together like a beehive. Not only could they shoot out super alloy spikes, but they could also shoot out mini death ray cannon energy beams. Because the interior must have been specially processed, it was extremely fast and impossible to guard against. While the praying mantis waved its gigantic mantis arms to engage in close combat, its tail suddenly shot out a wave of super alloy spikes, followed by a wave of concentrated mini death ray cannons, the effect of which was absolutely fatal. Even Yi Xian was inspired. The guy who had won the first battle was called Sanas. In Sha Baofeng's memory, this guy's cultivation was above Sha Baofeng's. Although his talent was not as good as the young patriarch Emperor Xiaofeng's, the difference was not too big. This time, he had entered the battle at the beginning and was domineering. It was clear that he wanted to dominate the competition from the very beginning and seize the first place with an absolute advantage. There were almost no rules in the grand competition. As long as you had the ability, you could go up the stage from the beginning. What you would face would be one battle after another. This seemed to be a huge disadvantage, but in reality, as long as you displayed enough strength, you would be able to scare off many competitors. However, the allure of the Vanguard Fleet Commander truly wasn't small, and the allure of the future young patriarch was even greater. No matter how strong Sanas was, the core members of the younger generation of the Heaven's Legacy race couldn't all give up without a fight. The second challenger quickly went up. This battle was even more intense and lasted for almost an hour. Finally, Sanas won by a narrow margin. However, he was still brimming with vigor, not at all tired after fighting 2 battles in a row. This was related to the special characteristics of the Tianji race mechanical life form. The total amount of cultivation power of the human race experts was limited, and it was continuously depleted in battle. Moreover, there was no time to replenish it. This was the same for the experts of the various races of the Federation of the Second Universe. This was because no matter how boundless one's physical strength was, it would still be depleted in an intense battle. However, the Heaven's Legacy race couldn't do this. After activating their mechanical fusion ability, as long as the energy in the kinetic energy cabin of the stronghold didn't run out, any member of the Heaven's Legacy race could always maintain their vigorous energy and strongest battle state. To put it bluntly, as long as the electricity didn't run out, they would always be full of energy. Is there anyone else who isn't convinced? He had defeated 2 opponents in a row, especially the second one. Amongst the core members of the Heaven's Legacy race's younger generation, he had a very high reputation. At this moment, Sanas was in high spirits. His 100,000-meter-long mechanical blade hovered in the air, exuding a domineering aura as he loudly roared. Perhaps they were scared off by his previous battles and extraordinary might, but for a moment, the surrounding void was filled with discussions. However, no one stepped up to accept the challenge again. Yi Xian frowned. Just as he was about to step forward and prepare to enter the arena, a cold laugh sounded out from the left side of the void. His figure flashed as he entered the large competition space. This was a purple-haired young man who looked quite demonic. His temperament and aura were both cold and gloomy. The aura he exuded was at the 11th stage of the mystic light realm, the same as Yi Xian. As for Sanas, he was at the 12th stage of the void realm, the peak of the 9th stage of the void realm. On the surface, it seemed that Sanas had the upper hand in this battle. This was because although the battle between mechanical life forms depended on the comprehension of the upper echelon of the Heaven's legacy race in terms of mechanical fusion, as well as the basic capabilities of the stronghold, the cultivation of the person fusing with it was also a factor. Sanas' cultivation was a whole realm higher than that purple-haired young man. After fully fusing with the mechanical life forms, he could control them much more smoothly. However, in reality, after seeing this purple-haired young man enter the arena, Sanas' expression immediately changed and became somewhat gloomy. On the other hand, that purple-haired young man had a calm expression, as if he didn't put Sanas in his eyes at all. "Yi Luo, when did you return? How come I didn't know?" With a gloomy expression, Sanas asked, calling out the purple-haired young man's name. His tone was filled with obvious fear. Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat as he immediately remembered who this person was. Yi Luo, in the younger generation of the Heaven's legacy race, his talent in electronics was second only to the young patriarch Di Xiaofeng. Back when Di Xiaofeng wasn't the young patriarch yet, only this person had the strength to compete with him. Although the position of young patriarch eventually landed on Di Xiaofeng's head, Yi Luo's electronics talent wasn't erased. Among the younger generation of the Heaven's legacy race, his electronics talent was still publicly recognized as one of the best, second only to the young patriarch Di Xiaofeng. However, Yi Luo had been sent out to carry out a secret mission 2 years ago, and wasn't in the race. It was precisely because of this that Sanas and the other younger generation experts of the Heaven's legacy race, who were weaker than him in terms of electronics, were moved and wanted to seize this opportunity to fight. What Sanas didn't expect was that Yi Luo had actually returned and appeared in today's competition. This made him feel uneasy because he didn't have much confidence in fighting against Yi Luo. Yi Luo's electronics talent was very strong, and his comprehension of mechanical fusion was even stronger. He had surpassed Sanas. Chapter 35-33. Each one of them is more arrogant than the other. Yi Xian raised his hand and rubbed his forehead. He already felt that Sanas was arrogant enough, but he didn't expect Yi Luo to be even more pretentious than him. It seemed that the core members of the younger generation of the heavenly legacy race were all like this. He flipped through the mechanical intelligence cores of young Emperor, Bao Fengsha, and the other 8 and found that this was indeed the case. Bao Fengsha was also a very arrogant person. Yi Xian had thought that it would be best to win this battle by a narrow margin and keep a low profile, but now it seemed that this wasn't possible. Bao Fengsha was arrogant to begin with, and if he kept a low profile, it would instead arouse suspicion. Just as he was muttering to himself, in front of him, in the void with a radius of 100,000 square kilometers, came a large number of mechanical grinding sounds, accompanied by the rumbling of thunder. After Yi Luo stepped into that light purple illusory fortress, he immediately started the mechanical fusion. The fortress with a diameter of 100,000 square meters immediately began to change shape and actually began to shrink inward. Once the Heaven's legacy race's mechanical fusion ability was fully unleashed, the largest size of the mecha battle bug would be the diameter of the stronghold itself. As for the smallest size, it would depend on the mecha race clansman's comprehension of this ultimate secret technique. For example, young Emperor Xiaofeng's fortress was 100,000 square meters in diameter, so after fully activating the mechanical fusion, the mechanical battle insect that young Emperor Xiaofeng and his fortress transformed into could be 100,000 square meters in length at most. This was related to the original performance of the fortress, so it was a hard limit. As for the smallest, it could reach 5,000 meters. This was already an extremely impressive comprehension ability. Among the 8 Heavenly Legacy clan members that Yi Xian killed in the Origin of All Evil Star region, there was also a fellow who had a large stronghold that was 100,000 meters in diameter. His smallest limit was 7,000 meters. This person's talent in electronics was only second to young Emperor Xiaofeng and Yi Luo, and he was ranked 3rd among the younger generation of the Heavenly Legacy race. However, in general, unless it was in a special environment like the root of all evil, which was filled with countless void cracks, The Heavenly Legacy race members would fight in their largest form after performing mechanical fusion with their fortress. At this moment, Yi Luo was doing the opposite. He could clearly transform into a giant battle insect with a diameter of 100,000 square meters. But after activating the mechanical fusion ability, this light purple illusory fortress kept shrinking in size. What surprised Yixian even more was that upon seeing this, Seina's expression became more solemn. He frowned and muttered, "Rapid insect again?" Then, without hesitation, he stepped into the fortress that was suspended in the void beside him. After the last battle, he had temporarily dispelled the fusion. The creaking sounds of machinery grinding could be heard, and soon, the mechanical blade puppet that had won 2 battles appeared once again. At this time, Yarrow's light purple fantasy fortress had basically completed its transformation. The loud grinding sounds of machinery gradually weakened, and in the end they could no longer be heard. What appeared before them was a very strange mechanical battle insect. It was only 5,000 square meters in size, which immediately drew cries of surprise from the surrounding void. Heavens, 5,000 square meters? Yi Luo's comprehension of the mechanical fusion ability actually broke through again. A fortress of 100,000 meters. His previous limit was 6,000 meters. In the entire Heaven's Legacy race, only young Patriarch Di Xiaofeng was able to reach 5,000 meters. I didn't think that Yi Luo would be able to do the same. Without a doubt, Seinas will definitely lose this battle. In terms of talent in electronics, he is still far inferior to Yi Luo. That's right. Yi Luo transformed into a rapid insect. He is most proficient in the speed domain. Unlike other battle insects, the smaller the size of the rapid insect, the faster its speed. Seinas fought with Yi Luo once at 6,000 square meters and was slightly at a disadvantage. Now Yi Luo has broken through again. The rapid insect has shrunk to 5,000 square meters. Seinas will definitely lose. As these cries of surprise sounded out, a strange expression couldn't help but flash across Yixian's face. He was not surprised by Yi Luo's mechanical fusion ability. He was not surprised that Yi Luo could actually shrink a fortress from 100,000 square meters to 5,000 square meters. This was nothing. Young Emperor Xiaofeng could also do it, but didn't he still lose to Yixian? What truly surprised Yixian was that the mechanical battle insect that Yi Luo and his fortress had transformed into was actually a rapid insect with all-around enhanced speed. Rapid insect, a type of space insect race. Like the space blade mantis, it was a battle insect race with an extremely violent temperament. The biggest characteristic of the swift bugs was their speed. Their whole body was covered with layers of sharp carapace blades, densely packed and stacked on top of each other. Under the extremely fast movement state of the swift worm, these carapace blades that covered the surface of its body were simply indestructible. Even a starry sky battleship could only flee in the face of the swift worm's charge. If it was enveloped, the final result would be that the entire huge battleship would be cut into pieces and directly dismembered. Countless pieces. At this moment, there was such a mechanical rapid insect across from the mechanical space blade mantis. Its entire body was covered in purple super alloy blades. Furthermore, it had clearly been strengthened. The battleship's diameter of 100,000 square meters had shrunk to 5,000 square meters, and the density of the alloy had increased countless times. However, if these blades touched a space fortress, even if it was also made of super alloy, it would definitely be cut open easily like a thin piece of paper. Coupled with the rapid insect's speed, these countless purple alloy blades were simply a nightmare. It should be known that at a certain speed, even a thin piece of paper could cut through metal and stone. Seeing all of this, Yixian couldn't help but sigh in his heart. As expected, it was sharp. No wonder even the previously arrogant Senas had become serious. This alloy swift bug, which looked dozens of times smaller than the saber mantis, was indeed extremely difficult to deal with. A low rumble sounded in the void, and the 5,000-meter-long swift insect shot out like an arrow. In the blink of an eye, it was already in front of the praying blade. It did not stop there, nor did it have any other means of attack. It just directly crashed into the praying blade. "Yi Luo, you sneak attack!" The other party attacked without saying a word and arrived in front of the blade mantis in the blink of an eye. Sena screamed in horror. The blade mantis's strong legs bent slightly, indicating that it was about to bounce up. With the blade mantis's super jumping ability, this bounce would be at least a few hundred to 1,000 kilometers away. Unfortunately, he did not have this opportunity because the speedy worm had already made contact with his body. The speedy worm, which was only 5,000 meters long, instantly passed under Dao Qi's abdomen. It did not have any other means of attack because it did not need to. Countless superpowers covered its entire body. Strong alloy blades were the rapid insect's best and most powerful weapon. Whoosh! Chapter 35-34. The dense layer of sharp blades on the surface of the swiftworm's body was too powerful. A large fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters was forcibly compressed to a length of 5,000 meters. The density of the material increased by many times, and coupled with its terrifying speed, it was simply unstoppable. In just one exchange, Senna's mechanical blade puppet was split open, and dozens of 1,000-meter-long wounds appeared under the mechanical battle bug's abdomen. Sparks flickered, and even the rumbling of thunder could be heard. This kind of injury might not be much to a mechanical blade puppet with a length of 100,000 meters, but this was only the first round. With such an outcome, it was hard to imagine how this battle would continue. The swiftworm did not need any other means of attack. It was a peerless weapon by itself. The high-density superalloy covering its body completely turned into a nightmare for the enemy under its extreme speed. Cries of surprise could be heard from all around. Heavens, this is too shocking. Senna's was injured in the first round. Yarrow is indeed stronger. What terrifying speed. Furthermore, after the swiftworm shrunk to a length of 5,000 meters, the superalloy is even denser. Simply incomparably sharp. The mechanical blade puppet simply cannot block it. There is no suspense in this battle. Yarrow is definitely going to win. Sigh after young Emperor Feng, among the entire Heaven's Legacy race's younger generation, only Yarrow is the strongest. Senna's is not his match. Will the next young patriarch be him? Crackle. Boom. As the discussions in the surrounding void rang out, the rumbling of thunder and the crackling of sparks rang out once again in the central battlefield of the grand competition within a radius of 100,000 miles. This was followed by Senna's frenzied howl of hatred and fury. He was injured once again. He was originally full of himself and was certain that he would win first place this time. In the future, he would have a chance to compete for the throne of the young patriarch of the Heaven's Legacy race. He did not expect that after just 2 victories, he would suffer such a setback and be on the verge of dying. However, Senna's did not intend to admit defeat just like that. He continued to persevere. In the face of this scene, a senior member of the Heaven's Legacy race immediately stood up. This was a supreme being of the Heaven's Legacy race whose strength was equivalent to the 15th Great Realm expert of the human race. He immediately announced the end of this battle. There was no suspense in the outcome of the battle. Hiero won while Senna's lost miserably. After all, this was just an internal competition of the race, not a battle to the death between friends and foes. There was no need for any deaths. The Heaven's Legacy race did not have many people in the first place, and the younger generation that had the mechanical fusion ability activated by Patriarch DE were all true geniuses of the race. It would be disastrous. The disappearance of Emperor Xiaofeng and the other 8 core members of the Tian's Legacy race had cast a heavy shadow over the hearts of the older generation. They couldn't allow any real casualties to appear in this grand competition. Senna's was very unwilling, but in the end, he still retreated. In just 2 rounds of contact, he had suffered heavy injuries. There were cracks and gashes on the mechanical puppet's abdomen and back. Fortunately, that senior member of the Heaven's Legacy race spoke up to stop the battle. Otherwise, in the end, it was very likely that his flying fortress would have been destroyed, and its electronic consciousness would have been severely damaged. It would take a long time for it to recover. As Senna's left, only the purple-haired Hiero was left standing in the void of this grand competition battlefield. He had already removed the mechanical fusion state with his flying fortress, and that light purple illusory fortress was floating beside him. Hiero stood there with his hands behind his back. In the void, sighs and laments could be heard again. Sigh, the dust has settled. The vanguard fleet commander of this battle is none other than Hiero. This is an indisputable fact. It's just that we all thought that Hiero had not returned to the race. Perhaps even the Patriarch did not know. Otherwise, there would be no need for this mechanical grand competition to continue. That's right. Among all the geniuses of the younger generation in the race, other than the young patriarch Di Xiaofeng, who else can defeat Hiero? The speedy bug is too scary. Furthermore, Hiero's understanding of the mechanical fusion ability has reached such a level. He could actually shrink a huge fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters to only 5,000 meters. This way, the power of the speedy bug has skyrocketed again. Simply invincible. What do you mean by simply invincible? It's already invincible, okay? Now, in the race, other than the experts of the older generation, who else in the younger generation can be Hiero's match? Even Senna's lost miserably in just 2 moves. This mechanical grand competition should be over. Senna's will be the vice commander of the vanguard fleet. To him, this is even more of a humiliation. With the two of them working together, I'm afraid there will be many unexpected episodes. In the surrounding void, some of the spectators had already started to leave. The huge black fortress that carried a large number of slaves and hostages from the imperial prison had also started to move slowly in the direction of the Tianji continent. Obviously, everyone thought that this mechanical grand competition had already ended. Hiero was so powerful that no one in the younger generation would show up and jump out to be abused. Even Hiero himself thought so. With his hands behind his back, he looked around the void. After looking around, he did not even say a few polite words. He directly waved his hand and stored the light purple dreamy fortress beside him into his body. Then his figure flashed and was about to leave. At the same time, the commander of the Demon Royal Guards, Chanas, beside Yixian, looked at Yixian with suspicion. Based on his understanding of Yixian during this period of time, he was definitely muttering and doubting in his heart. What's wrong with Sir Sha today? Why isn't he planning to interfere? In fact, in the next instant that suspicion arose in Chanasi's heart, Yixian's loud and clear voice that carried a hint of ridicule was already loudly heard. Hiero, why are you in such a hurry to escape? Don't worry, this is the clan competition. Not a battle between us and the enemy. I promise I won't beat you up. Silence. A deathly silence. The large and small fortresses in the surrounding void that were retreating one after another all stopped, including Hiero, who was about to leave. In the next moment, everyone's gazes converged on Yixian. After seeing that these words were actually spoken by Sha Baofeng, the expressions on the faces of the Heavenly Fate clan experts immediately became strange. The upper echelon of the older generation that had forced Senna's to retreat even frowned. Chapter 35-35. As soon as he finished speaking, Yixian's figure took a step forward and stepped into the void of the 100,000-kilometer-wide competition in front of him. The commander of the Demon Royal Guards, Chanas, who was originally standing side by side in the void to watch the competition, immediately turned green and howled miserably in his heart. He knew that this guy was not someone who would rest easy. Just a moment ago, he was still muttering about why he had changed his personality, but now he was suddenly making trouble again. While smiling bitterly, Chanas suddenly had a flash of inspiration, and then his eyes lit up. He suddenly understood why Yixian was so determined to kill the young patriarch Emperor Xiaofeng in the source of all evil star field. It turned out that he wanted to replace him. Although Yixian seemed powerful, Chanas had seen with his own eyes how Yixian tortured Emperor Xiaofeng and the others. The 8 high-ranking members of the Tianji clan were all geniuses of the younger generation. Even when they used the mechanical fusion ability, they were still no match for him. Now Yixian was merely ranked behind Emperor Xiaofeng. What could Yixian be compared to? The moment he thought of this, Chanas's breathing quickened. The reason why he followed Sha Baofeng to the headquarters of the Tianji clan was to get promoted and become rich. If Lord Sha could become the young patriarch of the Tianji clan, it would be tantamount to reaching the heavens in a single step for him. It should be known that this journey was full of hardships, and he had been through it with Lord Sha. Didn't Lord Sha say it himself? We are grasshoppers on the same rope. Thinking of this, Chanas immediately raised his arms and shouted excitedly, as if he had just been injected with chicken blood. Lord Sha, do your best, as long as you don't beat the shit out of him. This shout almost made the eyes of the people in the void fall to the ground. Those Tianji clan members who were still in a daze because of Yixian's words finally came back to their senses. All kinds of discussions instantly broke out, most of them ridiculing Yi Xian. On the one hand, Yi Xian did have a lot of supporters. On the other hand, more people believed that he would be the next young patriarch of the Tianji clan. At this moment, they deliberately shouted to show their goodwill. Heavens, it's Sha Baofeng? What's wrong with this guy? You're actually courting death? There's a good show to watch now. Yi Luo will definitely beat him to a pulp. I was just thinking that I wasn't satisfied enough just now. I didn't expect there to be such a pleasant surprise. How laughable. A fellow that's ranked far out of the top 20 of the younger generation actually wants to challenge the second-ranked Yi Luo. This kind of confidence is simply unimaginable. Young Master Linghu must have damaged his brain. This guy just suffered a big loss in the heavenly battle starfield not long ago. I didn't expect him to be so forgetful and want to die as soon as he comes back. That should be it. Young Master Linghu must have damaged his brain. Otherwise, how could he be so confident? Not only did he challenge Yi Luo, he even dared to boast that he would beat the shit out of him. His brain damage knows no bounds. What a pity. After this battle, Yi Luo's ranking among the younger generation will most likely fall below the top 100. This is because he was previously recognized by the Patriarch and was granted the ability to fuse machines. Otherwise, he would be at least below the top 1,000. As these one-sided discussions and evaluations spread, Yi Luo, who had stopped leaving because of Yi Xian's arrogant words, took a step forward and returned to the center of the battlefield. He looked at Yi Xian with a sneer and said, "Baofeng Sha, did you just challenge me? I'll give you one more chance. You can change your words now." Can I change my words now? Based on Baofeng's character, he would never keep a low profile if he had the strength to defeat Yi Luo. Therefore, even if Yi Xian didn't want to be in the limelight, he could only follow Baofeng's temperament at this moment. Otherwise, it would arouse suspicion. In the face of Yi Luo's arrogant words, he did not show any trace of politeness. He rolled his eyes and continued, "You, on the other hand, if you change your mind and admit defeat now, I will definitely fulfill my promise and not beat the shit out of you. Ha ha ha. Interesting, interesting. I didn't think that your brain would really be damaged by young Lord Linghu." In the face of Yi Xian's unyielding attitude, Yi Luo was so angry that he laughed. He waved his hand and brought out the light purple fortress that he had just put into his body. Before he stepped in, he looked back at Yi Xian and raised his right hand. He put his index finger across his throat and made a throat-sealing gesture. "I won't. What promise did I make? Be careful in this battle. I've been in a bad mood recently, so I can't guarantee that I won't go too far. If you die, don't blame me. If it was before, you would indeed have the qualifications to say such words in front of me." Yi Xian sneered as he replied forcefully once again. Moreover, he gave the surrounding Heavenly Legacy clan members a precaution in advance, so as to prevent them from displaying an overly powerful mechanical fusion ability and attracting unnecessary suspicion. However, ever since my battle with young Master Linghu, this kind of thing has never happened. You've already lost your qualifications. That's right. In that battle, this Great One was indeed beaten quite badly by young Lord Linghu, but I wholeheartedly accept my loss. You didn't even have the honor of fighting such a peerless genius, so what right do you have to be so arrogant here? Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian shamelessly praised himself. Although this Great One lost, this Great One's gains in that battle are beyond your imagination. It's too shocking. Even now, when this Great One thinks about it, this Great One can't help but be fascinated. If this Great One had the chance, this Great One would really want to be beaten by young Lord Linghu again. Because the gains were too great, so great that this Great One only had to be beaten by him once. And this Great One's comprehension of mechanical fusion ability is enough to surpass what you have painstakingly comprehended for 100 years. This battle this Great One will let you see. Amazing. From my progress, this Great One will let you be fascinated by young Lord Linghu's peerless genius. Sigh, what a pity. No matter how fascinated you are, no matter how much you cry about wanting to die and want to be beaten up, in the end you won't have this chance. Young Lord Linghu is a hero and has already. As he spoke, Yi Xian gradually found the feeling. His figure stood in the void, shaking his head with a regretful expression. It was as if he deeply regretted that he couldn't have another chance to be beaten up by young Lord Linghu. This scene was too strange. Everyone was stunned. All the members of the Heavenly Legacy race in the void were dumbstruck. Even Chanaz was dumbstruck. He suddenly wasn't so sure. This Lord Shah in front of him didn't look like the kind of person who had been scheming for a long time. On the contrary, he didn't look like an old schemer. It was more like his brain had really been beaten up. With this thought, Chanaz felt unwell again. Chapter 35-36. Rumble. Kachacha. As Yiluo stepped into the light purple fortress, the sound of machinery grinding could be heard. He once again activated his mechanical fusion ability. The light purple fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters quickly transformed into a 5,000-meter-long speedy bug. Yixian also waved his hand and summoned the treasured maple from his body, causing it to float in the void. Of course, this was not the real treasured maple, but a transformed version of the life fortress, the Starfield. After all, it was a life battleship, made up of countless micromolecules derived from the world bugs. It could also mimic a 100,000-meter-long space fortress at a microscopic level, including the electronic frequency. There were absolutely no flaws or omissions. Even if the patriarch of the Tianji race D was here, he would not be able to see through it. Immediately after, Yixian turned around and stepped into the treasured maple. At the same time, he gave the order for the treasured maple to begin its mechanical transformation. The same sound of machinery grinding could be heard. In the eyes of the many Tianji race members in the void outside, this was Sha Baofeng activating his mechanical fusion ability, causing the treasured maple to begin its mechanical transformation. However, in reality, this was all the Starfield Fortress's own actions. Yixian did not participate at all. He was just leisurely waiting in a small cabin inside the treasured maple. Of course, once this transformation was completed and the fortress entered battle mode, Yixian would still use Sha Baofeng's electronic consciousness to control it. No matter how flexible the life fortress was, it did not have any battle experience. This was all up to Yixian. After all, the opponent now was not in existence like Sha Baofeng, but the second most talented person in the younger generation of the Tianji race. It might not be safe to leave everything to the life fortress. Previously, when he was fighting with young Emperor Feng and the others in the source of all evil, Yixian had used Sha Baofeng's electronic consciousness to enter the life stronghold, and used his own battle experience to control the mechanical demon insects to fight. Otherwise, if the life stronghold were to fight by itself, it definitely wouldn't have such a result. As the grinding sounds of machinery came from inside the treasure maple, the shape of the enormous ship began to change. The gazes of all the Tianji clan clansmen in the surrounding void all gathered on the ship, including more than one unknown doppelganger of clan leader De. They were all very curious about what the treasure maple would become. Based on Sha Baofeng's usual habits, he should have used a 100,000-meter-long mechanical puppet. However, considering the speed and attack characteristics of the swift bugs, Sha Baofeng should have shrunk the size of the mechanical puppet. That way the pressure would be much less. In the past, when Sha Baofeng performed a complete mechanical fusion, the smallest size of his Baofeng could be shrunk to about 10,000. The surrounding experts didn't think that it would be the same this time. In the beginning, the surrounding experts of the Tianji clan did think that Sha Baofeng was out of his mind to provoke and even infuriate Yiluo. However, after hearing what he said later, the experts of the Tianji clan had a different opinion. The Tianji clan had indeed received news of Sha Baofeng's recent battle in the third universe. Many of the higher-ups were shocked. The black technology possessed by young Master Linghu was still a mystery to this day. He had actually surpassed the Tianji clan, who had always possessed extraordinary talent in electronics and machinery manufacturing. The Tianji clan of the three major dimensions. In that battle, Sha Baofeng had indeed lost miserably. However, in his own words, this fiasco was not unjustified at all. Young Master Linghu's peerless demonic talent had even amazed many of the higher-ups of the Tianji clan. Medicine, artifact, and array masters. He also had the terrifying starry sky black technology. In this world, only Prince Xian, the invincible god of war, and the person who had caused an uproar in the second universe not long ago. Even now, he had provoked a Star Lord old monster to roar and chase him all over the world, but no one could find him. Only young Master Netherming and the other two could be compared to him. It would be a lie to say that he had not gained any inspiration and gains from fighting such a peerless demonic talent. Therefore, when Yixian ridiculed Yiluo with such words just now, Not only did the latter not get angry, but he also became serious. Although he was not convinced by young Master Linghu, he was actually fascinated by the other party's demonic talent. It could be said that whether it was the higher-ups of the Tianji clan in the surrounding void or Yi Luo, who was about to fight Yi Xian at this moment, there was an inexplicable expectation in the bottom of their hearts. They were all looking forward to Sha Baofeng really gaining something from that battle and not just bragging. Yi Luo was so fascinated by young Master Linghu. Although he could not fight young Master Linghu because the other party had been proven to be exiled, if he could beat Sha Baofeng, who had suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of young Master Linghu and had gained some inspiration and gains, he would be scared witless again. Because, at least on the surface from a certain perspective, his demeanor was at a level comparable to young Master Linghu. At least he was not inferior. As for the higher-ups of the Tianji clan in the surrounding area, their expectations were related to the entire clan. There was no doubt about Yi Luo's strength. If Sha Baofeng could really defeat him, even if it was a tie, it would be enough to prove that there would be another peerless genius in the Tianji clan. Although this genius was trained by the peerless demonic talent of the human clan, it did not matter. Being able to constantly improve oneself in battle with the enemy was the attitude and talent that a real expert should have. If Sha Baofeng could do it, the higher-ups of the clan would regard him more highly from now on. So what? Yi Xian was completely unaware of all of this. Following his orders, the sound of machinery grinding could be heard from the inside of the Baofeng. Very quickly, the mechanical changes were completed. Yi Xian did not choose the combat form of the mechanical demon bug. The speed of the rapid bug was too fast. Although the mechanical demon bug had a strong jumping ability and for antimatter death ray cannon barrels, it was very likely that it would not be able to lock onto the target. Therefore, Yi Xian chose the combat form of the humanoid alloy war god this time. Of course, while the Baofeng transformed into the humanoid alloy war god, its original terrifying size of 100,000 meters was also constantly shrinking. In the end, when the humanoid form of the alloy war god was completely revealed, its height of 100,000 meters was also constantly shrinking. When the alloy war god was fully formed, its height had reached only 5,000 meters. This was not Yi Xian's limit. The limit he could shrink a small fortress of 50,000 meters to 1,000 meters, and a large fortress of 100,000 meters to 2,500 meters. But that was not necessary. On the one hand, it was not suitable for this battle. On the other hand, Yi Xian did not want to expose his limit. Chapter 35-37. After a series of mechanical clanking noises, Baofeng completed its mechanical transformation. A humanoid alloy war god stood in the void, and the huge fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters shrunk to a height of only 5,000 meters. In its left hand was a huge alloy shield, in its right hand was an alloy spear that was more than 10,000 meters long, and behind its back was a pair of energy beams that flapped from time to time, creating ripples in the void. It looked majestic and extraordinary. This scene shocked all the spectators, and a wave of exclamations came from the surrounding void. Oh my god, what the hell is this? A humanoid? A humanoid? What is Baofeng Sha trying to do? Isn't the mechanical fusion ability only able to transform into various forms of mechanical combat insects? I've never heard of humanoid mechanical transformation before. It's indeed a little strange. The reason why the mechanical fusion ability of our race can transform into various forms of mechanical combat insects is because the characteristics of these insects are suitable for combat. However, everyone's understanding is different, and the form of the mechanical combat insect may not necessarily be correct. Baofeng Sha has broken the shackles of this thought. The appearance of mechanical transformation has undoubtedly opened a bigger window for the mechanical fusion ability, opening up a new way of thinking for our people. That's right. Since mechanical transformation can transform into various forms of mechanical combat insects, why can't it be humanoid or other forms of dire beasts? This is a new research direction. Just this point alone is enough to prove that he has indeed learned something in that battle. It was worth it to be beaten up. Our understanding has been completely overturned. In the past it was a mechanical sword mantis, but now it's a humanoid combat form. I'm really looking forward to the performance of this humanoid alloy war god. You have all overlooked a fact. Did no one notice that this humanoid alloy war god is only 5,000 meters tall? Just like the swift bug. This shows that Baofeng Sha's mechanical fusion ability has indeed improved greatly. Among the younger generation of our race, the only one who can fuse a huge fortress of 100,000 meters to a height of 5,000 meters is Baofeng Sha. Previously there was only young Master Di Xiaofeng, and just now there was Yarrow. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, a third person would appear? That's right. Based on this point alone, Sha Baofeng is qualified to fight with Yi Luo. This is really suspenseful. Before this, no one was optimistic about him. When Yi Luo appeared, everyone said that he would be the winner. Who would have thought that a dark horse would appear at the last moment? As these exclamations and discussions sounded, Yi Luo's deep voice came from the swift bug covered in sharp blades in the void ahead. Sha Baofeng, I have to say that I have indeed underestimated you before. You just made a breakthrough not long ago, and have the ability to condense a 100,000-meter-long fortress into one. With my 5,000-meter-tall body, I deeply understand how difficult it is to comprehend the mechanical fusion ability to this level. I didn't expect you to be able to do it as well. Moreover, it was after you were brutally beaten up in a great battle. That young Master Linghu of the human clan is indeed amazing. It's a pity that he has been exiled. Otherwise, I would look forward to fighting him. However, although I can't fight with young Master Linghu, if I can give you a good beating today, it will more or less dispel the loneliness in my heart. If young Master Linghu can give you a good beating, then I can too. As soon as he finished speaking, a dense and low buzzing sound suddenly burst out in the void. The swift bug in the void thousands of miles away suddenly rushed out. Even the void was torn apart by the high-density super alloy covering its body. In the blink of an eye, it was already in front of Yi Xian. Who doesn't know how to brag? You can't be compared to young Master Linghu because this great one will be beaten up by him. As for you, you can only be beaten up by this great one. Whoosh! Yi Xian sneered and made a bold statement. Then a sharp and ear-piercing sound rang out. The alloy battle god standing in the void suddenly shook its right hand, and the super alloy spear that was more than 10,000 meters long was instantly thrown out. No one could see its trajectory at all. Its speed was actually faster than the swift bug's. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of the swift bug that had turned into a shadow, blocking it in the void thousands of miles away from the alloy battle god. If the swift bug hadn't stopped and dodged, this super alloy spear that was shockingly fast would have pierced through its body in the next instant, ruthlessly killing it in the void. Wang, the low, high-frequency vibrating sound rang out again. The swift bug that had turned into a starry sky shadow came to a sudden stop. It didn't stop at all and instantly retreated hundreds of miles, barely avoiding the super alloy spear that was coming for the kill. Rumble. A huge thunderous explosion rang out. The super alloy spear smashed into a large fortress in the void below and instantly exploded. The fortress that was 10,000 meters in diameter turned into a fireball. Fortunately, there were no Tianji race clansmen inside. It was full of intelligent robots that were watching the battle. However, the power of this spear was still earth-shattering. This was because the void in the center of the grand competition had a radius of 100,000 miles. All the large and small fortresses that were watching the battle were 100,000 miles away. No one had expected that the humanoid alloy battle god's explosive power would be so terrifying. The power and speed of that super alloy spear. Its speed was so shocking that a large fortress 100,000 miles away couldn't dodge in time. In an instant, it turned into a huge fireball together with nearly 1 million intelligent robots inside, illuminating a corner of the void. Screams rang out instantly. These were the screams of the senior generation in charge of supervising the grand competition. Retreat, retreat immediately. The grand competition's venue has been temporarily expanded from the previous 100,000 miles to 500,000 miles. All battleships retreat immediately. No mistakes. Rumble. In the void, the roars of countless kinetic energy cabins starting up resounded everywhere. All the battleships, fortresses that were watching the battle all retreated in a panic. The power of that spear just now was too shocking. No one wanted to be the second unlucky person to be hit by it. In the large fortress that had driven over from the imperial prison and carried a large number of slaves from the first universe as hostages of the royal family of the 10,000 races, a large number of exclamations could be heard. As hostages of the royal family of the various races, the experts in this large fortress were all the true elites of their races. Their status and strength were extraordinary. Naturally, their horizons were not low, and their intelligence was even more astonishing. Everyone was well aware of the Tianji clan's intention of bringing them to the battlefield to fight Jean Emo in this grand competition. However, although they were shocked by the Tianji clan's so-called ultimate secret technique, the machine fusion technique, they were not too shocked. The 3 battles that they had seen before were indeed amazing. However, they were not as shocking as the scene in front of them. A starry fortress could actually transform into a super alloy battle god. Moreover, this battle god had only thrown out a spear, and it had destroyed a large fortress. The latter was suspended in the void 100,000 miles away, and it didn't even have a chance to dodge. Whether it was its speed or terrifying penetrative power, it was incredible. Chapter 35-38. Stop right there. Don't run. I just said that I won't beat the shit out of you. I won't go back on my word. Yixian sneered when he saw the speedy bug's body suddenly stop and quickly retreat. His arrogant voice rang out from the alloy war god's body, resounding through the void and causing everyone to stare at him in awe. It's just the power of a spear. How can it be so strong? It directly blew up a 10,000-meter tall fortress. This is impossible. At this moment, Yi Luo was already shocked beyond words. He had seen clearly just now that Sha Baofeng had raised his hand and thrown out an alloy spear. Because the alloy war god was formed by the extreme condensation of a 10,000-meter wide fortress, the battleship alloy used to build the fortress was densely denser. The density of the battleship was increased countless times, just like the dark purple blades all over its body. However, no matter how dense it was still just an alloy spear. Even if it could penetrate a 10,000-meter tall fortress, it definitely wouldn't be able to blow it up completely. Even if it hit the kinetic energy cabin of the fortress, it wouldn't be able to cause such a scene. Battleships above the level of the fortress all had kinetic energy protection systems inside. Even if the kinetic energy cabin exploded, it would only affect a small part of the overall area in a short period of time. Unless it was uncontrollable, it would explode completely. There would be a time difference between this. However, a 10,000-meter tall fortress had actually turned into a fireball in an instant. This feeling was as if what had hit him was not an alloy spear at all, but a super energy cannonball that had been condensed to the extreme. In fact, this was indeed the case. The Starfield Life Fortress was formed by the evolution of the world bugs. This kind of mysterious existence between life and non-life could evolve everything, including the antimatter death ray cannons fired by the Life Fortress. They were all evolved from their micromolecules. They were all transformed. Although the spear that Yixian threw out looked like an alloy spear on the surface, it was formed from countless micromolecules of the world bug. The moment it hit the fortress, all of the micromolecules changed shape, transforming from the super alloy into a super concentrated form of energy. Then it exploded. Under such circumstances, it would be strange if the fortress wasn't destroyed in an instant. Yi Luo wasn't an ordinary existence. Although he didn't know how Yixian did it, he saw the strangeness in it. Before he figured out Yixian's method, he didn't dare to rashly attack. At this moment he quickly retreated and at the same time tested with words. He wanted to know himself and his enemy, and solve the doubts in his heart. He was confused and think about it. Unfortunately, Yixian wasn't fooled. As the arrogant words came out of his mouth, the alloy war god pressed forward step by step. With a single step, he was already 100 miles away. His empty right hand buzzed as it once again condensed an alloy spear. At this time, the fortresses and strongholds of the battleships watching the battle in the surrounding void had already retreated to 500,000 miles away. The void in the central district was much wider, and the speed bug's speed advantage had more room to play. Yi Luo saw that the other party didn't fall for his trick and didn't reveal anything. He could only grit his teeth. The void hummed, and his body instantly turned into a starry afterimage. He circled around and shot toward the alloy war god's left arm. The alloy war god's right arm held the terrifyingly powerful alloy spear. Once it was thrown, even the speed bug could only narrowly avoid it with its terrifying speed. Yi Luo didn't dare to take the risk again. At this moment, he attacked from the left side of the alloy war god. As a result, the alloy spear in his right hand was blocked on the other side. It could be said that he was using the alloy war god's body as a shield. Of course, the alloy war god could turn around and throw again, but the speed bug needed a very short time. With its speed, it could reach the front of the alloy war god in one charge. Then with a scratch, the super alloy blades all over the speed bug's body could easily cut off the alloy war god's left arm. In the void, Wang with a heart-shaking buzzing sound in the void, the speed bug arrived at the left side of the alloy war god in the blink of an eye. The speed of the alloy war god's spear could match or even surpass the speed bug's, but this didn't mean that the alloy war god's original speed was the same. At this sight, some of the Celestial Legacy race members in the distant void sighed. They could almost see the alloy war god's entire body being dismembered. The speed bug was too fast. After dodging the terrifying spear in the alloy war god's right hand, it only needed to circle around the alloy war god's body a few times, and the human-shaped alloy war god would be reduced to giant pieces of alloy scrap and fall into the void. In the void, Yiluo also thought the same. At this moment, even his heart, which had been in his throat, gradually calmed down. At this time, the alloy war god's left shoulder and left rib suddenly burst with light. A partial energy shield was raised, protecting half of the alloy war god's left body. It seemed to want to use this to block the cutting of the dark purple alloy blades that covered the speed bug's entire body. Yiluo laughed. His mocking voice came from the speed bug. It's useless. It's just an energy shield. Can't block it at all. Wang. Chila. The next moment there was a slight sound like silk being torn apart. The super alloy blades on the speed bug's back cut through the energy shield and pressed down on the alloy war god's left shoulder. If nothing unexpected happened, the alloy war god's left arm would fall into the void and be cut open in the blink of an eye. Yes, it's useless. This is exactly what I wanted to tell you. Within the alloy war god, Yixian laughed coldly. Did you forget? I still have a battle shield in my left hand. Contradictions are one. If the battle spear can make you afraid, how can this shield be simple? When he finished speaking, the alloy war god had already raised its left arm. The huge alloy battle shield protected the left side of its body, replacing the previous layer of energy light shield that had been cut open by the alloy blades in an instant. It was also at this moment that the layers of dark purple blades on the left side of the speed bug's back came crushing over him. The moment the two came into contact, the battle shield, which was made of super alloy material just a second ago, suddenly changed form and turned into a pitch-black antimatter death light shield. No, rip. Rip. As Yiluo screamed in horror, there was a series of faint but dense ripping sounds. It was like boiling oil being poured into ice. The dense layer of dark purple blades on the left side of the speed bug's back began to melt at a speed visible to the naked eye. As long as the black antimatter death light shield came into contact with it, it would instantly and completely disappear without a doubt. Chapter 35-39. Whoosh! Ah! A series of strange noises rang out like boiling oil splashing on ice. A small portion of the left side of the swiftness bug's back melted in an instant. At this moment, Yiluo had fully activated the mechanical fusion ability of his warship, and he could feel the pain. The uncontrollable pain made him let out a miserable howl. Void. All of this took a long time to describe, but it happened in the blink of an eye. The upper echelons of the Tianji clan, who were watching the battle from 500,000 li away, only saw a blur before their eyes, and then the tide of the battle had completely turned. At this moment, the war spear in the alloy war god's right hand was raised high again, and the cold tip of the spear was aimed at the swiftness bug that had not yet retreated. In the next instant, the spear was thrown out and killed Yiluo on the spot. It was also at this moment that several core upper echelons of the Tianji clan of the older generation flew into the void of the Central Domain Grand Competition at the same time, and announced the end of this battle. The grand competition was over, and the winner was Sha Baofeng. Everything was settled at this point. Stop howling. This great uncle said that I would never beat the shit out of you. Today this great uncle will let you live. After Yixian's words rang out, the alloy war god put away its shield and spear, and then ordered the Baofeng to deactivate its mechanical transformation. With a series of grinding sounds, the humanoid war god quickly returned to the original fortress form of the Baofeng. Yixian took a step forward and then immediately put it away with a wave of his hand. While doing all this, Yixian's heart was in his throat. He was indeed worried that one of the clones of the Tianji clan's patriarch, Di, would immediately appear before he could put away the Baofeng. If that really happened, the other party would definitely find all kinds of excuses to keep Yixian's Baofeng for research. This would be a dead end. Yixian would never hand over the life fortress. If that happened, he would definitely be in big trouble. Fortunately, his movements were fast enough. He waved his hand and stored the life stronghold into his body before the other party appeared. At this time, even if one of the identities of the Heavenly Legacy race's patriarch Di appeared again and made the same request, Yixian wouldn't be afraid at all. Within his undying world, there were two identical treasure maple ships suspended side by side. One was transformed from the life fortress that he had just absorbed into his undying world, while the other was the real treasure maple ship. At that time, he would just have to hand over the real treasure maple. Yixian wouldn't feel any heartache. Now that the life fortress had grown to such a height, even a 100,000-meter wide fortress wouldn't be able to move him. Compared to the life fortress, no fortress could compare. Stuffing them would be useless. I accept my defeat wholeheartedly. Very soon, Yarrow also deactivated his mechanical transformation state, and the swift worm returned to the appearance of a light purple fortress. Its surface was bumpy, and it looked rather pathetic. The super alloy blade that had been corroded by the black antimatter shield in the left hand of the alloy war god had been formed from the toughest part of the outer wall of the light purple fortress. That was a real corrosion, which had directly led to the terrible appearance of the light purple fortress. However, this was the headquarters of the Heaven's Legacy race, and there were countless industrial planets in the periphery. Could be easily repaired. Moreover, Yarrow had also been deeply affected by this battle. Thus, when he waved his hand to absorb the light purple fortress into his body, he turned to look at Yixian. His expression was strangely calm. There wasn't the slightest trace of resentment. However, there was a complicated expression in his eyes. He suddenly stopped midway and stared at Yixian for a while before suddenly sighing. Young Master Linghu is truly a peerless genius. I didn't think that just by being beaten up by him, you would actually have such a huge change in your understanding of mechanical fusion. That antimatter shield is dead. It can ignore any attack, and there's no need to worry about close combat. In terms of long-range attacks, you have that alloy spear with terrifying explosive speed. Even the speed of the swift worm is slightly inferior. TSK. You have trump cards in both long-range and close combat. This is simply heaven-defying. You have a big brain hole, but no one can think of a way to break it. Impressive. At this point, Yarrow seemed to have suddenly thought of something. He changed the topic, and the expression on his face became even more strange. If I'm not wrong, that alloy spear should also have another kind of transformation, right? Antimatter Death Light Spear? This is what it means to be truly invincible. In the end, he smiled bitterly and sighed again. Turns out that you were still holding back. You didn't even use your full strength in this battle. Your real trump card hasn't been used, and I've already lost. Back then, in the battle with young Master Emperor, although he won, I wasn't convinced. However, in today's battle, I'm completely convinced. It's just a pity that in this life, I have no chance to fight with that peerless genius of the human race, young Master Linghu. As these words spread, exclamations came from the surrounding void again. Oh my God, did I hear it wrong? With Yarrow's arrogant temperament, he actually admitted defeat in front of everyone and expressed that he was convinced of his defeat this time? This is simply unbelievable. What's even more shocking is that Sha Baofeng's speed of growth is too amazing. He easily defeated Yarrow without using his full strength. This is simply unimaginable. What a crazy idea. That antimatter death light shield is simply the best. It's absolutely invincible in close combat. Any kind of attack, including energy attacks, can be blocked by this black shield. The special characteristics of antimatter light energy have determined all of this. But how did he do it? How can he actually turn the antimatter light energy generator? After moving it to the hands after the mechanical transformation, can the volume of that equipment be compressed? This doesn't make sense at all. Maybe it's a guide. How thick are the arms of a 5,000-meter tall alloy war god? The antimatter light energy generator of the big fortress has a diameter of at least 10,000 meters. How can it be compressed into 2 arms? It must be a channel-channel strategy, but there are too many technical difficulties. This is a new research field. The domain has opened a new door for us. There's also that battle spear. It already has such power when it's only in its superalloy state. If it can be transformed into an antimatter deathlight spear like Yarrow said, its power will definitely increase by a large margin. It will definitely be unstoppable and invincible, even if it's a fixed super fortress. Even the Starry Sky Fortress might not be able to block it. It will be pierced through by a single spear. Monster. He's definitely a monster. Sha Baofeng was beaten up, but who would have thought that a pheasant would turn into a phoenix? It's like an undying phoenix that underwent nirvana in the flames and completely matured. How many people have this kind of terrifying talent to grow in adversity? That's right. There's a saying that there are 4 peerless monsters in the current era. Prince Xian, Invincible War God, Young Master Linghu, and Young Master Netherworld. In my opinion, we can add Sha Baofeng to the list. Our Tianji clan can finally claim a spot among the 5 peerless monsters of the current era. Chapter 3540. At the end of the grand competition, the commander and deputy commander of the Vanguard fleet were immediately determined. They were Sha Baofeng and Yi Luo. Although this result had long been expected, when the several senior core members of the Tianji clan announced it in public, it still caused an uproar in the surrounding void. Quite a few people shot strange glances at Yi Luo, but his expression was calm, without the slightest hint of embarrassment. He exuded a self-cultivated temperament that would remain unperturbed by favor or humiliation. When the senior core members of the Heaven's Legacy race saw this, they immediately nodded to themselves. Obviously, Yi Luo had also gained a lot in this battle. Perhaps Sha Baofeng had been tortured by young Master Linghu. But this was the Phoenix Nirvana rebirth, which had created a miracle for him. It was unknown whether this miracle would happen again for Yi Luo. He indeed had the strength, foundation, and temperament to do so. Yixian also realized this point. He turned and looked the expressionless Yi Luo up and down a few times, frowning slightly, somewhat unhappy in his heart. If this battle had really helped the Tian's Legacy clan create a monstrous genius of the younger generation, then it would truly be too shocking. At the same time, in a secret room in the core area of the Tianji continent, there were no doors, windows, or passages at all. Sitting cross-legged in front of a holographic 3-dimensional screen, the high priest of the Demon Imperial City, Wen Xing, was frowning at this moment. His eyes were deep, as if he was thinking about something. There was no one else in the entire secret room, and the holographic 3-dimensional screen in front of him showed the vast grand competition void in the outer star field of the Tianji city. The figures of Yixian and Yi Luo could be seen clearly. At this time, a quiet voice with an ethereal breath suddenly sounded in this secret room. It was unknown where it came from. "How is it? Did you find anything?" The person that the voice asked was obviously Old Devil Wen Xing, and he did indeed respond immediately. Still frowning, he shook his head and said, "It's a bit strange, but I can't tell what the problem is yet. I just don't know why, but I always have a feeling that I seem to have seen it before. I don't know if it's this fortress or this person." Unfortunately, the heaven measuring technique can't be derived at all. It is forcibly interrupted at every critical moment, as if there is some kind of power blocking all of this. At this point, Wen Xing did not say anything else, and the secret room fell into silence. After a short while, the voice of Di, the leader of the Tianji clan, sounded again. "Since there is a problem, we must investigate further. However, Sha Baofeng's words are barely acceptable. We can't be too reckless. It's rare for our Tianji clan to have such a monstrous genius. Outside, he will be the next young clan leader, so we can't be at odds with him because of this. So let's start with the Baofeng first. If there is no problem with the battleship, then it must be the people's problem. Then we'll make a decision based on the situation. At least the target range has been narrowed down. We have a clear target." "Are you suspecting that the treasure maple is the life battleship that Old Ghost left behind?" Old Ghost Wen Xing's voice rang out once more. The so-called life battleship was nothing more than a legend back then. Whether or not it really exists has yet to be confirmed. In these past few years, you and I have been searching for it, but to no avail. How could it appear in the hands of a core member of the Heaven's Legacy race's younger generation? We can't be too careful. You've seen Sha Baofeng's mechanical fusion ability. Even I can't use the antimatter deathlight spear and the antimatter deathlight shield, not to mention the rest. Di's voice suddenly became serious. According to my analysis, even if Sha Baofeng's mechanical fusion ability improved by leaps and bounds because of that battle, it should not have reached this level. So the problem basically lies with his battleship. It is very likely that there is something hidden in it that we don't know. If Sha Baofeng is innocent as the leader of the Heavenly Legacy race, how can I sit back and watch a rare genius of our race fall into a trap? Besides, the disappearance of Xiaofeng and the others is too strange. The two auras detected at that time were clearly unparalleled beings beyond the Star Lord state. There must be a great secret hidden in that star zone, the source of all evil. I don't know if there's any connection between these two matters, but they've happened at the same time in a short period of time without any interval, so it can't help but arouse suspicion. If it was some sort of arrangement set up by that old bastard Xingbo all those years ago, then it would be bad. But one thing is certain, and that is that those old bastards from the second universe suddenly launched an attack on the first universe. They didn't even care about the inquiry of the human race and the myriad Sith Federation. There must be some shocking secret behind this, and it is very likely that it is related to the mysterious arrangement in the origin of all evil. He heaved a sigh. Unfortunately, I've explored that star zone many times, but I was only able to enter the central region's buffer zone every time. All I saw were some void rifts and a lot of black beetles. Those above the Star Lord state couldn't enter the central region at all. I can make a trip there. In fact, I've always been suspicious about the source of all evil. I once went to the edge of the central region, but I almost didn't make it back because I ran into a Star Lord Black Beetle Queen. When Xing took over the conversation and took over this matter. You also know that the hidden cultivation of this clone of mine is only at the late stage of universe realm. Facing that kind of existence, being able to come out alive is already a great fortune. However, it seems that such a low level of cultivation is actually a convenience. I can enter the central region of the source of all evil again. Speaking of this, when Xing, who had been sitting cross-legged on the floor of the secret chamber, suddenly stood up and disappeared completely. However, his voice still reverberated in the secret chamber. As for everything in the base camp, it's all up to you. Sha Baofeng, do as you say. Investigate the battle first. Then we'll decide whether or not to investigate himself. A long sigh was heard from the empty secret chamber after a long time. It was Di, the leader of the Heavenly Fortune clan. Sigh. Even a clone doesn't want to stay here for too long? You found an excuse and left in a hurry, but what's the point of that? Where's your righteousness? Don't forget that your original self is still in the Heavenly Fortune City. You can't leave. You know everything, but you're still running away from reality. Am I really? Chapter 35-41. Patriarch Di didn't show up in his real body. Instead, he sent a doppelganger, but his cultivation was also very high. His voice was not loud, but it spread throughout the void. All the intelligent robots in the void and in the warships all knelt down on the ground, while the members of the Heavenly Fate clan bowed to him. The content of the speech was very brief. First, it was an official evaluation of the competition. Then it was announced that one day later, the Vanguard fleet would set off to the battlefield and lead the Demon Tribestar area to the other end of the wormhole leading to the second universe. They would start a war with the allied forces of the various races of the Federation from the second universe. Finally, Di's doppelganger changed the topic and mentioned Baofeng Sha and Yi Luo. In the name of a reward, he asked Baofeng Sha to leave his ship behind and hand it over to a senior core member of the Heavenly Fate clan to take it to the first star dock for upgrade and modification. Yi Xian sneered in his heart, but some cold sweat appeared on his back. Fortunately, he had anticipated this in advance. Otherwise, he would have been in big trouble this time. After giving all these instructions, Di's doppelganger floated away. The senior core members of the Heavenly Fate clan also turned to Yi Xian with a strange expression on their faces. Obviously, they were not fools. Everyone could see that something was wrong when the Patriarch suddenly asked Baofeng Sha to leave his ship behind. However, they didn't think too much about it. They just wondered if Baofeng Sha's heaven-defying fusion ability was related to the first star dock. Was it related to the fortress? For a long time, Everyone thought that the strength of the Heavenly Fate Clan's mechanical fusion ability was only related to the members of the Heavenly Fate Clan who performed the fusion ability. As long as one's understanding in this aspect was deep enough, even the most ordinary warship could be fully integrated with it. Strong combat power. But now, the Patriarch's action had reminded them. Many people were thinking about the deeper meaning behind it, and some people even had a look of realization on their faces. After Sha Baofeng fused with his mount, the antimatter death ray energy form of the alloy battle god's spear and shield was indeed correct. A bug, and it was basically impossible to achieve. However, if the warship itself was modified, it was still possible. Even Uruidu seemed to have sensed something. He suddenly recalled that when Baofeng Sha was carrying out his last mission, the Baofeng ship had been left in the clan for modification. He had only just retrieved it from the modification star dock when he returned. That must be it. Yi Luo clenched his fists with excitement on his face. He had finally discovered Sha Baofeng's secret, which opened a new door for him. He realized that the true power of mechanical fusion was not only related to the Tianji race clansman who was fusing, but also to the warship that was fusing with him. After all, whether it was the mechanical war bug or the humanoid alloy war god, it was ultimately a combination of two aspects. While the Tianji race's understanding of the mechanical fusion ability was important, as it was akin to controlling software, it was also not to be underestimated as a forceful fusion battleship. Yi Luo had decided that he would not take the illusory stronghold with him on this expedition. He would leave it in the clan and ask a senior member of the Heaven's Legacy race to get in touch with him so that the first star dock could fully remodel it. Baofeng Sha, just wait and see. I will not be defeated like this next time. I will definitely make a comeback. Clenching his fists tightly, Yi Luo muttered to himself with incomparable confidence. Yi Xian waved his hand and took out the treasure maple that he had already prepared in his undying world. Of course, it was the real treasure maple. Then, a few of the senior members of the Tianji race entered the treasure maple and drove it away. As for the others, they went up to Yi Xian and handed him the commander seal of the Vanguard Fleet Commander. Of course, it was also an electronic device. It was a small black box that could be connected to the communication port of the warship. It was the size of 2 fingers. After Yi Xian received it, he put it into his body with a flip of his hand. At this moment, Shanasi was already rubbing his hands in excitement. From his point of view, since Yi Xian had successfully obtained the position of commander of the Vanguard Fleet, then the future young patriarch of the Heavenly Fate Clan would basically not be able to escape. Currently, the entire Tianji race did not know that the previous young patriarch, Emperor Xiaofeng, had died. Although they had their suspicions, it was not confirmed. However, in Shanasi's opinion, this matter would be confirmed soon. Then it would be time for Lord Sha to take over. Because of this, seeing Yi Xian turn around and walk towards him, Shanasi immediately bowed and greeted him with a smile as if he was the one who had been promoted and made a fortune. Lord Sha, congratulations. You have been promoted and made a fortune. You have been promoted and made a fortune. Get ready. We will set off tomorrow to the demon domain. You can return to the demon emperor planet then. These were not words of anger. The old man did not want to stay in the Tianji city, but Yi Xian could not always be by his side, right? He could only return to where he came from and send him back to where he came from. Upon hearing this, Shanasi was stunned. After a long while, when Yi Xian had already turned around and left, he finally regained his senses and hurriedly followed him. Although he did not say much, his eyes were darting around. Clearly, he was calculating how to stay by the side of the future young patriarch. By the side, he would be able to get promoted and make a fortune by following him. The entire Vanguard fleet that had set off for the demon domain had already been readied. It was parked at the edge of the industrial circle around Tianji City. After Yi Xian arrived, he immediately entered the flagship stronghold. The scale of this Tianji race Vanguard fleet was huge. There were a total of 1,000 fortresses of varying sizes and 100 fortresses of varying sizes. In addition, there were more than 10,000 3,000-meter-long stellar-level battleships and 1,000-meter-long planet-level battleships. As for all kinds of small-sized patrol ships and battleships, there were tens of thousands of them. Every fortress and fortress carried many of them. Such a huge fleet of Vanguard ships covered the sky and occupied a large part of the starry sky. Yixian had never seen such a huge fleet before. There were tens of thousands of ships of all kinds. It was simply shocking. Just this alone showed how huge the scale of this battle was. After all, this huge fleet in front of him was only the vanguard. Such a huge fleet of vanguard ships was driven and controlled by intelligent robots. Countless intelligent robots were sent to the battlefield, and there were only 2 people in the upper echelon of the Tianji race who were in charge of commanding the flagship. They were Yixian and Yi Luo. Most of the authority was in Yixian's hands, and Yi Luo was only his assistant. The only things he could manage were some of the intelligent robots below. All orders had to be given through the commander's seal in Yixian's hand, which was also an electronic black box. Chapter 3542. The journey from Tianji City to the Demon Dweller Galaxy was a long one. Even if they didn't miss any of the small wormholes along the way, it would still take them nearly a month to reach the Demon Dweller Galaxy. The tens of thousands of small patrol ships and 1,000-meter-long planetary-class battleships in the fleet didn't have the ability to continuously jump through wormholes. Fortunately, the fleet had enough fortresses and fortresses, so these small battleships were basically used as subships to enter the large-scale battle. They jumped through the interior of the battleship. Although the fleet traveled slowly and needed nearly a month to reach the battlefield, first-hand news of the battle could be transmitted to Tianji City and the flagship of the Vanguard fleet through the First Universe's interstellar network at any time. Thus, Yixian knew the situation on the Demon Dweller Galaxy like the back of his hand even while he was traveling. As the overlord of the First Universe, the Tianji clan had more than 10,000 3,000-meter-long battleships in the Vanguard fleet. Naturally, the other fleets of the First Universe's races would be even more terrifying. Of course, the participating fleets of the slave races couldn't be dispatched to the battlefield all at once. Like the Tianji clan's forces, they would arrive in batches. The first fleet to arrive was also the Vanguard fleet. As the sole hegemon of the First Universe, the Heaven's Legacy race had always claimed that they were the servants of all races. But in reality, this was clearly an exaggeration. No matter how large a universal plane was, it was impossible for it to have more than 10,000 intelligent races. The vast majority of races were weak races. Most of the weaker races were small races with no intelligence, such as the insectoids. There were nearly 1,000 slave races under the Tianji clan. Even if each race only sent a vanguard fleet of 100 ships, there would be a total of 100,000 ships. These 100,000 ships referred to the main force ships that were at least 3,000 meters long, including the fortresses and fortresses of various sizes. The Heaven's Legacy race did not open up the large fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters to their slaves. In addition, there were all kinds of small patrol ships and 1,000-meter-long planetary-class battleships. In short, if all the vanguard fleets of the slave races arrived at the Demon Dweller Galaxy, Yixian would have a super vanguard fleet of several 100,000 ships in his hands. Furthermore, the fleet in his hands was about to launch the first interstellar battle between the 2 universes in this war. This showed how terrifying the authority in his hands was. In the past, Yixian wouldn't even have dared to dream about it. Looking back, 2 years ago, he was still a native who had just walked out of a sealed planet and arrived in the universe. He didn't know anything and had to start everything from scratch. But today, the first battle between the 2 universes was about to begin. 2 days after the entire Vanguard fleet left the Heavenly Fate Star region, the first wormhole jump arrived. After completing this wormhole jump, the entire fleet was already extremely far away from the Heavenly Fate Star region. Yixian's originally somewhat worried heart was completely relieved. The first thing he did was to go to the 100,000-meter-long fortress that housed tens of millions of Void Soldier ladles. After a round of inspection and confirming that all the Void Soldier ladles were there, and that the 2 8-star Void Soldier ladles were fine, he was relieved. After a moment of hesitation, Yixian directly refined this interstellar fortress and put it into his body. At the same time, he issued an order to the Devouring system to brainwash all the intelligent robots in this fortress named Cannon Fodder. He didn't plan to take this fortress out again. When he found a suitable galaxy in the future, he would find a new home for the Void Soldier ladles. But for now, they could only stay in this Cannon Fodder. They couldn't even go to the black hole of life. Otherwise, they would be captured sooner or later or even on the spot. Exterminated. Why did you put away those cannon fodders? As soon as he returned to the flagship fortress, the vice commander of the Vanguard fleet, Yi Luo, came over with a suspicious expression. He asked Yi Xian the reason for his actions just now. Can't this commander have other uses? Are you the commander or am I? You have a vice commander on your head and you're still not being honest. You're asking for a beating. Yi Xian didn't care at all. He rolled his eyes and scolded him. In the end, he waved his hand and said, "Now, the command of the fleet will be temporarily handed over to you as the vice commander. This commander needs to go into seclusion to cultivate or something. Remember not to make decisions on your own if there are important matters. You must report to this commander. Report to this commander, or you will be punished according to military law. Chanas, you are now this commander's personal guard. Keep an eye on him. If there are any strange movements, report to me immediately." After saying that, he ignored Yi Luo, who was so angry that his nose was crooked to the side. He swung his arm and walked into a cabin. After closing the cabin door, he waved his hand and set up an isolation restriction. Only then did he relax. The journey to the Demon Dweller starfield was a long one. There were still more than 20 days to almost a month's journey. Yi Xian couldn't waste this time. He decided to use this time to cultivate in seclusion. He had already refined the level 12 liquid and had it on hand. As long as the cultivation realm of the physical body and qi reached the great circle of the 9th step of this realm, he would be able to use a tube of level 12 liquid. If the first tube was not successful, there was still a second tube. In short, breaking through to the 12th great realm, the void realm, was absolutely a sure thing. Love. Although his cultivation had increased quickly during this period of time, and he was now at the 11th stage, the mystic light realm, the 3rd stage, Yi Xian would feel a lot of pressure when he thought about the zombie king Tuo Balinfeng. That fellow was a universe zombie. He could devour all flesh and blood in the universe to increase his strength. Even Yi Xian was shocked by the speed at which his cultivation advanced. If nothing unexpected happened, then the current zombie king, Tuo Balinfeng, would most likely have already advanced to the 12th great realm, the void realm. Therefore, Yi Xian absolutely couldn't slack off. He had to make the best use of all the time he could to increase his cultivation as much as possible. Apart from that, the research on the level 13 liquid was also very urgent. Once Yi Xian reached the 12th stage, the void realm, this matter would become even more urgent. Otherwise, if he still couldn't refine the level 13 liquid when he reached the peak of the 9th stage, the void realm, he would be stuck at the 12th stage. If he were to stop at the 13th great realm because of this, it would be far too sullen of a loss. With these thoughts in mind, Yi Xian held back his energy and quickly entered a state of cultivation. After an unknown amount of time, when he finished cultivating and opened his eyes, a familiar system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The body's blood qi realm has broken through. Current realm. Mystic Light Realm Level 4. Chapter 35-43. The first universe, the Demon Dweller Star Zone. Today, the Demon Dweller Star Zone could be said to be a gathering place. Not only were the vanguard fleets of the first universe's servant races moving over, but even the enormous fleets of the various races of the Federation of the second universe were converging one after another through the plane-level wormhole that connected the two universes. The initiator of this plane-level space war was the second universe. The Tianji clan of the first universe and its servant races were merely responding to the challenge. Therefore, the battlefield was destined to be in the first universe's plane. Neither the Tianji clan nor the Demon Dweller clan had sent a large number of troops to guard or set up an ambush at the exit of this plane-level wormhole. The Tianji clan also hoped for a battle to disrupt the situation of the three universes. Therefore, guarding the exit of the wormhole and preventing the allied forces of the second universe from entering the first universe was completely unnecessary. As for setting up an ambush, it was even more unnecessary for the Tianji clan. The first universe was the headquarters of the Tianji clan, and the clan was known as the sole overlord of the first universe. If they didn't even dare to face the allied forces of the second universe's races head-on and played these tricks instead, they would be a laughingstock. Because of this, in recent times, the fleets of the second universe race that had entered the first universe through this dimension-level wormhole and immediately set up camp in the void near the wormhole's exit. It was simply one fleet after another. The void near the exit of the wormhole was already filled with the silhouettes of all kinds of battleships, fortresses and fortresses. They were densely packed, and the vast galaxy that stretched for tens of thousands of miles was covered with a layer of cold steel clothing. Among the top 10 races of the Second Universe's Federation of the Second Universe, besides the Nether Turtle clan, the other 9 races such as the Blood Dragon clan, the Green Rock clan, the Warrior Lion clan, the Inji clan, the Barbarian Bull clan, the Golden Eagle clan, the Colored Python clan, the Greedy Wolf clan, and the Tree Spirit clan, all sent powerful fleets of their races. In addition, the other races of the Second Universe also sent fleets of their races. Even the Black Lion that Inchi, Inba, and Injo led over 10,000 members of the Demon clan to occupy had come to the Demon Dweller Star Zone. Of course, the Black Lion was now a wandering level stronghold in the universe. It was all alone and wasn't welcomed by the various races of the Second Universe Federation. Even the leader of the Demon race, the Emperor, didn't care about them. He had long since been angered to death. In addition, the Black Lion originally belonged to the Battle Lion tribe, but it was snatched away by the Netherworld Young Master. This was an absolute humiliation to the Battle Lion tribe. There was no doubt that as long as they saw this small fortress, the Battle Lion tribe would not be polite and would attack on the spot. Emperor, who had leapt into the Star Lord realm, had already abandoned his entire race. Right now, Emperor was like a madman in the universe, roaming everywhere. Every time he appeared in a star field, there would be a thunderous roar as he searched for young Master Netherworld everywhere. In fact, even if Emperor still cared for the remaining 10,000 members of the Demon clan in the Black Lion, the Battle Lion clan wasn't afraid at all. That was because, including the Battle Lion clan, it was said that there was a Star Lord in each of the fleets of the top 10 races of the Second Universe. Although it was very likely that they wouldn't participate in the regular battle, there were 9 Star Lord Elders in the entire Second Universe's allied forces. The role of an eccentric overseer in stabilizing the army's morale was unparalleled. Therefore, the experts of the fleets of the various races of the Second Universe were all in high spirits. The steel battleships that stretched for 10,000 kilometers occupied a part of the void. Even the starry sky was shocked by their momentum, and the light of distant stars dimmed. Although the Black Lion clan had sneaked over for some unknown purpose, it didn't dare to appear in the huge allied forces fleet. It kept its concealment array active, and occasionally it wouldn't come out to take a breather. It would stay in the distant void at the edge of the allied forces fleet. They didn't dare to approach, or the Battle Lion clan would definitely take action. It was said that even the former leader of the Demon clan, the Emperor, had gone crazy and was rushing over to the First Universe at that moment. He said that given the nature of young Master Netherworld, there was no way he would miss a planar battle of this level. He would definitely rush over to extort something. Revenge. When the news spread, the higher-ups of the vanguard fleets of the various races of the Federation of the Second Universe didn't feel good. On one hand, it was because the current Emperor was not only a Star-Lord old monster, but he also seemed to be a little crazy. For him to crazily interfere in such a solemn and sacred planar space battle was truly worrying. If this old thing were to cause a ruckus, what would the final battle situation be? It was really hard to predict what would happen. Although there were super old monsters that surpassed the Star-Lord realm in the various races, including the Heavenly Fate clan and the slave races of the First Universe, such existences wouldn't take action. It was basically impossible for such an existence to show up for a Star-Lord who was a little crazy. It was a luxury. In addition, the more important problem was young Master Netherworld. For the various races of the Federation of the Second Universe, that name was definitely an eternal pain in their memory, especially for the top 3 races of the Second Universe, the Blood Wyrm clan, the Cyanpong clan, and the Battle Lion clan. Back in the Nether Turtle star field, they had been suppressed by young Master Netherworld to the point that they couldn't breathe. That matter had already become the #1 laughingstock in the history of the universe. Of course, the experts of the universe who were qualified to laugh were mostly loose cultivators, and there weren't any relatively large forces. That was because more than 60% of the major forces of the 3 universes were involved in that scandal. It was really a big brother who didn't laugh at his second brother. However, if young Master Netherworld really came, it was really impossible to predict what would happen in the end of this planar battle that hadn't happened in 10,000 years. Even now, the higher-ups of the various races of the Federation of the Second Universe were still covered in sweat when they recalled the shameless methods of this freak. They were all sweating profusely. Some people sighed. It was a pity that young Master Linghu had died prematurely. Prince Xian was even more silent, as if he had disappeared. The invincible war god was still in the territory of the cultivators of the third universe, playing hide-and-seek with a group of old monsters from the 10 Ultimates' heavenly palaces. He had no time to come. Otherwise, any one of the three would have been able to restrain young Master Netherworld. It was also at this time that the various races of the Federation of the Second Universe were discussing and worrying about the news that the mad-dogging Emperor and the unknown young Master Netherworld were about to come to the battlefield in space. Another piece of important news came from the Heavenly Fate clan, the overlord of the First Universe. The news was transmitted from the Heavenly Fate clan's base camp, Heavenly Fate City. Chapter 3544. When Yixian walked out of the secret room, Chanas, who heard the commotion, immediately came forward to greet him. He nodded and bowed as he greeted him, and then discovered that Yixian's cultivation had broken through a small level. Now, he was already at the middle stage of the 4th level of the Profound Light Realm, so he immediately started to flatter him. Yi Luo, who was not far away, could not listen anymore and turned to leave. Yixian did not pay attention to him. After asking, he found out that he had spent 3 whole days in seclusion. It seemed that the higher one's cultivation was, the more difficult it would be to increase one's realm. This was something he had expected. Although he was a little depressed, he felt like he was going to fall behind the Zombie King to a Balinfeng again. There was a huge gap in the future, but there was nothing he could do. However, even though he had spent 3 whole days in seclusion, it was still a long time before they reached the Demon Dweller Star region. There were still about 20 days. Fortunately, the situation on the battlefield had not changed during this period of time. At the exit of the wormhole, the allied army of the various races from the Second Universe was becoming more and more terrifying. However, the slave races from the First Universe were also very strong. The various races' fleets were not weaker than the enemies. Yixian was actually looking forward to this planar war in space. After all, it had nothing to do with the human race. It was just a fight between the Tianji race and the various races from the Second Universe. Yixian did not have a good impression of both sides. He did not care how many Star Realm experts died. To be able to use this opportunity to enjoy his addiction of being the commander of a planar war in space was simply a great opportunity that could only be encountered by chance. In the following time, Yixian did not go into seclusion again. Instead, he took some netherworld furnace lotion to heal some of the hidden injuries and hidden ailments that the breakthrough this time might have left in his body. After all, the path of physical evolution had this disadvantage. It required one to break through the limits of the human body time and time again, tearing apart the invisible shackles of the human body's potential. This would definitely cause harm to the physical body of an evolver. Perhaps it would only be a small amount each time, but over time it would explode. The consequences would definitely be severe. However, Yixian now had a large amount of netherworld furnace lotion, and even over 2,000 drops of all evil origin elixir. It was enough for him to consume a little every time he broke through, and put an end to the accumulation of this hidden danger in his body. In addition, he spent most of his time deriving the formula for the level 13 liquid. This was a completely new field. For the Third Universe's Human Science and Technology camp, the top families in the field of gene fluids only had a few finished products of the level 11 liquid in their hands. For example, the Tuoba family had them. The purplish warbler and the other 2 girls also had one each. However, the formula for the level 11 liquid had always been in the hands of Yixian and had never been leaked. As for the level 12 liquid, there was no need to mention it. Once they reached level 13, it was simply impossible for them. The top families in the field of gene fluids might not even be able to piece together an incomplete formula. The research field of gene fluids was deduced step by step. Without the formula for the level 12 liquid, there was no way to know what the key elements of the level 13 liquid were. In fact, even the basic elements could not be determined. Although Yixian had not been in the field of gene fluids for a long time, he had a large amount of resources through various channels and methods. This included the communication system attached to the Devouring system, the preparation manuscripts, and a large number of incomplete formulas that he had stolen from the top families and other official forces. In addition, there was the powerful deduction ability of the Devouring system. Therefore, it directly led to his rapid advancement in this field. He started from the level 1 liquid all the way to the level 12 liquid. Today, Yixian was definitely the #1 person in the field of gene fluids research. Young Master Linghu's reputation as the three absolutes of medicine, artifact, and array was not casually called out. Even so, the research of the formula for the level 13 liquid still gave him an incomparable headache. On the way to the demon domain, Yixian's entire mind was immersed in the research of the formula for the level 13 liquid for the next 20 days. He even successfully concocted another level 12 liquid. However, he still did not succeed in concocting the level 13 liquid. The gene fluids that he concocted either only had 12 colors, or they were a chaotic mess of colors. They were extremely unstable and would become useless medicine. As the time drew closer, they were not very far away from the demon domain. Yixian became a bit anxious because once they reached the demon domain and the battle began, he might not have the time to immerse himself in the research of the gene fluids like he did now. Right now, his physical body and blood qi had reached the 11th level of the mystic light realm, level 4. After another 5 levels of breakthroughs, he would be able to use the level 12 liquid. At that time, the need for the level 13 liquid would be even more urgent and could not be delayed. In the end, seeing that they were only 3 days away from reaching the demon domain, Yixian made up his mind and added a small pinch of the 9-colored meat paste into the level 13 liquid that he finally deduced. He was just trying his luck. In any case, there were only 3 days left. It was basically impossible for him to deduce a new formula for the level 13 liquid. He had never added the 9-colored meat paste to the other level 13 liquid formulas, because Yixian didn't know the characteristics of the 9-colored meat paste at all. It was true that the 9-colored meat paste was of the highest level. Even the remains of primordial creatures beyond the Star Lord state had been spat out of the netherworld cauldron as waste. It was not hard to imagine how strong the primordial creatures that had been left in the netherworld cauldron were. Even a drop of blood from their remains was more precious than any heavenly materials and earthly treasures. However, the 9-colored flesh paste was too complex. It was formed from the crushed flesh of all kinds of powerful desolate-era creatures. Some of their blood was golden, while others were fiery red. They were all different, but now they were all crushed and mixed together to form the 9-colored flesh paste. No matter how high the grade of this raw material was, how could it be added into the formula when its attributes and characteristics could not be determined? However, what Yixian didn't expect was that he would simply add a pinch of the 9-colored meat paste to the last level 13 liquid formula, then carefully mix it according to the formula. 2 days later, when the result was out, he had really obtained a 9-colored meat paste. 2 days later, he had successfully obtained a level 13 liquid. It was a tube of greenish liquid, but if one examined it carefully with their spiritual sense, they would be able to see that inside every micromolecule of the liquid, there were 13 different colors that were arranged in the same way. It worked? What's going on? Yixian was dumbfounded as he looked at the precious level 13 liquid in his hand. He suddenly remembered a saying, "You know what you do, but you don't know why." Chapter 35-45. Although the successful concoction of the level 13 gene fluid was something to be happy about, Yixian was not in the mood to celebrate. He used a small spatial box to store the level 13 gene fluid and placed it into his undying world. He immediately fell into deep thought. The current him was not even sure if the successful concoction of the level 13 gene fluid was due to the small pinch of 9-colored meat paste. It was very likely that this was just a coincidence. Of course, the probability of this being a coincidence was very small. It was more likely that the success of this concoction was due to the small pinch of 9-colored meat paste. If this was really the case, then this was a great piece of news for Yixian. This way, when he encountered a bottleneck in the concoction of the level 14 and 15 gene fluids in the future, he could add a small pinch of 9-colored meat paste to try again. If it was still effective, then the concoction of higher-level gene fluids in the future would not be too big of a problem. He only needed to deduce the basic concoction, and then add a small pinch of 9-colored meat paste, just like Quan En's medicine. However, there was no time to verify this point because there was only 1 day left before they reached the demon domain. "What have you been doing these past few days? We're about to reach the battlefield, but you haven't shown yourself for a few days since you entered the inner cabin. Are you treating your role as the commander of the Vanguard fleet as child's play?" Yixian had spent a lot of effort concocting the level 13 gene fluid this time. The command of the entire fleet had been handed over to Yi Luo. After all, there was nothing else to do but to hurry along. He had buried himself in the inner cabin and basically did not show himself. Now that there was only one day left before they reached the demon domain, Yi Luo was obviously very anxious. When he saw Yi Xian finally come out of the inner cabin, he immediately threw a series of questions at him. "Second brother, please watch your words." Yi Xian was immediately unhappy. His expression darkened as he turned to look at Yi Luo. The word second brother almost caused the latter to stumble. "This commander is the commander of this vanguard fleet. You're just my little follower. The next time you overstep your boundaries, I'll punish you for insubordination and expel you on the spot." As for the last major task this commander is busy with, Yi Xian then changed the topic and walked into the command cabin with his hands behind his back. He directly ignored Yi Luo's angry expression and said slowly, "This commander has tens of thousands of battleships and countless AI robots under my command. I have the command of this intergalactic war, so I have to deal with it every day. I've always been thinking about strategies and strategies. What do you know as a follower? All you need to do is listen to my orders. That's your mission. Don't waste my time talking nonsense. Otherwise, you'll mess up the battle and I'll hold you responsible." Yi Xian kept calling Yi Xian Commander and Great Lord, and from time to time, he would throw in terms of second brother or little follower. After a series of scoldings like this, Yi Xian almost coughed up blood. He was completely stunned and his mind was in a mess. A day later, the vanguard fleet entered the demon domain. In just 2 short days, they made 6 consecutive wormholes and finally arrived at the demon domain. As soon as they arrived at the outskirts of the demon domain, Yi Xian was shocked by a huge thing floating in the void. Apart from the Tianji continent in the core area of the Tianji race's headquarters, the largest intergalactic war machine he had ever seen was a large fortress with a diameter of only 100,000 meters. Even on the everlasting star of the everlasting dynasty, he had never seen a planet larger than a fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters. War machines. And now he saw one of them in his field of vision. This was a giant steel ship shaped like a megaphone. The diameter of the mouth of the megaphone was a terrifying 300,000 meters. It could fit 3 large fortresses of 100,000 meters in a row through the mouth of the megaphone. To be more precise, this giant intergalactic megaphone was not a single entity. The mouth of the megaphone was composed of rings from the outside to the inside, with a total of 9 layers. The outer layer of rings was the largest, and the inner layer was the smallest, like the end of the mouth of the megaphone. And behind this smallest layer, there were 9 more layers, each smaller than the last. These 9 layers, together with the smallest layer inside the mouth of the megaphone, formed a giant megaphone tube that was gradually shrinking. Whether it was the 9 layers of the mouth of the megaphone or the 9 layers of the megaphone tube, each layer of rings had a large number of nodes, connected by some huge tube-shaped objects. These densely packed nodes were independent warships with a diameter of 3,000 meters, but they were not standard warships in the shape of boats. They were more like specially built to form this giant intergalactic megaphone. Although the warships at each node were only 3,000 meters in diameter, they were all honeycomb-shaped with countless small sections. No one knew what they were used for because Yi Xian did not have any. There were no cannons on the surface of these countless small honeycomb-shaped warships. It was as if they formed this giant intergalactic megaphone together, not for the purpose of intergalactic war, but for decoration. It was just a giant piece of art with a terrifying scale. But that was obviously impossible. Even if the demon king Mo Wentian was out of his mind, the demon tribe would not make a useless piece of art at this time. As the vanguard fleet temporarily stopped in the void of the demon imperial star area, Yi Xian and Chanaz immediately walked out of the flagship, the Expulsion, and went to the demon imperial star. The deputy commander, Yarrow, was ordered by Yi Xian to stay in the fortress of the Expulsion. Obviously, Yi Xian did not want him to participate in the command of the vanguard battle. After all, the battlefield was at the edge of the demon imperial star area, and it was the first battle between the vanguard fleet and the allied forces of various races in the second universe. The demon element was definitely an important part of the battle. The meeting between Yi Xian and the demon tribe was definitely to discuss the battle. Although Yarrow was very angry, he could do nothing. He finally realized that his so-called deputy commander of the Vanguard fleet had clearly been taken over. He was completely reduced to a follower of the commander Sha Baofeng, and he was just a small follower. There was still Chanaz before him. As soon as Yixian and Chanaz entered the demon imperial city, they saw the demon king Mo Wentian and his two uncles. Chanaz was left outside the palace, and Yixian and the other three started a secret discussion. What's with that megaphone in the void outside? It looks like it doesn't have any attack power. There are many honeycomb-shaped densely packed nodes, but there are no cannons. After the isolation formation was set up, Yixian went straight to the point and asked the biggest question in his mind. Chapter 3546. Spirit War Pulla? Yixian's face was full of constipation. After a while he mumbled, "Why do I feel like I'm in a top-class restaurant and I'm eating dark cuisine? Isn't this name too hard to pronounce? It doesn't sound like anything good. Are you sure it can really be used on the battlefield?" On the side, the demon king Mo Wentian shook his head and smiled bitterly. Even the two uncles rolled their eyes. In the end, Mo Qigong patiently explained to Yixian. His eyes gradually brightened up. It was obvious that he was very interested. Spirit War Pulla was actually a battle megaphone that used spirit energy as a means of attack. The megaphone was only the outer appearance of this star combat weapon. There was obviously a reason why it was a megaphone. After some thought, one would understand that it could amplify the power of one's mental power, which was the same principle as using a megaphone to amplify sound. In this gigantic Spirit War Pulla, there were thousands of honeycomb-shaped battleships with a diameter of 3,000 meters. There were a large number of demon powerhouses. It could be said that almost all of the demon powerhouses from the 8 major tribes of the demon race would be stationed here. And in every honeycomb-shaped node, there would be a high priest of the demon race or a powerhouse of the demon race who was skilled in spirit energy secret arts. Basically, in every honeycomb-shaped node battleship, there would be tens of thousands of demon powerhouses. Under the command of the high priest or royal powerhouse of the demon race, they would fully activate the demon core in their brain and unleash their spirit energy, turning it into a powerful pulse of spirit energy. Huge tubular objects made of special materials that connected the nodes would converge at the smallest inner circle of the horn. In the end, all the spiritual power pulses gathered from the thousands of nodes would be blasted out by the combined forces of the 9 royal demonkin powerhouses who were sitting in the 9-node beehives in the smallest layer of the horn mouth. After the 9 layers of amplification of the horn, it would form a terrifying and invisible starry sky-level spirit hurricane, bombarding the enemy battleships. This was a great weapon of mass destruction. Moreover, the starry sky-level spirit hurricane that was blasted out was invisible and intangible. There was no way to defend against it. Even the energy shields of the battleships, fortresses were useless. Damn! This is good stuff. Can you get me one too? Yixian also had a mind power source core in his brain, so he also had mind power. Furthermore, he had mastered many secret techniques and mystic abilities that even the Demon King and the others didn't know about. Therefore, he was the one who understood the terrifying characteristics of mind power the best. Mo Qigong casually explained a few words, and he immediately understood the terror of this spirit warship. Not to mention, the Devil Cultivator was not proficient in the power of science and technology, and was not enthusiastic about the construction of warships, but the 4 odd beasts that they had made really had the spirit of technological innovation, and actually made the starry sky. Warship technology and the characteristics of the Demonkin's mental power were mixed together and displayed to the greatest extent. It was definitely a pioneering work. Therefore, even Yixian was extremely tempted and immediately made a request. "Brat, are you trying to hijack the entire demon race?" Unfortunately, Imperial Uncle Mo Qigong and the others immediately rolled their eyes at his words. They glared at him and said unhappily, "Although this spirit warship with a diameter of 300,000 meters is not the limit of the demon race, if we send in the people of the Demon King planet, we can make one with a diameter of 500,000 meters. But what do you want it for, brat? A 300,000-meter diameter spirit warship needs 70% of the demon race's experts to be stationed in it. Do you have that?" It was no wonder that the higher-ups of the demon race were dissatisfied. This spirit warship without a large number of demon experts was simply a pile of scrap metal. Yixian clearly wanted the worship because he wanted to take advantage of the demon experts. This brat's methods were really shameless. If they really gave the worship to him, the demon race's star region might not even have 3 more demon experts. 5 more and a large number of demon dweller experts would have disappeared in batches. Although Mo Qigong did not directly say these words, it was clearly what he meant. The Demon King Mo Wentian and the others on the side had a deep expression on their faces. Clearly, they still remembered the torment that Yixian had caused in the demon dynasty under the identity of Prince Xian. Don't look at me like that. It's like you're guarding against a wolf. What happened to the cooperation? What happened to the friendship? Yixian's face was full of awkwardness. He said sternly, "Don't worry, I've always been a person of principle. I definitely won't harm my own people. Alright, let's talk business. I do need this spirit worship. Although I don't have as many demon experts as you, I have the Void Soldier ladles." Yixian was precisely thinking about this. The Void Soldier ladles all had a unique biological frequency. Unfortunately, the individual biological frequency was too weak and did not have much destructive power. However, Yixian had seen the Void Soldier ladle's divine ability before. He had even given it names such as stellar transposition, hitting cows through mountains, and so on. They were all terrifying divine abilities related to the laws of the void of the universe. If Yixian had a spirit worship, he could definitely let the tens of millions of Void Soldier ladles stay in it. At that time, all the soldiers would be led by some high-ranking members of the 8-star Wang ladle clan. At the same time, they would emit the mysterious biological frequency unique to the Soldier Ladle clan. They might have a chance to use the Void Soldier ladle's divine ability. Then the divine ability would be displayed. The Void Soldier ladle was an ancient almighty who was second only to the primordial supreme. Although it was like a newborn right now and had not grown up yet, how could its divine ability be weak? However, in this way the term spirit worship was not very suitable. It could be called Void Soldier worship. It seemed that this name was more high-end and classy. Of course, Yixian could not explain too much to the Demon Emperor Mo Wentian and the others. However, he only mentioned the Void Soldier ladle clan. Mo Wentian and the others could basically guess a little. After all, the Void Soldier ladle was a mysterious life form. Although it did not have spiritual power, it had biological waves. There was still a frequency. As long as it was not a disaster for the devil cultivators, Yixian could do whatever he wanted with the rest. However, it was impossible to directly build the spirit worship and hand it over to Yixian. Yixian did not expect them to do this. With the devil cultivator's technological construction ability, it was estimated that the one they were using now would have been built for many years. He could not afford to wait. Immediately, Imperial Uncle Mo Wentian handed all the data and blueprints for the construction of the spirit worship to Yixian. The latter did not study it immediately and directly threw it to the Devouring system, allowing the system to make a second deduction and perfect it. As for the subsequent construction, Yixian had not decided yet. It would depend on the situation. Perhaps after returning to Tianji City, he would build a star dock in the outer industrial circle of Tianji City. Chapter 3547. The Void Soldier Ladle clan has been rescued, but your imperial uncles are still in the imperial prison of the Tianji continent. Yixian spread out his hands and said helplessly, "D wants to send the entire Soldier Ladle clan to the front line as cannon fodder. Otherwise it wouldn't be so easy to get them. Moreover, the Soldier Ladle clan was handed over to me before the fleet set off. When the Soldier Ladle clan arrived, I didn't have the chance to do anything for you. If we take action before then, we will definitely be discovered, and the Soldier Jiao clan will be in danger. Besides, not everyone can enter Tianji City. I am currently impersonating Sha Baofeng, so I don't have the authority to do so." Yixian stopped talking. He couldn't reveal that the young clan leader of the Tianji clan, Di Xiaofeng, and the others had died in his hands. The Demon King Mo Wentian and the others also understood. Mo Qigong nodded and didn't take it to heart. His expression didn't change as he continued. "The situation is similar to what we expected. Therefore, this time we gritted our teeth and took out the spiritual battle talismans that we kept secret. This way we can numb the Tianji clan and make them less suspicious of our demon race. This will lay the foundation for you to successfully rescue the imperial uncles in the future. On the other hand, This is the first time the spiritual battle jar has appeared in the Starry Sky battlefield. It should have an unexpected effect if it is activated at a critical moment. At that time, if we win the battle and there is still no news of Di Xiaofeng's whereabouts, you will most likely become the new imperial uncles after returning to the Tianji city. You will be the next young clan leader of the Tianji clan. At that time you will have the authority to enter the Tianji city. At that time, Di Yi's wariness towards you will be at its weakest. After all, he just gave you the title of young clan leader. He would never have thought that you would do something detrimental to the Tianji clan at this time. I see. Yi Xian suddenly came to a realization. Previously, he was still muttering that since the demon cultivator race had already decided to rebel against the Heavenly Fate clan, why would they spend so much effort in this battle? After all, it was all for the sake of the dozen or so demon cultivator imperial uncles who were imprisoned in the Heavenly Fate city's imperial prison. Near the wormhole at the edge of the demon race's space zone, the vanguard fleet from the second universe has almost gathered. There are about 1 million battleships. On the first universe's side, the slave races are also gathering in the void thousands of kilometers away. Their forces are equal. Seeing that Yi Xian had a rough understanding of the situation, the demon emperor Mo Wentian's expression turned serious. He continued, "As for our demon tribe, we will only use 100 great fortresses as a cover for this battle. The real killing weapon is the spiritual battle. Of the 9 honeycomb nodes in the smallest layer of the horn, 8 are overseen by the royal uncles and the leaders of the royal family. As for the core one, it's occupied by an ancestor of our race who has been away for years. He's a Star Lord, and his mental power will be gathered at the node of the Psychic Warrior Temple. The energy pulse will be blasted out by him. Before this, the spiritual warriors will always activate the concealment formation and retreat to the back of our army. When they need to use it, they will move forward in a concealed state. When they reach a suitable position, they will attack according to your command. It's said that each of the 9 fleets of the top 10 races in the second universe is led by a Star Lord. Even though it's very likely that they won't participate in the regular battles, the 9 Star Lords will be able to stabilize the morale of the troops. At the very least, that's basically the case until the final stage of this interplanar war. Interplanar wars of such a scale usually last a dozen years. Therefore, the Star Lords won't take action for the time being. Even the fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters will only be stationed at the back of the army. They won't participate in the battle too early. The Tianji race fleet you're leading is just a vanguard fleet. Later, there will be more powerful forces coming from both the servant races and the Tianji race. The highest commander of the Tianji race will be at least a Star Lord of the older generation of the Tianji race, an expert of the Machine clan. Therefore, it can be said that before their arrival, the battle in the Demonkin Star region would not have had the chance to reach a climax. Whether it is the vanguard commanders of our camp or the commanders of the enemy camp, they are all well aware of this and will restrain themselves. However, in that case, your battle achievements will be affected. Once the Star Lord level old monsters of the Heaven's Legacy race arrive, the value of your military authority will immediately decrease by more than half. At that time, even if you have battle achievements, you will only be able to obtain a small amount. This is not the original intention of our demon race to use the spirit battle jar. Talismans. Speaking of this, the Demon King Mo Wentian's expression suddenly became serious. He said in a serious tone, "Therefore, what we're saying is that the spiritual warriors will keep the concealment array active from the moment they set off for the battlefield. Apart from you, basically no experts outside the demon race will know of their existence. When the time comes, the Star Lord of our race will communicate with you directly through mental power. And our request is very simple. You can only control the spirit battle talisman, and you can't use it to consider the overall situation of the battlefield. If you want to use it, you have to use it at the most crucial moment, when you can gain the most merit. If that's the case, won't both sides be shocked when the spirit battle talisman is used? This is a rhythm that doesn't follow common sense at all. In a plane-level space war, using such a powerful weapon in a contact battle at the Vanguard fleet level, it will probably cause the Second Universe's coalition army to be thunderstruck." Yi Xian nodded. He completely understood what the Demon Emperor Mo Wentian meant, and was extremely excited. He rubbed his little hands together and said, There was already a Star Lord level Devil Cultivator in charge of the attack in the spiritual war. In addition, there were tens of millions of Devil Cultivator experts in the 1,000-node beehive. And the effect of this space super warrior infinitely magnifying invisible mental power. Ayaya, with such a sudden attack, don't tell me one or two of the 9-star Lord level old monsters in the vanguard fleet of the second universe's 9 races will be killed directly. Chapter 3548. After everything was settled, Yixian prepared to set off again. At the edge of the Demonkin Star region ahead, 2 super-starry sky armies of nearly 1 million soldiers were facing each other across millions of miles of space. There was a possibility of a misfire at any time. After all, Yixian was the chief commander of the Vanguard. The Vanguard fleet of nearly 1 million battleships formed by the Vanguard fleet of the First Universe's servant races all listened to his command. He couldn't wait to experience the wonderful feeling of being able to judge the world. This was a rare opportunity. However, although the Demonkin spirit warriors wouldn't set off at the same time, they would wait until Yixian's Tianji clan Vanguard fleet left before activating the concealment formation and stealthily following behind. However, the Demonkin race was one of the most powerful races of the First Universe's servant races after all. If no fleet appeared, it would definitely arouse the suspicion of the enemy and make them vigilant. Therefore, the Demonkin race would send out 110,000-meter large fortresses to cover up their appearance. Right now, these 110,000-meter large fortresses were sailing out of the Star Dock to gather. Then they would set off together with the Tianji clan Vanguard fleet commanded by Yixian. After leaving the main hall, Yixian, accompanied by Demon King Mo Wentian and Imperial Uncle Mo Qigong, appeared in the core area of the inner city of the Demonkin Imperial City. They were greeted by a gray-robed, gray-haired Demonkin elder. Seeing this Demonkin elder, Mo Wentian and Mo Qigong both stopped in their tracks. The latter stepped forward and respectfully called him Imperial Uncle. Demon King Mo Wentian didn't even have the qualifications to talk to him, so he stood to the side with his hands behind his back. Yixian was stunned. Even Mo Qigong called him Imperial Uncle? This old man's seniority in the Demonkin Imperial clan was not ordinary. Immediately after, a thought flashed through his mind and he immediately came to a realization. If nothing unexpected happened, this gray-clothed, gray-haired old man should be the old monster who presided over the core node of the inner circle of the spirit battle. No wonder Yixian couldn't feel any aura of an expert from his body. Because at this level, if he wanted to conceal it, Yixian, who was only at the 11th realm of cultivation, couldn't sense it at all. The source core in your brain has already reached grade 7? TSK. Although you are not a devil cultivator, there is no one among the younger generation of devil cultivator who can compete with you in terms of mental strength talent. Even among the older generation of devil cultivator experts, there are only a few who can have your talent. It can be counted. The gray-robed, gray-haired old demon completely ignored Mo Qigong. As for the Devil King Mo Wentian, he didn't even look at him. His gaze landed on Yixian, sizing him up. Yixian clearly hadn't sensed any fluctuations of mind power, yet he felt as though he had been seen through. Even the grade of the source cores in his head had been seen through. Of course, regarding the devouring system in his body and the corpse lamp tattoo on his chest, this gray-haired old demon clearly did not notice at all. Although the Star-Lord old monster was strong, he was far from being strong enough to be compared to the terrifying means of the human race's technological pioneer, Xingbo, and the mysterious background of the headless infant corpse. Speed. As long as these two trump cards weren't exposed, everything else didn't matter to Yixian. Therefore, he didn't mind that his source core grade had been seen through at a glance. However, based on what the other party had said, it seemed like there had been quite a few older devil cultivators with grade 7 mind source cores. As soon as he thought about this, his expression changed. The fact that his opponent had been able to see through the grade of his mind source core wasn't just because his cultivation base was high. There was no doubt that the other party's mind power level had surpassed his own. This meant that his opponent had at least a grade 8 source core. Wasn't it said that only the first Devil King had a grade 8 mind source core among the entire devil race? As for the legendary grade 9, no one had ever reached it before. How could a random older devil cultivator powerhouse possess a grade 8 mind source core? Yixian froze for a moment before he shook his head and smiled bitterly. He suddenly started to doubt all the information he had received about the various tribes and powers of the three big plains. It turned out that the information everyone knew was basically a lie. One would be a fool to actually believe it. It was obvious that the first Devil King wasn't the only powerhouse with a grade 8 mind source core among the devil race. At the very least, there was one more in front of him right now. Plus, the Mad Mosquito Emperor and the Wretched Mosquito Butcher source core had to be at least grade 8. It might even be at grade 9. Yi Xian had always believed in what the devil race said to the outside world. Yet now it seemed like he had been completely fooled. Huh? You actually have a grade 8 mind imprint in your body? Was it left behind by the Mad Mosquito Butcher? And Old Devil Mosquito Butcher's aura? As soon as Yi Xian thought about the Mad Mosquito Emperor and the Old Devil Mosquito Butcher, the gray-haired Old Devil Cultivator opposite him mentioned them. His mind source core was indeed at least grade 8. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to detect the protective spiritual imprint that the Mad Mosquito Emperor had left behind in Yi Xian's mind. It was the Wretched Mosquito Butcher's aura. Those two old fellas were indeed related to the devil race. Even the previous generation's imperial uncle, a Star-Lord old freak who hadn't appeared for many years, knew about their existence. This was enough to explain the problem. Yi Xian's eyes lit up immediately. This was the best opportunity to inquire about the secrets of those two old fellas. How could he let this opportunity slip by? Thus, he immediately asked, "Senior, do you know about the Mad Mosquito Emperor and the Wretched Mosquito Butcher? Where exactly did those two old fellas come from? What are their backgrounds?" The Mad Mosquito Emperor? How could he be worthy of being called an emperor? As for the Old Devil Mosquito Butcher, he is indeed wretched. This evaluation is not wrong, but you are the first one who dared call him that. You are a newborn calf. When he heard Yi Xian's question, the gray-haired Old Devil Cultivator curled his lips. Based on his tone, it seemed like he didn't have a good evaluation of the Mad Mosquito Emperor and the Wretched Mosquito Butcher. However, Yi Xian didn't care about this. What he cared about was the background of these two old fellas. Originally, he would be able to hear some secrets that he had always wanted to know from the gray-haired Old Devil Cultivator in front of him. Who would have thought that the other party would change the topic? After changing the topic, he rolled his eyes and continued. As for those two old fellas, this old man knows about them and has seen them before. But if you ask about their origins and background, if you ask me, who should I ask? Back then when I first met those two old fellows, this old man was still a junior of the devil race. My cultivation base was merely at the black hole realm. However, at that time the two of them were already at the pinnacle of the universe realm. In fact, it might even be the result of concealing their cultivation bases. How could this old man have the qualifications to meet such existences? How could I investigate their background? Chapter 3549. Yi Xian was overjoyed to suddenly meet a Star Lord, who knew the Mad Mosquito Emperor and the Wretched Mosquito Butcher in the Demon Imperial City. He thought that he finally had a chance to investigate the mysterious origins and background of these two old fellows. He did not expect that the result would hurt him. It would have been better if he did not investigate. Once he did, the confusion in his heart grew stronger. Yi Xian originally thought that the Mad Mosquito Emperor and the Wretched Mosquito Butcher were only universe realm experts in the 15th Great Realm. Now it seemed that they were far from enough. Back then, when this Star-Lord old monster was only at the 8th realm Black Hole realm, the Mad Mosquito Emperor and the Wretched Mosquito Butcher were already at the 15th realm Universe realm, Great Perfection of Rank 9 Universe realm. Furthermore, they might have been concealing their cultivation at that time. What did this mean? Yi Xian simply wanted to curse. How deep was the water of these two fellows? The more he dug, the more he could not see the bottom. Now, Yi Xian was a little suspicious that they might be Desolate Era experts who had survived since the Desolate Era. Yi Xian was challenged again and again by the mysterious origins and background of these two old fellows. Yi Xian was almost numb. Kid, those two old fellows are not simple. Back then, even this old man's elders were afraid of them and did not dare to have too much contact with them. If you dare to mix with them, be careful not to lose your head in the end. In the end, the gray-haired old demon said this to Yi Xian. He looked at him deeply with a strange expression, then shook his head and sighed before leaving. Yi Xian was tongue-tied. He felt a stifling feeling in his chest that could not be released. He did not know whether it was because of the two old fellows, the mad mosquito emperor and the wretched mosquito butcher, or because of the gray-haired old demon in front of him who turned around and left. In short, 100 claws scratched at his heart, and he almost vomited blood on the spot. As the gray-haired old demon turned around and left, Yixian was depressed for a while. He turned to look at the demon emperor Mo Wentian, Mo Qigong, and the other two uncles. He did not give up and asked, "Those two old fellows, do you know much about them?" The three of them looked at him strangely, shaking their heads like a rattledrum. Yixian was in complete despair. He sighed inwardly. It seemed that he had to give up on this idea in the future. He shouldn't keep thinking about investigating the origins and details of those two old men. It wasn't sad enough. As for the old gray-haired devil's warning, Yixian did not take it to heart at all. He had his own confidence. With the headless infant corpse, what did he have to fear? Of course, the headless infant corpse was even more mysterious than the two old guys, including the devouring system in its body. Ever since Yixian encountered another devouring system, and passively received the first devouring system mission, he said that the devouring system was only used to select and nurture talents for the human race. Because of this, he had some doubts. However, with the strength of the headless infant corpse and the devouring system, if they were to harm Yixian, it would be a bomb that had been hidden in his body for a long time. With Yixian's strength, he wouldn't even be able to clear the mine. In the future, when his cultivation was stronger, it would be another matter. At least for now, he wouldn't have to worry about it. That was just groundless worry. After that, Yixian left the Demon Emperor planet and returned to the flagship of the Tianji race's vanguard fleet, the Expulsion. He led the entire huge fleet and rushed towards the edge of the demon domain, where the 2 million troops were facing each other in the void. The hundreds of 10,000-meter-tall fortresses of the demon race were also set off at the same time. As for the huge spirit war chariot with a diameter of 300,000 meters, it would activate the concealment array later on and quietly follow. The demon domain was incomparably vast. It would take half a month to travel from the Demon Emperor planet to the planar wormhole entrance that led to the second universe. Even though in order to deal with this planar-level starry sky war, the demon race had made preparations in advance. In addition to some natural universe wormholes along the way, they also used some stable void cracks to build some temporary jump wormholes, and sent a large number of troops to guard them. However, from the Demon Emperor star area to the vicinity of the wormholes, however, it would still take about 3 days to reach the void battlefield. In these 3 days, the vanguard forces assembled by both sides had basically arrived. They had even finished forming up in the void tens of thousands of miles away. They were only waiting for the right time to give the order and start the prelude battle to a planar war that had never happened in tens of thousands of years. However, the higher-ups of the various races of the Federation of the Second Universe had obviously received the news. The vanguard fleet from the Tianji race had entered the demon domain, and was about to arrive at the battlefield. After all, the Tianji race was the only real overlord of the first universe. The ones facing them from tens of thousands of miles away were just the slave races under the Tianji race. The higher-ups of the various races of the Federation of the Second Universe were proud of their status. They felt that it was beneath their status to attack the slave forces under their command before the main force arrived. First of all, it would weaken their morale. Therefore, they all restrained their temper and waited patiently in the opposite void tens of thousands of miles away. Once the main force of the Tianji race arrived, this planar war in space would officially begin. However, the slave races of the first universe under the Tianji race were not good people. Moreover, not all the slave races were like the demon race who rebelled against the Tianji race. Some of these races could even be said to have a very strong servile nature in their bones. They simply didn't consider being a servant of the Heaven's Legacy race as a shame. On the contrary, they were proud of it. Perhaps they were even thinking of using this space war to curry favor with their masters. Therefore, when the battle power of both camps was in place and the formation was set up in the void tens of thousands of miles away, the allied forces of various races in the second universe were silent for only 1 day, while the slave races in the first universe could not wait any longer. From time to time, some experts of the slave races would rush out of the camp and clamor at the allied forces of the second universe. They said all kinds of unpleasant words. In short, they ridiculed and belittled the other side. showing that their side was completely fearless and openly challenging the other side. Of course, before the commander of the Tianji race's vanguard fleet, Lord Sha Baofeng, arrived, they would not dare to fight. In fact, these guys did not really want to fight. They just wanted to show off before Lord Sha arrived, hoping to use this opportunity to impress Lord Sha. They just wanted to earn some impression points. At first, the various races of the Federation of the Second Universe did not pay attention. After all, they were all proud of their status and were too lazy to bother with these slaves of the Tianji race. As soon as Baofeng arrived, they would directly beat them up. However, the slave races were almost all monsters. Seeing that the other side did not say anything, their arrogance immediately became more and more intense. Their words became more and more unpleasant. In the end, hundreds of fortresses and strongholds even activated the Starry Sky loudspeaker system and cursed loudly. The entire void was stirred up into a black smoke barrier. Chapter 3550. On the third day of the confrontation between the 2 million troops, the slave races of the first universe had basically all quieted down. They only wanted to show their faces in front of the Tianji clan to curry favor and earn some impression points. If they really started a war in advance and disrupted Lord Sha's overall strategy, they were afraid that they would be punished if they turned around. Therefore, even though they were really angry, the experts of these slave races all suppressed their anger and did not respond. As a result, the allied races of the second universe became even more arrogant. The other party started the fight first, and now that they responded, they immediately stopped. This greatly boosted their morale. The higher-ups were also happy to see this, so they no longer restrained them and allowed the experts of their fleets to fight across the void thousands of miles away. They were clamoring incessantly. Anyway, Sha Baofeng was about to arrive. They could use this as a morale boost before the official battle and brew their fighting spirit. Because of this, when Yi Xian arrived with the Tianji clan's vanguard fleet on the evening of the third day, he saw this extremely contrasting scene. In the opposite void, a large number of experts of the second universe's allied forces were like valiant shrews, cursing and swearing across the void thousands of miles away. On their own side, the allied forces of the first universe were like little girls who had encountered a stinky hooligan. They cowered and did not dare to make a sound, trembling. Such a scene stunned both Chanas and Yi Luo. As for the other existences in the fleet, they were all intelligent robots. They did not have self-awareness, nor did they have any emotions. As for Yi Xian, he was furious on the spot. Under his command, the flagship of the vanguard fleet immediately crossed the line of their own camp and arrived at the forefront. Then, his thunderous roar could be heard from the interstellar sound transmission system of the Expeller Fortress. It resounded through the void. Fierce girls from the second universe, didn't you want to start a war? Come on, believe it or not, this uncle and these stinky women behind me can beat you up. Tell your commanders to come out and speak. Line up in a row and stick your butts up high first. This uncle will favor you one by one and take turns to explode your buttocks. F***CK. F***CK. Explode your buttocks in the starry sky? And it's the commanders of the allied forces of the second universe? As soon as Yi Xian's words came out, the surrounding void instantly exploded. The commanders of the first universe's slave races were all regretting their actions. If they had known that Lord Sha was such a cold and indifferent person, they would not have pretended to be weak before. He could just directly scold the other party and leave a good impression on them. Now, in the eyes of Sir Sha, all the slave clans had become useless bitches that could be bullied by others. Just now, when he was shouting, he deliberately mentioned this word. It could be seen how deep his criticism was. Thinking of this, the commanders and higher-ups of the first universe's servant races were immediately embarrassed and ashamed. They all felt that they had lost face for Sir Sha and the Tianji race. When they returned, they would definitely make up for it in the Star Wars. They had to atone for their sins with merits and recover the lost impression points. As for the allied forces of the various races in the second universe, they were completely turned upside down. Previously, no matter how much the slave races of the first universe hooted and cursed for a whole day, no one dared to mention the commanders of the fleets of the various races because they were at least powerful beings of the 15th realm. Even the flagships of the 9 races had the old monsters of the Star Lords of the 9 races. If they had really mentioned the existence of this level in their hooting, not to mention the fact that the other party would really start a war in anger, Even if a powerful being of the universe rushed out and angrily slapped them, they would be able to kill the hooting offenders on the spot. But this master who had suddenly appeared was really fierce. He had asked the commanders of the Second Universe's allied forces to line up in the void, take off their pants, stick out their buttocks, and let him take turns to favor them and explode their buttocks one by one. He had even scolded the entire Second Universe, saying that they were tough women who only knew how to curse. This was simply too much. They were the ones who started the cursing first, but in the end it was their fault? These thoughts flashed through their minds. The experts of the Second Universe's allied forces had a sullen feeling that the other party had dug a hole and tricked them into jumping into it to have fun. In particular, the fleet commanders of the various races felt their buttocks tighten, and then their hearts burned with anger. The commander of the Battle Lion race's vanguard fleet, a golden-haired old battle lion with a cultivation base of the 14th realm of the cosmic light realm, even impulsively stepped out of the Battle Lion race's fleet. The flagship of the Battle Lion race revealed its bloodline true body in the void. It turned into a golden battle lion that was more than 10,000 feet in size and roared at the flagship of the expulsion, where Yixian was. Roar! Where did this little brat come from? Come out for me. I am the commander of the Battle Lion race, Shi Dingting. If you dare to insult me, I will definitely eat you alive. As soon as he finished speaking, Yixian's lazy voice was heard. His voice was not loud, but because it was said through the Starry Sky sound transmission system, the entire void could hear it. Countless experts from both sides heard it clearly. Lion Chi hurts? F***CK. You're the first to jump out if it hurts? In my opinion, you should be itching for a lion, right? Are you looking for a stab? As soon as these words left his mouth, the entire space fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was stunned by Yixian's imagination. This was Lord Sha? This was the commander of the Battle Lion race's vanguard fleet, Sha Baofeng? The peerless monster that recently appeared in the Battle Lion race? One of the 5 peerless monsters that was known to be on par with Prince Xian, the invincible battle god, Young Master Linghu, and the Netherworld Young Master? What the F***CK? This level of shamelessness could be compared to the Netherworld Young Master, but in other aspects they really could not see it. Without waiting for the experts from both sides to recover from this thunderous state, the commander of the Battle Lion race's vanguard fleet, Shi Dingting, who had revealed his bloodline true body in the void in front of them, spoke again. The old man was indeed an old man. His brain was not very bright for a moment, and he actually did not hear the problem in Yixian's words. He even foolishly replied, "Brat, are you deaf? This old man is Shi Dingting, not Shi Dingyang." As soon as these words came out, more than 80% of the Battle Lion race experts in the Battle Lion race's allied fleet raised their hands to cover their faces, and their faces turned green. This time they did not have the face to see anyone. It was really a misfortune for the race to have an old antique who could not keep up with the younger generation. It was also at this time that a muffled voice came from the flagship of the blood-flood dragon race's fleet. There was a hint of monstrous anger. "Old lion, come back quickly. This brat should be that Sha Baofeng. You are not his opponent in this game. Besides, he's just a yellow-haired junior. He doesn't have the qualifications. Speaking to you, Humph, we have people of the same generation under us to fight and teach him how to be a human. Bah, they are not even human yet. You are already praising them." Huh. Chapter 3551. Who was the one who spoke just now? Which old woman had a hole in her pants and let you crawl out of it? Damn it, you don't know how to pick the right time. You just happened to drill a hole and escape during the full moon. Look at the blood all over your body. It disgusts me even from 100,000 miles away. Yixian was furious, and his cold words were heard again. This time he actually called the Blood Flood Dragon clan little loaches, and the blood all over their bodies. It was simply disgusting. What was even stranger was that the old Golden War Lion of the Battle Lion clan, who could not keep up with the times, did not know what was wrong with him. He did not understand Yixian's words just now, but now his brain was smarter than anyone else's. As soon as Yixian finished speaking, the old man turned to look in the direction of the flagship of the Blood Flood Dragon clan. He went over. He roared, "Old Blood Flood Dragon. This brat is scolding you for crawling into a woman's pants. He's even stained with blood. Don't think I can't hear it." This time, not only the members of the Battle Lion clan, But even the members of the Blood Flood Dragon clan raised their hands to cover their faces. The intelligence of this old Golden War lion of the Battle Lion clan was really too horrible to look at. Old lion, come back quickly. We are all seniors. Let's not argue with this little bastard. The commander of the Blood Flood Dragon clan's vanguard fleet was about to vomit blood. His words revealed a hint of gnashing his teeth. In the end he roared, Overlord Flood Dragon, go to battle immediately. Capture that little one for me. I will personally stuff him into the crotch of this old woman. A little bloodloach probably won't be able to withstand a beating, right? Aren't you the Alliance army of the second universe? Since you want to fight one-on-one, then send out one from each race. Yi Xian sneered and said boldly, I'll fight you one-on-one. The word nest was too insulting. Including the Blood Flood Dragon clan. Angry roars came from all the flagships of the Alliance army of the second universe. I can't stand it. In just a few words, the two elders were mocked by this brat. That's right, I'm too angry. I have to suppress him. He actually dares to challenge our nest alone. Bah, it should be a group of us. He's simply too arrogant. Why do I feel like I'm seeing the Netherworld young master again? Where was the previous patriarch of the Een Devil race? Why haven't you shown yourself yet? We found a counterfeit Netherworld young master here. All of you don't move. Let me do it. I'll definitely suppress him. As the roars and roars rang out, figures immediately rushed out of the flagships of the Second Universe's allied forces. As soon as they appeared in space, they activated their bloodlines and manifested their bloodline true bodies. Dozens of gigantic, intelligent, ferocious beasts were hovering in the air. Their murderous aura attracted the attention of countless experts from both camps. In the end, the dozens of young geniuses from the various races of the Second Universe stood in front of the opposing camp. Each and every one of them revealed their bloodline true bodies. Among them, a battle lion expert with mixed fur stepped out from the crowd and raised its enormous lion claw to point at Yi Xian. You're Sha Baofeng, right? Come out and die. It's your lion overlord who's going to kill you today. Overlord, your mother. Yi Xian opened his mouth and cursed. He rolled his eyes and sized up the lion overlord. In the end, he shook his head in disdain. With mixed fur you must be a bastard. I'm not interested. Second brother, go. Pooh! In the Vanguard fleet's flagship, Yarrow spurted out blood. Others might not understand the words second brother, but he was very sensitive. He knew immediately that Yarrow was talking about him. Why? You don't want to go, bastard? No matter what, I'm still the second-rank genius of the younger generation of the Tianji race. Why should I only deal with this kind of mixed-fur bastard? Unfortunately, even though he was unwilling, he was intimidated by Yi Xian's despotic power. To be precise, he was intimidated by his shamelessness. In the end, Yarrow's voice came from the expulsion. It's just a mixed-fur bastard. I'll teach him how to be a human in a few minutes. Oh no, these guys are not human at all. Immediately after, Chana's figure tumbled out of the expulsion. It was obvious that he had been kicked out by Hiero to vent the dissatisfaction in his heart. Yi Xian completely ignored him and pretended not to see. Chana stabilized himself with great difficulty. With a face full of resentment, he ran behind Yi Xian and refused to leave. He finally realized that he was someone only when he followed Lord Sha. Otherwise he was nothing. Even Yarrow, who usually did not dare to speak loudly in front of him, kicked him. In the void opposite, the Battle Lion race's younger generation was furious. He roared, Baofeng Sha, are you looking down on me? Send second brother out to fight. What's with your filthy mouth? What do you mean by not human? Could it be that your Tianji race is human? In my opinion, you're not human at all. You're not human at all. Something. Little bastard, just you wait. I'll beat you to a pulp. Baofeng Sha was furious. He immediately started the mechanical fusion, and it was a complete fusion. Although he did not bring his fortress out of Tianji City, the fusion with the expulsion had the same effect. It was also a fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters. There was no difference in its basic performance. Ka-cha-cha. Rumble. A series of thunderous sounds were heard. Accompanied by the dense sounds of machinery breaking in like rain, the huge expulsion began to change shape. At the same time, the various large facilities inside were also shifting positions. The molecular structure of the alloy material was changing, and its density was increasing. The size of the expulsion was shrinking. In just a short minute, it had shrunk from the previous 100,000 meters to the current 5,000 meters. An alloy speedy bug with silver blades all over its body was born in the blink of an eye. Its whole body exuded a kind of sharpness and extreme speed, making people look askance and treat it with solemn eyes. It had to be said that this scene was really shocking. Although the dozens of young geniuses from the various races of the second universe were all thousands of feet tall, which was about 4,000 to 5,000 meters tall, just like the swift bug, they had also activated their bloodline true bodies after roaring. In the blink of an eye, they had become extremely powerful. They manifested such a huge body. However, compared to this, the mechanical fusion ability of the Tianji race was obviously more amazing. After all, this was originally an ice-cold alloy fortress. It was 100,000 meters tall, but it was forcibly condensed to 5,000 meters. Had it not been for the first battle between Sha Baofeng and young Master Linghu, where this amazing mechanical fusion ability had already appeared in the world, the powerhouses in the fleets of both sides would have already cried out in surprise. But even though they already knew that the Heaven's Legacy race had this ability, when they saw Yi Luo use it with their own eyes, gasps of surprise could be heard from the fleet of the first universe's slave races. Some words that were clearly laced with flattery echoed through the void. This was because Yi Luo was here. Chapter 3552. Roar. Bloodslaughter Lion Third Transformation. Facing the incomparably arrogant Yi Luo, the Lion Overlord was enraged. It immediately roared. This roar clearly used its clan's Battle Lion Roar innate divine ability. As the roar rang out, a large area of the void surged. Unexpectedly, a faint echo could be heard in the void, shocking the hearts of the people. The Sky Empyrean experts felt their hearts tremble, and some of the weaker ones almost fell to the ground. The shocking lion roar resounded through this side of the world. Behind the Lion Overlord, who was already 10,000 feet in size, suddenly appeared the phantom of a 10,000 feet long berserk lion. Its angry mane was stained with blood, and its angry eyes were filled with killing intent, causing the void to tremble slightly. Along with this violent roar, a majestic cosmic wind instantly blew in the surrounding cosmic void. The invisible cosmic energy was completely sucked in and gathered in one place, forming a huge invisible vortex in the center, and this energy vortex was located at Qianzhangsheng, beside the entrance of the Lion's Blood Basin Pavilion. After being swallowed by the Lion Overlord in one gulp, the huge berserk lion blood shadow entered the body of the fluttering Lion Overlord. Its body instantly expanded, and in the blink of an eye, it revealed the third form of the bloodline true body. 100,000 feet long blood-colored berserk lion. A pair of bloody eyes that were as huge as mountains surged with ferocious flames, staring intently at the swift worm that was only 5,000 meters long, and its aura had already been firmly locked onto. Legend has it that every time the 9 transformations of the Bloodslaughter Mad Lion erupts with a new transformation, the bloodline true body of the Battle Lion clan will increase tenfold. Even if the cultivation aura does not change, the difference in the power of the Bloodslaughter Mad Lion's 9 transformations is like the difference between heaven and earth. After reaching the 9th transformation, the terrifying level of its bloodline true body would increase exponentially. It would reach the same level as the Void Giant Turtle, and with a raise of its claws it would be a star domain. However, no War Lion had ever reached that level. Even the current patriarch of the War Lion clan had only reached the 3rd transformation of the Bloodslaughter Lion. Only the previous young patriarch of the clan, Shi Baofeng, had just cultivated to the 4th transformation. Once he activated it and entered the 4th form of the Battle Lion clan's bloodline true body, his body would reach a terrifying height of 100,000 zhang, after devouring the Battle Lion phantom behind him. That was the true power of swallowing mountains and rivers. Its body was so large that it was comparable to the demon race's spiritual battle Pulla. Unfortunately, when Lion Baofeng fought with Yi Xian, who had the identity of the young master of the Netherworld, he didn't even have the time to use the true 4th transformation of the Bloodslaughter Lion before he was killed. Moreover, he was made into a braised lion's head and eaten heartily by the latter. To the Battle Lion clan, this was simply an unprecedented humiliation. After the fall of Lion Zhanfeng, the Lion Overlord, who was ranked second in terms of talent in his clan, became the new young clan leader. Although he didn't dare to fight against the Netherworld Young Master, he was incomparably confident in facing the Heaven's Legacy clan. At this moment, he revealed the 10,000 Zhang bloodline true body of the third transformation of the Blood Slaughter Lion. He would use this battle to wash away his shame and prove himself in front of the elders of the clan. Seeing this scene, Yixian couldn't help but laugh. Even Chanas, who was behind him, shook his head and sighed. It seemed that Lion Overlord hadn't done any research on Yi Luo at all. He didn't understand where the advantage of the rapid mechanical insect lay. He actually directly activated the third transformation of the Blood Slaughter Lion bloodline true body of the Battle Lion clan, turning into a 10,000 Zhang bloodline mixed lion. This was simply thinking that this target wasn't big enough. It wasn't comfortable enough to be abused. Even Yi Luo himself couldn't stand it anymore. From within the 5,000 meters long rapid mechanical insect, he sneered, "What a brain-dead person. You're obviously courting death, but you're still howling so happily. Other than you, there's really no one else." Wang Xiu. As the voice fell, a low trembling sound rang out. The 5,000 meters long rapid mechanical insect shot out like an arrow from a bow. In the blink of an eye, it was already in front of Yi Luo. It didn't stop there, nor did it have any other means of attack. It directly slammed into Yi Luo's abdomen. Go! Roar! Such extreme speed shocked the Lion Overlord. It roared fiercely, and its body trembled as it tried to retreat. Unfortunately, he didn't have this opportunity, because the rapid mechanical insect had already touched its body at the first moment. The rapid mechanical insect, which was only 5,000 meters long, instantly swept under the Lion Overlord's abdomen. It didn't have any other means of attack because it didn't need those. The countless super-strong alloy blades on its body were the rapid mechanical insect's best and most powerful weapon. All of this couldn't be more familiar to Yixian and Shanasi. They had seen it many times not long ago. This was the attack method of the rapid mechanical insect. It was simple and not fancy, but it was extremely violent.